Good afternoon, everyone. It's 3 o'clock. Let the record show that all council members are present. Councilwoman Cobb is on Zoom. We will now have an invocation by Pastor Carl Sherman and pledge allegiance by Councilwoman Gonzalez. Please rise. Hey, sir.
Hi, Mayor Ash King and council. It is a privilege to come before you. Before I began my prayer, I would just like to thank you all for your leadership. It's so important that we have more cities like Killeen who understand the significance of local government. When I look at the state of Texas, the 1,200 cities that we have in our state in 254 counties, only about 350 are home rule cities, meaning your citizens have given you the right to govern yourselves. And so I am very concerned about what's happening with the erosion of local control. So God bless you, your council manager form of government, and may you continue to have this sovereign status that you can develop your own ordinances according to the wishes of your citizens. Shall we pray? Jehovah God, we stand before you, Lord, just in awe of who you are. The fact that you took every step up Golgotha's hill for us to die for our sins. Lord, we're just so grateful that you provide for us the opportunity to live and move because of you. And we pray, Almighty God, for this mayor. We pray, Almighty God, for the mayor pro tem and council and city manager and all of the citizens of Killeen, that they would strive to do what's right in your sight. Thank you, Holy Father, though you are all sovereign, all powerful, you provide for us the opportunity to make our own decisions. Lord, thank you. Give us wisdom that we might discern what's right in your sight. Give us fortitude of faith to do what's right even when everyone else stands against us. And we pray finally, Lord, that this state and this nation would have better leaders who would be concerned about our children, that they might be safe, whether in school or in church houses all across this state. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. You may be seated. Also, please keep Captain Marvin Taylor family in your prayers as we laid him to rest today. Just continue to uplift the family and also our firefighters. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I move to approve the agenda as printed.
Councilmember Solomon.
Second.
All in favor, yes. All opposed, no. Motion's carry 7-0. Presentations. Madam Secretary.
PR 25010, Killeen Star Award.
Once again, good afternoon, everyone. As you know, the council gives out the Star Award. What makes this so significant? Because it's a volunteer, a citizen within our community that goes beyond to make an impact, to make a difference, not only for the city of Killeen, but also in someone's life. Sir, would you please come up with your group? This month, Council Solomon has the honor of presenting the Star Award. Councilman Solomon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is an honor to present this to this group, and Mr. Jimmy G will be representing them, of course, the entire group. Let's come.
Come on around.
Yes, we want everybody.
Shift left, shift right.
This is a real special honor to this group. Pride of Killeen, number 620. They do so much in our community, and they have been doing it for years, and it's such an honor to do this. Let me just read what a little bit and highlight a little bit what they do. Pride of Killeen, number 620, continues to lead by example, serving the Killeen community with unwavering dedication and compassion. Through a variety of impactful initiatives, this distinguished Masonic organization has become a vital resource for families, children, and those in need. Every quarter, Pride of Killeen, number 620, organizes a street cleanup along Avenue C, helping beautify the neighborhood and promote civic pride. Their consistent effort to maintain a cleaner and safer environment are a reflection of their values and love for the city they call home. The organization is also committed to addressing hunger and homelessness. Members regularly feed the homeless and volunteer at the local soup kitchen, ensuring that the most vulnerable are not forgotten but supported with care and dignity. Mentorship plays a key role in their outreach. Through partnership with the Killeen Independent School District, by mentoring students throughout the district, members provide guidance, encouragement, and leadership, helping to shape a brighter future for the next generation. To support the academic achievement, Pride of Killeen, number 620, provides student aid to 3 deserving youth each year, helping them kickstart their college education. This initiative not only eases the financial burden of higher education, but also reinforces the organization's commitment to youth empowerment. Each month, the organization donates essential items such as toiletry, clothing, and household goods to families in crisis, offering vital support to those facing domestic violence or homelessness. The annual Back to School Drive is one of the most anticipated events of the year. Over 150 backpacks filled with school supplies are distributed to local students, and free haircuts are provided to help kids start the year prepared and confident. As the holiday approaches, the organization amplifies its effort by giving away over 50 Thanksgiving and Christmas baskets to families in need. Their annual Christmas toy drive brings joy to children across the community by ensuring they receive gifts and feel the spirit of the season. Through every initiative, Pride of Killeen, number 620 PHA, exemplifies the highest ideals of service, brotherhood, and compassion. Their continued dedication to uplifting the community reflects a proud legacy of leadership, unity, and hope. Thank you so much. Yes, words.
You want to do a photo first?
I'm kind of shy when I get out in the public, but first I want to thank the City of Killeen, Mayor Debbie Nash, Councilman Solomon for presenting us with this great prestige award. I mean, it's indeed an honor. A lot of things that we don't do for show. We don't do for recognition. We do it because we love to give back to our community. A lot of us are not from here, but this is what we call home. So what best way to do is by taking care of those who we look to serve, look up to us, and want to make sure that they have a place that they can call home as well. So again, I want to thank y'all for this deserving award. We appreciate y'all, and if you need anything from us, do not hesitate to reach out. We are here at your beck and call. Again, thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Solomon, for that, and thank you to our volunteers that give back to our community. Madam Secretary.
PR 25011, Youth Advisory Commission Biannual Presentation.
Thank you. How are you doing, sir? It's such an honor to see you. The graduation ceremony this past weekend was really amazing.
Yeah, it was nice seeing you go there.
Yes, sir.
All right. Just making sure, do I just go ahead and
Yes, sir.
All right. So it's a pleasure to be here in front of you guys today to give you guys our biannual report on the Youth Advisory Commission and tell you guys a little bit about what we've done this year. Let me make sure. Okay. So this year, our 2024 to 2025 membership consists of the chair, myself, which is Carlos Diaz-Torres, our vice chair, Harmony Morales, our treasurer, Ava McQuaid, and our secretary, Nadine. Our current membership consists of 16 commissioners, 50 resource members, and 20 junior YAC members. Just to tell you guys a little bit about the purpose of YAC. YAC was created in 1993 to serve as the liaison to the Killeen City Council. Our mission statement is to provide the youth of our community opportunities through volunteerism and service by taking initiatives that are directed towards effective change. Opportunities to make long life friendships and represent YAC and the city of Killeen at various events. Ooh, how do I go to the next slide? I guess there is not a next slide. Okay, perfect. There you go. Oh, okay. All right. So this year, the Youth Advisory Commission decided to take a step back and just analyze a little bit what wasn't working in the Youth Advisory Commission and implemented various changes having to do with those. Those changes included restructuring our Park Ambassador program to make it a little bit more effective and actually more goal-oriented. And we are actually currently working with the Director of Parks and Recreation, helping with one of the projects they have. We created an officer candidate handbook to make our elections for officers a little bit more fair for everybody to have an equal opportunity. And we also decided to change our mindset and our focus away from just not necessarily just officers, but put more focus on our resource members by giving them a little bit more opportunities to develop themselves within the commission. We are currently working on new bylaws. Our current bylaws haven't been updated since 2004, and we believe that those don't necessarily meet our our current goals that we thrive towards to. So we are working on presenting that very soon. Leadership opportunities for resource members. Starting this year, we allowed our resource members to not only share subcommittees, but also share or even co-share our pods. And I'll let you guys know a little bit about our pods here in a second. Coming with our new bylaws, we have decided to make the Youth Advisory Commission available to anybody between the grades of 7th to 12th grade. Originally, it was from 8th to 12th grade, but we decided to bring down that margin as we are seeing the youth being a little bit more engaged and a little bit more mature over time. And this year, we have also dissolved our volunteerism pod because we decided that as a commission, we already do volunteerism, so we didn't find a need for that because we already do it. But we did replace it with an advocacy pod. We decided to create a pillar of advocacy where we actually talk to our youth and local government and just, basically figure out what does the youth need so that way we can better, be the liaison and give you guys our thoughts. This year, we were pretty much partnership oriented and two things that are coming next year. So after my term, we're going to start pairing up our resource members with our commissioners to fix some of our communication issues. And I'm currently drafting up an idea of not only on how can we engage our youth, but how can we engage the parents of the youth, because that is also a way for us to get out there and just attract more people towards our commission. So this year, the YAC has partnered with the Boys and Girls Club and the NAACP Youth Council. And through our partnerships, YAC attended the Black Family Wellness Expo agreement, as well as created an agreement with the Boys and Girls Club for both youth council/commissions to attend each other's meetings and open meetings. On the pathway to improvement, like I mentioned, this term YAC has not been afraid of saying this isn't working, let's fix it. And this year also for student leadership, YAC was also asked to attend a panel for the 3rd annual Student Leadership Conference hosted by Congressman August Pfluger. Focus points, so a little bit about our pods. Our pods basically are our pillars under which we work on, and those are going to be leadership, which is currently led by Kalina, advocacy, which is also Kalina and our vice chair, Harmony, the drug and alcohol-free youth activities, which is Anaya Black, and then our outreach, which is Adriana Lopez. During the 2024-2025 term, the Youth Advisory Commission attended the Texas Municipal League Conference, Junior Advisory Commission, and Leaders in Training. And for advocacy, this is a brand new thing, but I think we started off really well. We attended the Killeen ISD School Board Youth Candidate Forum as well. We have also started to attend Killeen ISD School Board meetings to bring up issues that we see within our schools, not just within our city. For drug and alcohol-free youth activities, these events we either hosted ourselves or helped at. That includes Fall Fest, Haunted House, Family Volunteer Day, the 5K runs, Youth Conference, Spring Fest, Celebrate Killeen, Tree Recycling, Art with a Purpose, and the Christmas Parade. For outreach, we attended the High School Open House, the NAACP Youth Council Partnership, and the Boys and Girls Club Partnership. Now, of course, we wanted to give you guys a couple of recommendations that we have seen throughout our youth, and youth keeps bringing up. And the main thing we wanted to tell you guys a little bit about is the Chaparral Road construction. We understand personally that you are dealing with various government entities in order to get that progress moving along. However, this is something that we are constantly hearing about when we talk to our youth. So we just wanted to reiterate that a little bit on how this is really important, not to just overall city, but also to our youth. And now Killeen Parks, we also something people bring up a lot. We wish our parks were a little bit more accessible in the sense where right now our youth needs, pretty much a drive or needs to walk really far distances to access their park. So in a sense, we do wish there were more neighborhood parks. And we understand that the city of Killeen did recently announce, various park projects. And so we were really happy when we heard about that because it's a step forward. And sidewalks. We all want a walkable city. We have noticed that right now sidewalks are a little bit inconsistent to where it starts but then it ends. And I understand that it's right now the city of Killeen is working on road development, and I think you guys are doing a great job, by the way. But we just want to make sure that everybody is safe. And now future plans. Our future plans for next year's term are 5 keywords. recruit. So we just want to build stronger relationships with the community. Reach, we want to reach out into the community and see what we can help with. Represent, we want to represent the city of Killeen at more events and just, lift up our name a little bit further. Support, we are currently, I believe our park liaison is working on creating a scholarship for our youth advisory members so we can support them beyond high school. And revise, continue to figure out what isn't working and how can we fix it. So summary, in this presentation, we have discussed the history and prospective future of the Youth Advisory Commission by highlighting the accomplishments we have made and steps we are taking to further our outreach and impact into our beloved community and the youth that resides with it. But with that, I would say thank you, and do any of you have any questions?
Mr. McAdams, you are truly amazing. You and the Youth Advisory Council. The unique thing about the construction chaparral, I like the advocacy that you put in place. That is something that is needed on every level for you to be there and petition for the city of Killeen. Not only that, to bring the concerns of our youth. And that's where Mr. Murphy, the executive director of Parks, spoke about neighborhood parks to get our youth more active, more connected, social, and put down the phone and the games to interact. And he has done a great job and continue the parks team to work with KISD to open up those avenues for our youth. And I agree, more parks are needed, more revenue is also needed. But the neighborhood parks, just partnering with KISD, I think it will improve the relationship between our youth interacting together. So I am truly amazed about the great things that YAC does. And you're, like I told you, when I saw you said it, you're going to make an amazing leader. And one day I hope that someone out that group will be the next mayor of Killeen and much higher, because you are top of the notch students. And opening it up to the 7th graders, we need that. We need more interaction for our youth. And our elementary youth, think about that, on how YAC can do more interaction and the positivity of the great things they can look forward to in middle school and high school, because it starts in elementary school. So truly, I am honored. I hate that you have to go, but we all, sooner or later, go to college, right? So I'm really looking forward to the next person coming in, and I'm hoping that you will continue to always come back to Killeen and mentor through the YAC program.
Well, I appreciate your comments a lot. It means a lot to me and our Youth Advisory Commission, so we appreciate it.
Yes, sir. So we also have Council Member Solomon Sagara, and Mayor Pro Tem Adams would like to say something.
Thank you, Mayor, and congratulations to you, Carlos. We're definitely going to miss you. I always enjoy doing the interviews with all of our youths and all the great job that you do. But I wanted to ask you, thanks for those recommendations. I really appreciate. And you hit on it a little bit, and it's recruiting. As I go out and I go to talk to different schools and stuff, I think that there's still a shortage. A lot of people, even in our schools, do not know about the YAC. I'm trying to get my grandkid, and I asked him the other day, he's 14, he's a freshman in Killeen. I said, you heard the YAC? He said, no, I don't know what that is. I said, what? My own grandkid doesn't even know what YAC is. So, what can we do as a council? And as you say that, we're getting ready to hire a new communication director. And so what we can do with the city, with our new communication director, this is an opportunity to see how we can do, how can we market the YAC. And as you guys know, when I used to travel all over the country, and I made mention of this before, through the mayor's conference, they would always give us a lot of accolades of what a fantastic YAC program that we have here in the city of Killeen. So I always hold that to the standard, but how can we let our local kids, those kids that don't know, what can we as a city do to help you guys with that recruiting?
So thank you for the question. So right now, I am actually working with our park and Recreation's liaison that works with us directly to more streamline the process between somebody applying to be on the Youth Advisory Commission and them coming to the first meeting. But beyond that, this is actually an issue we've been having to work with for like 2 years. Social media, just getting us out there on social media, and we have been currently trying to get our own social media, and we did in the past, but that was since pre-COVID. We've had some issues in that process. And so we would love to work with you guys a little bit more on being able to set up our own, social media, following all the rules and procedures that we have to follow. We're okay with that, but that is a pathway that we want to take because, you mentioned something about the phones, and the kids nowadays, that's all they do. That's how you reach them is through the phone. And so we want to be able to do that a little bit more.
And one more thing, you mentioned social media, but a person like me, an old guy, I'm still on Facebook. I don't know how many youths are still on Facebook. So, and I think the city is probably still on Facebook. So that's a good point that you brought up. We got to go to where they're at. What are the programs that our youth are using? Otherwise, we miss them. But thank you. Appreciate that.
Of course. Thank you. Any other questions?
Thanks, Mayor. I don't really have a question. I just want to say, all the interviews we've done with you, outstanding, and congratulations and Godspeed in your future endeavors to you and the current YAC. You guys have reconfirmed the statement that a child should not just be seen but also heard, and you make that a point because, and for those that are worried about that gap or if we're losing, I think y'all are stepping right up in it and moving forward. And all your recommendations are perfect, as the mayor already said. And like I said, let's continue to do great work. And I hope to see you come back and visit to mentor those that come behind you.
Of course. Well, I would like to thank every single one of you for everything. And I do plan to come back to Killeen and serve Killeen in any way that I possibly can. But, thank you for your time.
I have one more statement.
Oh, go ahead.
Since Executive Director, Mr. Murphy, and also your liaison, obesity is a big challenge within our youth. And yes, they do talk on phones, but we need to get them active. And I hope that YAC will look at putting in some programs and get their parents involved. Anything we can do with a community garden, that's something that we can teach them or show them correctly how to eat, but get them moving this summer. In any kind of way we can help with that. And Mr. Murphy, I see you smiling. He has some ideas, but I want YAC to buy into it to get our youth moving.
Okay, well, I appreciate the recommendation and comments, and it's certainly something we're going to look into, because as soon as you said that, a million ideas hit my head. So, and we would love to work with you guys on that. So we'll look into what we can do and possibly work with Mr. Murphy to see how we can support that process.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Of course, thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Madam Secretary. Oh, so you want me to say that? Or you can say discuss agenda items?
Work session, discuss agenda items 3 through 17 for the May 2025 regular session. MN 25010, consider minutes of regular city council meeting of April 15, 2025. RS 25078, consider a memorandum resolution approving the appointment of an executive director of communications and marketing. Kate McDaniel.
Thank you. Council, as you know, we have a long agenda. Everybody have reviewed their package prior to the meeting. So let's move this agenda. Good to see you again, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Just wait 1 second for... I am here this afternoon to discuss the appointment of the new Executive Director of Communications and Marketing. The Executive Director of Communications and Marketing position will become vacant on May the 30th. To recruit for this position, the position was posted on February 26th of 2025, and it was posted for 30 days. We did advertise via local, state, and national channels as it is an executive position. We received 19 qualified candidate applications for review, and 10 semifinalists were selected and asked to complete the following, which included a video submission, a written work submission, as well as completion of a questionnaire. From those 10 semifinalists, 4 were selected for interviews, and those interviews were conducted on May the 1st with a panel throughout the city. From those interviews, a candidate was extended a conditional offer of employment. That would be Ms. Tori Bethany, and she is here with us this afternoon. Ms. Bethany has served in the communications and marketing arena for more than 13 years, and the vast majority being in public service in the state of Texas, primarily in the Austin and San Antonio areas. Ms. Bethany received her Bachelor's of Arts in Communications, Journalism, and Marketing from Our Lady of the Lake University in San Antonio, Texas. And it is the staff's recommendation that the city council approve the assistant city manager's, appointment of Ms. Tori Bethany as the City of Killeen's next executive director of communications and marketing. And again, Ms. Bethany is here with me this afternoon, should you have any specific questions for her.
Thank you. Ms. Bethany, could you please come up? First of all, welcome to the City of Killeen.
Thank you.
Yes, it's indeed an honor. I saw your video. I was very impressed about, welcome to Killeen hometown. It was really nice. I was impressed. So tell us something about yourself other than your resume.
Well, I'm from Texas, as you all know, and I'm passionate about public service. As a communicator, I really do believe in transparent communications, and so I try my best to reach people where they are. You all have mentioned that a little bit, and to actually make sure people are informed. So I'm just really excited about this opportunity. Yeah.
Well, thank you. It's indeed a pleasure to see you. Okay, there's no questions for you. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank
Madam
you.
Secretary.
RS 25079, consider a memorandum resolution approving an agreement with Zenner USA awarding naming rights for the Family Aquatic Center and 4 athletic fields within the Killeen Athletic Complex. Antonio Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. You know, I done gave you a couple of tasks to do already.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor. Good afternoon, distinguished council members. We're here today to again, come with another sponsorship agreement that we hope you will be in your favor. The awarding of naming rights for Zenner USA for the Family Aquatic Center. On January 21st, 2025, the City Council awarded RF 25-03, Consultant for City Park Facilities and Sponsorship Agreements to Sportsman Solutions. The scope of services include evaluating the city's facilities to determine the naming rights and documenting methodology used for these assessments. A flat commission pricing structure applies to all service phases, with 20% of the gross commission allocated to Sportsman Solutions and 80% to the city. All agreements proposed by the Sportsman Solutions are submitted for council consideration. The following items are considered by Sportsman Solutions when determining sponsorship value of a facility: facility amenities, age, value, and access; facility foot traffic; presence and visitors in local versus regional market; visibility of the facility and signage; type of sponsorship rights, whether they be presenting, naming, or exclusivity. Sportsman Solutions is in discussions with Zenner USA to secure naming rights for the Family Aquatic Center and 4 athletic fields in the Killeen Athletic Complex. The proposed agreement would entail a commitment of $25,000 per year for 5 years, with the option for 2 additional 5-year terms. The city will retain $20,000 annually, potentially totaling $300,000 after Sportsman Solutions commission is deducted. The estimated cost for signage is about $5,925, which will be shared equally between the city and Zenner USA, resulting in a cost of $2,963 for the city. Now we have a few images of what potential signages may look like. Again, council will get to approve the final say on what the exact signage will look like, but this is just to give you a ready reference. Staff recommends the City Council approve the agreement awarding naming rights to Zenner USA for 5 years with the option for 2 additional 5-year terms. And any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Anyone like to speak? Okay.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I asked a question at the last meeting, but this one, looking at the amount of money we were charging or getting for the building, looking at this, we're looking at the aquatics facility and 4 fields?
Yes, sir.
And that's the total is $25,000?
Yes, sir. And to give you a little insight to the rationale behind, our aquatic facility is only a seasonal operation,
Okay.
pretty much for about 12 weeks and open in operation. So that would give a short window for mass visits and communication with a long closure period. But our athletic fields are experiencing phenomenal growth with our youth athletics and our adult sports, so we would have a constant traffic flow there.
Okay, yeah, I was probably still dreaming we had an auditorium, I'm sorry. Okay, I still think, as I said before, the number is low. And I know that they look at the age of our facilities and that determines. So the other question I have, either you or Assistant City Manager, I know we're upgrading a lot of our facilities, is there a way in the contract to renegotiate it to where the value goes up if we are now building? Because in your evaluation criteria, you consider the age of the facility to determine the value that's considered. And can that be relooked prior to the end of the contract?
Do you want me to take that one?
Go ahead.
Yes, sir, we can renegotiate that at the 5-year point, as can they. So if they decide that this may not be the value that they were looking for, Zenner can come back at the end of that 5-year period and decide this isn't for them. And if we want an increased price, we can discuss that too at the end of that first 5-year period.
Okay, so no type of amendment during? the
Not
5
during,
years?
no, sir.
Okay, thanks.
So, Mr. Murphy, I did have a question. My only concern was, and I talked to Mr. Cagle and the Assistant City Manager in reference to that. When we do contracts on these to allow individuals to put their name and right on the building, and we give them the opportunity to, if we want to renew their contract. So how many buildings do we have in Killeen? Because to me, it's one group is monopolizing if we continue to renew this contract, and we do business with so many businesses in Killeen. So why is it so long to give them that option?
One is to see a return on investment. Anything shorter would not be a fair assessment of a return on their initial investment because it is so much upfront with cost for signage and getting them placed on these facilities. But also it gives a chance to bring attention from other local businesses. The terms of the contracts are specified out. They have a close date, so anybody who's interested can come step up anytime and express that interest, and we can start additional negotiations. And selfishly, I hope that we build more facilities. So that is the wish and desire.
So how many buildings do we have available for signage?
Buildings and
If
amenities
you don't have
fields,
it right now, you can send me an email tomorrow.
I will send you an email, man.
Okay, no, I
Thank
didn't mean to put you on the spot. Okay, that's all I have.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you.
Madam Secretary.
RS 25080, consider a memorandum resolution approving a memorandum of agreement with Armed Services Young Men's Christian Association, ASYMCA, for the joint use of facilities. Antonio Murphy.
Thank you. Mr. Murphy?
All right. Well, a little bit of background. The Aquatics Division of Parks and Recreation aims to establish a memorandum of agreement with the Armed Services Young Men's Christian Association for shared facility uses over the next year. Additionally, this partnership will enable the Athletics and Aquatic Division of Parks and Recreation to conduct lifeguard interviews and swimming qualification assessments at the natatorium while also exploring and developing opportunities for collaborative programming. The natatorium will be available to the city at no cost for 5 months from December to April during the winter and spring aquatic program seasons. This includes access to one room for hiring, interviewing, and conferencing during the same period. The multipurpose fields at Lions Club Park will be available at no cost for 4 months from April to May and September to October for the Armed Services YMCA, flag football, and soccer programs. Staff recommends that the City Council approve this memorandum of agreement with the Armed Services Young Men's Christian Association for joint use facilities for the period specified.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. There's questions for you. Madam Secretary.
RS 25081, consider a memorandum resolution authorizing an interlocal agreement with Hill Country Transit District to provide transportation services for the City of Killeen Elderly Transportation Program in the amount of $50,793. Tiffany McNair.
Thank you. Hey, ma'am, how are you?
I'm doing well. It's nice to see you, Mayor.
You too, you too.
So background, annually, following the approval of funding by City Council, the City of Killeen executes an interlocal agreement, ILA, with the Hill Country Transit District to provide general public transit services in the city of Killeen. The current ILA was approved on November 5th, 2024. With an effective date of January 1, 2025. After conferring with our city attorney's office, we were instructed that a separate ILA is required for the elderly transportation program to protect the integrity of the original agreement. And so here we are. The elderly transportation program has been active since 1997. The purpose of the program is to provide public service through the payment of fares for transportation for eligible beneficiaries, and those beneficiaries are a City of Killeen resident, age 62 and over, and 80% or below the area median income. Those three items that are listed are not separated ever, so they have to meet all three of those criteria. Since 2022, Hill Country has provided expanded services specifically for the City of Killeen Elderly Transportation Program. As of this current fiscal year 2025, Hill Country provides transportation through its urban microtransit services and commuter regional services. Qualified seniors are transported from a specific origin to a specific destination within the designated microtransit zones. The service area is the Killeen Urbanized Zone, which includes Copper's Cove and Harker Heights, as well as the Temple Urbanized Zone, which includes Temple and Belton. This reflects the service area. And if you notice in the middle, we have the fare cost. The next slide, we'll talk about that. So we fund this program on our end with block grant and general fund. The current budget for this year is $50,793, $40,000 out of general fund, $10,793 out of block grant. The fares that we pay are reduced by 50%, so a single ride is only $1, a weekly pass is $10, and a monthly pass is $25. If a rider has an approved personal care attendant, the rates are doubled to the account for that additional rider. So far, we have 113 approved beneficiaries with 28 approved personal care assistants. From October 2024 through March of 2025, the average number of rides per month is 526, with an average cost of $974.17. Staff recommends that City Council authorize the city manager or his designee to enter into an interlocal agreement and execute amendments as permitted by state and local law with Hill Country Transit District for the City of Killeen Elderly Transportation Program in the amount of $50,793. And I am available for questions, and I also have the program manager, Ms. Celeste Sierra, here, and she may take questions as well.
Thank you. I just have one quick question.
Yes.
Do they pick them up at their home if needed?
Yes.
Okay.
And as long as there's no barriers to getting into the home or to the street, there are some people that live in apartments, and we've been trying to negotiate with the property management to open the gates, but as long as there's easy access, they will come to wherever they are.
This is an excellent program. I know Councilman Solomon sits on that committee. Would you like to say anything, Councilman Solomon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I think this is a really good expansion of what we're doing, and we're looking out for all of our citizens. And I'm glad that we are looking at this, and hopefully we'll approve it.
Yes, thank you.
My last question to that for our seniors, do you see the number growing, or do we have to need more funding toward this?
Ms. Sierra has told me, she's all the way in the back, but that there is a continued application that comes in periodically for people that want the services. And because they have given us this discount, we actually get more rides for the money. So we are in a good spot right now with the monies that we have set aside for the program this year, and I could see us being in a great spot even next year.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
Ms. McMahon, thanks.
Yes.
One of the questions I was asked is and not all of our seniors use the phone for the app. So where can they get the pass? I don't know if you can answer that.
So they're not restricted to just using the app. It's preferred But Ms. Sierra personally helps people call in, get the rides scheduled and pickups determined. But Hill Country actually has staff that is there to pick up a call that comes in on a landline.
Okay, great. So it's not, they don't have to just use the app, they can call.
They don't have to. It is preferred. It's better for record keeping and also confirming the location
Right.
of the pickup. Sometimes some of our participants are at a local site and they don't know the exact address of where they are. So with the app, it's like Uber or Lyft, and not to promote any private company, but where they can pinpoint your location just by using the app.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary.
RS 25082, consider a memorandum resolution approving a 5-year professional services agreement with Gases 101 for the Killeen Fire Department in an annual amount of $28,755. Jeffrey Reynolds on behalf of Chief Kabinski.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Reynolds, for stepping in for Chief in this time of need.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Mayor, Council. This is a five-year professional services agreement. Gases 101 is a company that specializes in this types of detection systems. Gases 101 has provided quarterly testing, maintenance, and calibration for all Killeen Fire Department gas detectors, which are now outdated and unserviceable. Gases 101 will provide 22 detectors, monitors through a 5-year lease program, and provide inspections, testing, cleaning, and calibration in accordance with applicable state of Texas and federal regulations. The financial impact on this agreement, this agreement will be prorated from June 1st of this year through September 30th of this year in the amount of $9,585. And it shall automatically renew on 1 October, which starts the 5-year lease agreement, and each year subsequent as outlined in the attached letter, which is you have in your packets. And the annual amount is $28,755. This expenditure is budgeted in the fire department's professional service account, so it was already something that we was expecting to expend this year. Pursuant to Texas Local Government Code, Section 252-022, this item is exempt from competitive bidding process, bidding requirements, as it is an agreement for procurement of professional services. And staff recommends that the council authorize the city manager or his designee to approve the 5-year professional services agreement between the city of Killeen Fire Department and the Gases 101 for an annual amount of $28,755. And I'm available for any question you may have.
Thank you. Madam Secretary.
RS 25083, consider a memorandum resolution consenting to the creation of an emergency services district proposed to be known as Bell County Emergency Services District Number 3, which includes a portion of the extraterritorial jurisdiction of the city of Killeen. Jeffrey Reynolds on behalf of Chief Kabinski.
Thank you.
All right. The city of Nolanville has given their support to their fire chief to begin the process of creating an emergency services district that is planned to include the city of Nolanville and surrounding unincorporated areas that include portions of the city of Killeen's extraterritorial jurisdiction, which is the ETJ, also known as the ETJ. Because of the proposed ESD includes a portion of the city's ETJ, the city must provide consent to creation of the ESD and inclusion of the portion within the city's ETJ. This is required so that it may be included for the proposed ESD's creation, election to be called by the Bell County Commission Court pursuant to the Section 775.014 of the Texas Health and Safety Code, which is also in the package and is copied below. The petitioners anticipate the creation of the election will be called on the November 4th election. The area you see surrounded with the blue ring here is the area that we're talking about, the unincorporated area, which is in our ETJ. To the north of it, you got Fort Cavazos, and to the far east, which is where it extends to, you got Chalk Road. That gives you a general understanding of where we're extending it to here. This is basically just to section of the code that of the creation of the district for that includes a municipal territory. Basically, it states before the district may be created that contains territory in municipalities' limits or ETJ, a written request to be included in the district must be presented to the municipality's governing body, which we're doing here tonight, after the petition is filed under section 775.015, except as provided by subsection C. The territory may not be included in the jurisdiction unless the municipality's governing body gives its written consent on or before the 60th day after the date on which the municipality receives this request. The proposed area is currently not in our corporate city limits. It does not affect the current fire department's response plans that is currently covered by Nolanville Fire Department already. If any of the proposed area is annexed into the city of Killeen in the future, the city may remove that territory from the ESD, and the Killeen Fire Department would then assume responsibility for the fire responsibility services in that newly annexed area. We have alternatives here tonight. The alternatives are either to consent or not consent. If consent is not given, the city would assume responsibility for all fire response to the proposed area upon creation of the new SD. It's staff's recommendation that we approve the petition here. Council approve the petition as presented. The proposed area will be the responsibility of the newly formed ESD and relieve the Killeen Fire Department of the primary fire response of this area. And as we all know, the Killeen Fire Department's already kind of spread as thin as they can be spread. So I think this is a good opportunity to pawn off some of that responsibility. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
RS 25084, consider a memorandum resolution authorizing the approval of change order number 2 for the Watercrest Road reconstruction project in the amount of $1,220,340.28. Andrew Zagers.
Good afternoon, sir. Good to see you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and fellow council members. We're here to present for change order number 2 of Watercrest. If you recall, change order number 1 was when we actually issued the contract. It was to create that miscellaneous construction item, kind of a contingency item for small things. Obviously, we're talking a lot bigger here, so we're here for change order number 2. Again, the Watercrest project was included in that CIP plan as a project in 2022. Actually, it's 21, sorry. On August 6th is when the council awarded the construction to Cash Construction for $10,952,337.65. During the construction, when they were out there starting to open up the road, we were starting to find out some items, the soil, that we needed to treat more soil, so we had to add lime. And that was a thing that we had to have a little bit more than what we had contingency, so we were proposing with the change order. There were some other things that came up. The type of curb that was bid wasn't the wrong one. We needed curb and gutter. There were some more areas that we had to put fencing in for ADA safety. And also at the intersection of Cody Poe, we decided, based on a lot of the emails and conversations we had with the residents, that we were going to put in a flashing beacon for a crosswalk. So add a crosswalk and put the flashing beacon similar to what we did on Rosewood. So all those we put together, we negotiated with the contractor for a while and got to a price where we can accept and come here to council. One thing I want to make a note, actually we can say, like I say, we work with the contractor. It's already summed up what we were talking about with the lime. The proposed change order is $1.22034.28. One thing, when we actually started the project, we did have enough contingency in the budget to account for something like this. We kind of had a feeling that we may encounter some lime. So as we talk later on in the evening, go over the road summaries and talk about the numbers that was presented, we already took this money into account. So as we talk later on, you'll see that this number was already in the Watercrest project. So we're here to obviously approve, seek approval for this change order so we can continue on the project. And again, this funding is available. Here's the limits of the project: Watercrest from Clear Creek all the way to Willow Springs, with a signal over there at Robinette. There's kind of pictures of what they've been doing. We did have an issue where they left for a while. We were working with that contractor, pressuring them to come back. They're actually right now working on some of the water line issues, the conflicts, and trying to route those. We're trying to coordinate that with what's going on with WCID as well, so we're not going to have any conflict with what's coming up with that. And then staff recommends approval of change order number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Zagers. One of the recommendations that I would like for you and your staff to consider, we do get a lot of emails, and thank you and your staff, because I send you a lot, and you do reply back. We have to do a better way of communicating. I know we give a chart on our Facebook page on the updates, but it's not detailed enough. One person found out that the construction company just quit, for whatever reason that was, and that's not the way it should happen.
No.
If we can do a better way on our Facebook or through our website to communicate with the residents in that area what is going on, instead of just saying, oh, update 1. No, be more detailed. And I think that it won't stop the emails, but I think we will reach more people in that area. That's just a recommendation.
No, I appreciate that. We are looking at improving our website. Our engineering page needs a lot of help, and with the new communication director, we're going to be seeing a lot of changes on it. And yeah, having more information where it's available to the public, it helps with a lot of those emails and calls. So,
Thank you so much. Madam Secretary.
okay.
Questions?
Oh, yes?
Can you, what is the updated timeline for the completion? I know that it extended the original one, right?
I believe, I can't recall exactly, I think we were looking at March of next year with the extension. We were looking originally to be more the fall, but now with this change order dealing with the lime, it is going to be pushing it into that first quarter of next year.
And Mr. Zager, that's for all the roadways that we're doing construction on.
That is this project in particular. I think later on I'll kind of go
Right,
into
but when
the
we do
project.
communication,
Yes.
that's all projects that we're working
Yes.
on. So
Yes.
the residents in different areas will know what's going
Yeah,
on.
we have that quarterly report. We update every 4 months, or every 3 months, excuse me. And so we update that. We see the dates, and if the things change, we also have the graphic. But we'll be putting more out there. Each project is a little different, but this particular project, we're looking first quarter next year.
Yes, sir. But when we have a breakdown, like the construction workers, they quit, stuff like that, that's important for residents to know this is the delay. You may not be able to go in detail.
Right.
But I think I don't think we owe them that.
Yeah.
Because it is causing a mishap. It's inconvenient for them live in that area. So I think when I ride by there, every time we get an email, I see the same thing they see, and it does not make the city of Killeen
Right.
look good if we don't take 5 minutes out of a day to communicate with the residents that we work for.
Yeah.
So we can do better. We all can.
No, appreciate it. We do that. It's just this particular, what we're doing with the contractor, there was some little subtle things we really couldn't say because we were negotiating and we were pressuring him. And honestly, we were about to take legal action to get him back. So we were working with our attorneys to get him back, and they did arrive back on the job site last week. But it was one of those type of things, we didn't want to really share all the details while we were going through that process with that contractor. It was frustrating. It was frustrating on everybody. Anyone that lives out there, anyone has to drive the road, trying to get them to fix the potholes and what their responsibility was. It has been a trying time, and we're definitely keeping that pressure on that contractor to keep them moving forward and get this job done.
Thank you. Councilmember Solomon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Zager, I wanted to know, speaking of communication, do we have signage out, like on Watercrest Road, of actually what is happening, is under construction? Do we have anything saying what's happening on the roads, on the construction
We
roads?
pretty much just do the construction ahead type signs, more general traffic control. I believe the contractor has on each end a sign with the flashing. They're supposed to put one that says construction ahead, road reconstruction. We don't put a whole lot of stuff in the road itself. We rely on other means when people want to find out the real details of what's going on. Because when you're driving, you don't want to have a whole lot of information that someone can disseminate while they're driving the car. But we have the construction ahead, the road closed, there are lanes closed, narrowing, those type of thing, mainly for the safety, to promote that safety through traffic control.
Yeah, I brought this up before.
And there is a project sign that we have out there as well. I can't remember exactly, I think it was where we had the ribbon cutting, but kind of gives an information contractor and a little bit of information of the project.
Yeah, and I'm talking about what I've seen over off the chance one time you were doing some construction and it said, this is your dollars.
Yeah,
you know.
that's our project sign. We do have that out there.
You have that out there.
Mhm.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary.
RS 25085, consider a memorandum resolution authorizing a letter of no objection regarding an application for foreign trade zone designation to be submitted by Dongjin Semichem Texas, Inc. Wallace Mesher.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This item is a request for a letter of no objection, authorizing the city manager to sign a letter of no objection regarding an application for foreign trade zone designation to be submitted by Dongjin Semichem Texas, Inc. So a foreign trade zone, otherwise known as an FTZ, is a federal program designed to assist U.S.-based manufacturers and distributors to compete with those who are manufacturing and distributing abroad. Businesses located within an FTZ are considered outside of the U.S. Customs territory, which allows them to store, process, manufacture, and re-export foreign and domestic goods without paying customs duties until the goods leave the zone for the domestic market. FTZs encourage investment in the U.S. and the creation of American jobs by allowing U.S. businesses to operate with equivalent customs treatment to businesses conducted offshore. In order to take advantage of the tax benefits associated with being in an FTZ, Dongjin Semichem Texas, Inc. intends to apply to join FTZ 183. Benefits to a U.S.-based business located in an FTZ include duty deferral, duty exemptions, inverted tariffs, logistical benefits, scrap waste may be reduced on foreign articles, and other benefits including no state or local personal property tax on domestic inventory held for export or import. Foreign Trade Zone 183 was created in 1991 and is administered by the Foreign Trade Zone of Central Texas, Inc., which is a nonprofit economic development corporation. The entire Austin Round Rock MSA, which includes Bastrop, Caldwell, Hayes, Travis, and Williamson counties, is pre-approved by the federal government as FTZ eligible. This designation allows for more expeditious processing of applications. If approved, the FTZ designation will exempt Dongjin Semichem's inventory from ad valorem inventory tax. This includes both imported inventory and inventory held for export at the site. As part of the application process, a letter of no objection must be provided by all taxing jurisdictions, including the City of Killeen, Bell County, and KISD, to the FTZ board. So in order to join the FTZ, there are 5 steps. First, the applicant requests sponsorship from FTZ CTI, and then notifies the taxing jurisdictions and confirms no objection to the application. That's the step we're at tonight. If approved, they'll continue on to obtain geographical designation from the U.S. Foreign Trade Zone Board. From there, they'll obtain activation approval from U.S. Customs, and the FTZ will go live. In 2024, the total value of Dongjin's inventory was estimated at $5.29 million. Based on our current tax rate, the city collected $34,796.23 in inventory tax last year. If the FTZ application is approved, the city will forego collection of all future inventory tax. With that, staff finds that the letter of no objection is necessary for Dongjin Semichem to be able to apply for inclusion in the FTZ, and if approved, this designation will provide tax benefits to Dongjin Semichem Texas. Staff is recommending that the City Council adopt a memorandum of resolution authorizing the city manager to sign a letter of no objection to the application submitted by Dongjin Semichem for a foreign trade zone designation. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. There's also a representative from Dongjin Semichem here tonight, as well as representatives from KEDC.
Thank you. Madam Secretary.
PH 25012, hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance requested by Republic Engineering and Development Services on behalf of 5011 Cunningham Road, Colleen LLC, case number Z2504, to rezone approximately 22.91 acres out of the T. Cunningham Survey, abstract number 199, being lots 71 through 74, out of Llewellyn Estates number 3, unrecorded subdivision, from A Agricultural District and R1 Single Family Residential District to Planned Unit Development, PUD, PUD, with SF2 Single Family Residential District and RT1 Residential Townhouse Single Family District uses. The subject property is locally addressed as 5011 Cunningham Road, Killeen, Texas. Requires a 3/4 majority vote. Wallace Mesher.
Thank you for that. Council, Mrs. Mesher has the next 5 items. Ma'am, the floor is yours.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. As you know, Mayor and Council, this is an item requesting approval of a plan unit development on Cunningham Road. The subject property is approximately 22.91 acres. And if approved, the applicant intends to develop a build-to-rent community comprised of 80 dwelling units, including 55 single-family units and 25 townhome units on a single lot. All streets within the proposed development will be private and maintained by the property owner. The red star on your screen indicates the location of that property. This is an aerial of the subject property. As you can see, it's currently undeveloped. It has frontage on Cunningham Road, and there's also access to the rear via Love Spur. The concept plan for the proposed PUD provides for homes that front on a common open space with walking trails and landscaping throughout the development. The proposed layout is intended to foster a sense of community and provide for enhanced walkability throughout the development. Proposed PUD regulations include provisions regarding the architectural standards, repetition of the building elevations, provisions for visitor parking, minimum landscaping requirements, fencing standards, and buffering requirements. Cunningham Road is a designated arterial roadway. Therefore, a typical residential development along an arterial would be required to provide a 6-foot masonry wall along Cunningham. Via the PUD, the applicant is requesting or proposing to provide a landscaping buffer along Cunningham with canopy trees planted at 20-foot intervals, which equates to approximately 36 trees. As you can see here on the PUD concept plan, there are no residential lots that front or back up to Cunningham. So in this case, the majority of the frontage along Cunningham will be a detention pond. And then there's also an interior private street between the Cunningham frontage and the fronts of the residential development. So it's not a typical residential subdivision where you have rear yards butting up against the arterial roadway. So in this case, we felt that the masonry wall was not necessary and that the landscaping screening was more appropriate. With regard to the concept plan itself, you can see that the front portion here, the proposed underlying zoning of that area there is RT1, while the underlying zoning of the remaining portion of the PUD is SF2. So the RT1 underlying zoning is the townhome zoning, so these are essentially single-family attached units, whereas SF2 is a single-family detached land use designation. They're also providing visitor parking throughout the development in several locations throughout the development, as well as walking trails, which you can see throughout. And I want to touch on this too. Right here and right here are the location of the proposed detention ponds. The property sort of has a ridge in the middle and slopes to both sides, so that detention will account for all of the stormwater runoff of the proposed project. If approved, the applicant intends to pay fees in lieu of parkland dedication. Based on the anticipated 80 single-family units, park fees will total roughly $96,000. This is a view of the subject property facing west from Cunningham Road. View of the subject property facing north along Cunningham. Oops. View facing south. This is a view facing down Love Spur. This is the comprehensive plan. As you can see, this area and pretty much everything around it is designated residential mix on the future land use map. It's also within the controlled growth sector on the growth sector map. And staff finds that the applicant's request supports or furthers several comprehensive plan recommendations, including improving the fiscal productivity of development, encouraging incremental evolution of neighborhoods, diversifying housing mix, including types and price points, and building complete neighborhoods. This is the floodplain map of the property. This is an exhibit prepared by the applicant's engineer showing the drainage patterns in the area. So you can see again that ridge where the property drains this way on this side and this way on this side. And that all drains into the floodplain there. We notified the property owners of 102 surrounding properties. To date, we've received 21 responses in opposition to the request, which accounts for 49% of the 200-foot notification boundary. This map shows those property owners in opposition to the request. The proposed concept plan contemplates homes that front on a common open space, providing for increased walkability and enhanced sense of community among residents. Staff also finds that the proposed PUD offers a pattern of residential development that's not currently available in Killeen. If approved, the proposed development will provide a build-to-rent community, which will help to diversify the housing typologies available in Killeen and fill the need for missing middle housing. Therefore, we're recommending approval of the applicant's request to rezone the property from agricultural and R1 to PUD planned unit development with SF2 and RT1 underlying uses as presented by the applicant. The Planning and Zoning Commission on February 24th recommended a disapproval of the applicant's request by a vote of 6-0. Therefore, in accordance with Section 3139E, approval of this request does require the favorable vote of 3/4 majority of the City Council. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I just have one quick question. They voted 6-0
Yes,
planning and zoning. Did they say why? And do this project fall within our comprehensive plan?
Yes, ma'am. The Planning and Zoning Commission expressed concern about, one, the amount of opposition that was present during the public hearing. And the primary concern was just, I think it was essentially based upon the opposition, the people that were there to speak against it. They didn't offer a whole lot of additional comments.
Okay, and my last question is the community outreach, setting up with the residents to have a meeting. How did that go?
The applicant did hold a meeting last week. I wasn't present at the meeting, but I do know that it was held. The applicant's engineer provided a summary of the discussion that was held during that meeting, and some feedback, and also some potential mitigating factors that they have considered. I believe that was emailed to the council directly.
But the residents don't know what happened. Is he here so he can give a quick overview? Thank you. We know, but that's my biggest, not towards you. We have to do better with communication to the public. We have to. Yes, sir.
Yes, the meeting was held. We had a couple dozen residents show up for the meeting. At the meeting, there was a short presentation given, similar to what staff has done for y'all tonight. And then we opened it up to questions. A lot of the questions had to deal with just, not in support of it, that they don't feel that this type of development fit their area. And I'll be honest with you, we didn't change a lot of minds that night, but I hope in the effort that people got more information about the development. On top of that, we were able to get some feedback. There's a couple things I had recommended to add to any type of approval that may occur tonight, including increasing the detention requirements to include the 100-year storm. And then some other ones about access to Love Spur, making sure that the gated access in the rear also was built in a way to discourage pedestrians using that right of way. That was one of the requests of the residents who live back there. The people who live on Love Spur, that has been treated as a driveway for a long time. And, there's not proper, they had not had to build fencing in order to worry about pedestrians walking down that area. So we agree with that. There's some other concerns brought up about other fencing requirements. We are proposing privacy fencing around the majority of the property that's not fronting Cunningham. They had brought up something a little more substantial than that. We feel that privacy fencing would be adequate, but, again, that's something we'd leave up at y'all's discretion. Is there any particular questions that y'all have about the meeting?
Was there any room for negotiation, compromise
As far as,
with the residents in this project? Other than, I can understand, nobody wants someone to take advantage and constantly use that right of way on that particular road. And you admit that that is a challenge for the individuals living there. Did you offer any solution to that?
our only solution is to try and limit it as much as possible to only emergency vehicles. It's a requirement by the city for us to have that access point. So we're kind of stuck with putting something there, but trying to come up with the best solution we can.
Okay. Councilman Sagar.
Thank you, and I think you answered most of the questions. I think that when I went out there talking to the residents, I think the biggest thing they brought up was the flooding issue going down there. And I'm not sure I got a clear answer on that. I know that you guys are putting retention ponds and all that.
Yes, sir.
But are you pretty certain that this is not going to affect the residents that live down there as far as flooding? I know that there's a house there on Love Spur, and that was her big concern. And how's that going?
Yeah, so could we pull up the floodplain or drainage? Yep. So we provided this, we did some preliminary calculations for the floodplain there that's on the west side of the property. And okay, gotcha. There it is. Okay, so what's shown in the red and in the, I guess it would be orange color, are the drainage areas contributing to that floodplain. There's 282.31 acres draining to that floodplain in the red area, and our site contributes an additional 8 acres to that. So our preliminary calculations show that in a 100-year storm, there's about 1,500 CFS coming through that floodplain, and our site produces about 55. So with our detention pond, we would be at the minimum making sure that our post-development flow meets that pre-development 55 CFS. Now, looking at where we enter the floodplain, we are entering the floodplain at the very southwest corner of our property where the pond is. The majority of the flooding issues that are occurring out there right now, in my opinion as an engineer, are typical what we see in floodplains. These older floodplains that haven't been restudied in a long time. There's new data out there. Rainfall data changes constantly. So it's not uncommon what we're seeing. And that's why we wanted to propose, let's step up our detention ponds to make sure we cover that 100-year storm instead of letting it go as is currently allowed within the city drainage manual.
Well, and if something happens, here's the thing too, if let's just say it gets worse, or you have your normal rainfall and you get flooding, what's going to happen is people are going to say it's because of that housing, all that new subdivision that's there. And that's my only concern is trying to get that flooding, making sure that, because yeah, you're in an area that, it looks like you're always going to have that flooding issue there.
And we can only control to our property line.
Yeah.
Honestly, the floodplain is technically off of our property, on the neighbor's property. And really, even if we were to over-detain even above what we proposed, that would not change much. We're looking at less than a 5% contribution from our site. So when it comes to the peaks of how water flows through these bigger drainage areas, there's a lot of different theories behind trying to get some water out of there before other water comes in. There's a lot of different ways to do that, but we're a little bit stuck with being able to just handle our 8 acres here.
Are you required to get flood insurance on these properties?
No, if they're not within the floodplain, no. And this property is about 15 feet above where it says the base flood elevation is.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Condition. He cannot make the condition by building there worse than what it is already, the condition is now, correct?
Are you asking whether the city can require something beyond what would be required by the impact of their development? No, the city cannot do that.
We cannot. Okay. My only concern is that, and you agree, there is a concern that the residents should have concerning this. But then the comprehensive plan, according to the city, you fall within it. And you're following our guidelines, this council right here guidelines. But if there was some kind of way that, I don't know, you can reassure that, hey, by us building this here, it would not have a negative impact on you other than the right-of-way, the traffic. I mean, you can't get around that.
Yeah, looking at the site, the access to Love Spur would have to happen no matter how the site is developed.
Okay.
No, there's nothing that can be done. If someone develops in any way there, you would have to do that. When it comes to the density, I mean, we have somewhere around 62% open space, which is much more than you'll see on a typical, your 50, 60-foot lot residential subdivision. In my opinion, this is a very good project for this location and a very unique project to the city of Killeen. Something that, I've been doing projects here for 15 years, and something that I haven't seen very often. And I think it's unique. It'll give maybe some, someone else the idea to do something similar throughout the city. Getting this through will help other developers feel more comfortable with trying to do these types of projects.
Okay. There are no more questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, last minute, sorry. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So, in general, and this is again just for public, just in general question. So, we understand the general implication. We're saying that it could or may not affect the runoff. You're working within the appropriate boundaries. I'm just curious, what happens if something were to take place and this were to impact the neighboring subdivisions? How does that, or the neighboring area, how does that impact them? What is the requirement for the developer? Or is there any way that you are, is there any obligation to you to make any sort of amendment or change to the layout of the land or to the development at that point if something negative were to actually happen as a result of this development?
Yeah, so the engineer is required to seal these plans by state law, that it is designed correctly and within all of the rules and regulations of the municipality. I could lose my license if I don't do that. That's what guarantees you that this is going to be designed to meet the regulations that the city currently has.
Thank you, ma'am.
Council members, Member Solomon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In reference to the drainage, sir, and maybe Mrs. Zager can answer this. I think that's a huge concern. One of the questions I know where I live at, we had a lot of drainage while they were building. A lot of water came when we had these storms. How can you ensure, once you're building that, to minimize the drainage going downstream while you are actually building?
Yeah, so the city does require a stormwater pollution prevention plan. Now, that's mostly to stop your sediment from running off into your creeks and drainage ways. It doesn't really act as a detention facility. Now, the one thing that we do stress to all of our contractors is the first thing you need to do is build that pond. That way, you can use it, one, for sediment trap, and two, to control drainage. But three, you can also get it built, get it vegetated, get it looking nice, all those good things. That's one of the hardest things in Texas, especially in the middle of the summer, is getting grass to grow. And getting grass grown on a development, whether it's under construction or just recently completed, is the number one thing that can help in that situation. That would also be something that we would be open to as a condition of approval, especially for that western detention facility, is something to the fact that we would, need to build that facility first, and that it at least be able to hold the water back from the site during construction and use it as a kind of a sedimentation basin within the stormwater pollution plan.
Okay, another question is on the sidewalks. There are sidewalks within the area inside. Are there going to be sidewalks on the main street outside of that area?
No, so within the development, all the roads will be private and narrowed down to discourage pedestrian walking along the roadways. Everyone will have access to sidewalks out their front door. Every single house or townhome will have access to sidewalks out their front door that will lead them through the development with minimal street crossings that lead all towards Cunningham, both the proposed amenity center that's near Cunningham and to the sidewalk on Cunningham.
Okay, so it's going to be sidewalks on Cunningham.
There is sidewalks currently on Cunningham.
Okay, thank you.
So I know the city attorney said that we couldn't do a condition to the items that he said he would agree with. We can't make that a condition for the zoning, correct?
What I was answering is that you couldn't go beyond, you couldn't require something beyond the impact of the development. You can place conditions on your approval, but they can't go beyond the impact. And we're specifically looking at drainage and potentially, I'm not trying to put words in anybody's mouth, but a condition that would require to detain more than the impact of the development. So that's
Yes,
where
ma'am,
what I was-
that is what I was asking.
Okay, so
My concern was just the drainage. That's the biggest
Okay.
concern we have.
yeah, so if and it sound like if he's addressing the drainage and is written into it, the council would not be restricted from adding that into this as a conditional use or approval.
Adding what?
Anything like what the mayor addressed or anything that was brought up in the discussion with the residents that they may have come to a compromise on.
If there are conditions that, that the developer is agreeable to, and they aren't conditions that go beyond the impact of the
We can do
development, we can do that. But the
Got it.
question I thought the mayor was talking about was about drainage beyond and I can't remember the number, but the 55
It was,
CFS
yeah.
or something like
It
that.
was, I was
So-
just saying, just a follow-up question. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all.
Madam Secretary.
Madam Mayor, Councilwoman Cobb would like to speak.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I forgot you were up there. Hi.
Good
Yes,
evening,
ma'am.
council. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Good
ma'am.
evening. Can you hear me?
If go back, sit back from the camera, but we can hear you. There you go.
Oh, super. My question is to the developer. I would like, maybe I missed something. Can he restate the conditions in which they're gonna take care, that they would take care of in reference to the drainage?
Yes, sir, she missed that part. Could you do a quick
Yes.
synopsis of that?
So what we were proposing was to require the post-development flow of the development to not only reduce or match for the 25-year storm, but also the 100-year storm.
So basically, you're taking it up another notch.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what he's saying.
Okay.
He's going beyond to address that.
And I think that's wonderful, going from 25 to 100 years, but my concern right now is what's going on from the past. Are you gonna take care of those problems or discrepancies that are going on? Only in the area in which you're building and on Love Spur and any of the drainage or discrepancies that there's there, will you be handling those also? Is that what you're saying?
No, ma'am. We would only be
Only for the new?
we would only be handling the post-development increase of runoff from our site.
Okay. You've answered my question. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Madam Secretary.
PH 25023, hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance submitted by Mitchell and Associates, Inc. on behalf of Central Texas United Groups, Inc. and J&U Properties, LLC, case number Z2509, to rezone approximately 5.6 acres out of the W.H. Cole Survey, abstract number 200, from AR1 Agricultural Single Family Residential District to B3 Local Business District. The subject properties are locally addressed as 10450 Tremere Road and 3350 Chaparral Road, Killeen, Texas. Wallace Mesher.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. This item is a request to rezone approximately 5.6 acres from AR1 to B3. The properties are locally addressed as 10450 Tremere Road and 3350 Chaparral Road. Mitchell and Associates has submitted a request on behalf of Central Texas United Group, Inc. and J&U Properties, LLC to rezone approximately 5.6 acres. Property is currently undeveloped and unplatted. If approved, the applicant intends to develop a commercial business on the property. Subject property is located within the controlled growth and neighborhood infill sectors on the future land use map, on the growth sector map, and is designated residential mix and neighborhood commercial on the future land use map. The red star on your screen indicates the location of those properties. This is an aerial. As you can see, it's two separate parcels which are currently undeveloped. This is a view of the subject property from Chaparral Road facing north. View from the subject property facing south across Chaparral. View of the subject property facing east and facing west. There are no surface wetlands on the property and no evidence of environmental impediments. If approved, the requested B3 zoning designation would allow for a variety of neighborhood commercial uses, including retail, restaurants, offices, personal service establishments, gas stations, convenience stores, banks, oil and lube stations, auto parts sales, new at retail, mini and self-storage, and other similar commercial uses. We notified the property owners of 14 surrounding property owners, and to date, we've received no written responses either for or against this request. This is the notification buffer for this property. As you can see, it's currently zoned AR1. Property to the east and the north are currently zoned B3, and the properties to the west are zoned R1. Staff finds that the applicant's request is consistent with the location of the property at the intersection of Chaparral and Tremere, and that it is also consistent with the comprehensive plan. And we're therefore recommending approval of the request as presented. Planning and Zoning Commission on April 14th also recommended approval by a vote of 4-0. Yes, ma'am.
PH 25024, hold a public hearing and consider a city-initiated request, case number Z 2510, to rezone 8 lots, including lots 11, 12, 39, and 40, Block 2, and lots 43 and 44, Block 3, out of the Gray Park addition and part of Lot 2 and all of Lot 3, Block 13, out of the McNair Park replat from B5 Business District to R1 Single Family Residential District. The subject properties are locally addressed as 1004 and 1006 Stewart Street, 1003, 1004, 1005, and 1006 Alexander Street, and 1003 and 1005 Jackson Street, Killeen, Texas. Wallace Mesher.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
This item is a city-initiated request to rezone several properties. Again, those addresses are 1004 and 1006 Stewart Street, 1003, 1004, 5, and 6 Alexander Street, and 1003 and 1005 Jackson Street. Again, this is a city-initiated request to rezone those properties from B5 to R1. The purpose of the request is to change the zoning to be consistent with the existing single-family land use. If approved, the request will bring the residential use of the properties into conformance with the zoning ordinance. The location is indicated by the red star on the screen. This is an aerial showing those 8 properties. As you can see, they're currently developed as residential, but they are zoned commercial, so the intent here is just to rezone them to R1 to make them conforming. These are the properties on Stewart, Alexander Street, facing east on Alexander Street, and Jackson Street. These properties are located within the infill and enhanced sector on the growth sector map and the neighborhood commercial designation on the future land use map. The request is consistent with the Killeen 2040 comprehensive plan. We notified 64 surrounding property owners, and we've received 1 written response in support. This is the notification buffer for those properties. Again, the properties are considered legal non-conforming, which means that in case of total destruction, they could not be rebuilt. If approved, the request will bring the existing residential use into conformance, which would allow the properties to be rebuilt in case of total destruction. It'll also facilitate the property owner's ability to refinance their home or sell it if they choose to do so. So staff's recommendation is for approval as presented, and the Planning and Zoning Commission on April 14th also recommended approval unanimously. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
PH 25025, hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance to amend Chapter 31 of the Killeen Code of Ordinances, providing amendments to the requirements for the process and requirements for obtaining a conditional use permit.
Mayor and Council, this is an item amending Chapter 31 of the Code of Ordinances. Section 31456 outlines the process and requirements for obtaining a conditional use permit. Currently, Section 31456, subsection B5G, states that the Planning and Zoning Commission shall recommend disapproval of an application for a conditional use permit if the proposed use will incorporate the sale or distribution of alcoholic beverages for on-premise consumption. This language was adopted in 2010 via Ordinance 2010-059. The proposed amendment, if approved, would strike that entire subsection from the Code of Ordinances, which would allow applicants to request a conditional use permit for a business that sells alcoholic beverages for on-premise consumption. Staff's recommendation is for approval of the ordinance as presented. The Planning and Zoning Commission on April 15th also recommended approval by a vote of 4-0. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
PH 25026, hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance designating the residential reinvestment zone, an approximately 7,064 acre tract generally located on the northern edge of the city from the border of Fort Cavazos to the north and west, City of Harker Heights city limits to the east, and Hallmark Avenue, Terrace Drive, and East Veterans Memorial to the south. Wallace Mesher.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. This is an item proposing a residential reinvestment zone which, if approved, would make residential development within this investment zone eligible for tax abatements. So the proposed residential reinvestment zone would include all property within the North Killeen revitalization area, as well as all property within the city limits north of Veterans Memorial Boulevard. So it's the current NKRP area plus anything north of Veterans Memorial Boulevard. Proposed area is a focus area for new residential development due to the aging housing stock that is in need of revitalization, as well as the high prevalence of vacant and underdeveloped lots and blighted housing. So this is a map showing the proposed residential reinvestment zone. If approved, the zone would allow for tax abatement for residential development, including single-family, two-family, and multifamily that meet the minimum criteria outlined in the abatement guidelines, which are later on in your agenda tonight. The project must involve a minimum investment greater than 300% of the base year taxable value for new facilities or 50% for modernization. Adoption of these guidelines would demonstrate a commitment to long-term growth and neighborhood sustainability on the north side of Killeen, increase access to quality housing, and increase developer confidence in North Killeen. As we've been working to recruit a grocery store to the North Killeen area, grocery retailers have expressed to us a concern or a need to see additional residential growth in the area in order to make a potential grocery store viable. So this will help us in that regard and hopefully encourage new residential development, which will in turn attract a grocer. So with that, we are recommending approval of the proposed reinvestment zone as presented.
Thank you. This is truly an amazing thing that's going to happen over on the north side of Killeen, especially with housing. But when you said grocery store, you notice that big smile. Rooftops does bring grocery stores and businesses, and that north side has been overlooked for a long time. It's just time for us to bring them up to the next level.
Yes, ma'am.
So I am really excited and happy for this. Thank you.
How long is the tax abatement for?
The tax abatement would be dependent on the particular agreement.
So if you build a new house
But right
out
now,
there-
residential isn't even eligible.
Oh, residential's not?
Right.
Because I think that's a good idea. I thought that was what was included, because it said residential including including single-family, two-family, and multifamily.
So this would just make new developments eligible. So currently, commercial development is eligible for a tax abatement, but residential is not.
So this would make it.
That's right.
And that's what I mean, if you build a house on the north side and you do have tax abatement, how long, you don't know how long that tax abatement goes for?
It would be based on the agreement. So an agreement would be put in place.
So each one is going to have its own individual? That's going to be hard, right? I want to know
That's
what
how
I'm
the
getting.
agreement, this just puts in place, the ordinance just puts in place that there's a zone where you can get the tax abatement. And to do that, though, you have to enter into an
apply
agreement.
and all that, okay.
And so it would be by the terms of the agreement on how long the abatement would be in place.
Okay. All right. I think it's a good idea. But I think just have to find a little bit more. So I think, like the mayor said, I think it's an opportunity for us to grow the north side and put more new development there. But I think if we can work on just trying to get a little bit more clarity, because that's what we want to sell to these developers. If I get a developer that says, I want to build, but I don't know what it's going to be, that's going to be hard. So I think we need to provide them a little bit more facts.
We need to do that right now before we vote, instead of table this issue. I'm gonna call you back up, because I understand what Councilmember Segarra is saying. If a developer is interested in taking advantage of this reinvestment tax, and just say hypothetically, what is in detail? What do they have to do? What is
The details would be dependent upon the nature of the particular
What
proposed
is the
development.
process?
There's an application. So there's another item on your agenda to consider readopting the guidelines and criteria for tax abatement. And so the guidelines and criteria are set forth in that policy. And so the intent is that if would want the applicant to apply and review, and this is an economic development tool, right? So it's a tool in the toolbox, and if a proposed development comes forward and says, we're building this, then we can negotiate with them and decide, what tax abatement is warranted based on the proposed development, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and what I'm looking for, like, I think, and we'll get to the policy, but I think it's a time period, 5 years, 10 years, whatever it is, that if you do this, it'll be 5 years, 10, because, you build a house over there with no taxes, you're gonna sell them like crazy. People are gonna be buying and moving into that area, especially new developments. If you say you build a house, you get 5 years, you can sell it, you can tell the people that are buying it, they got 5 years. So they move in for 5 years, and 5 years tax-free, and then we can collect taxes after that. So I think something like that would be an incentive for people to buy homes on our north side. So, thank you.
But first, we have to develop the home. So yes, they do need to buy, but we need to develop in that area. Any more questions? No. Madam Secretary, thank you for that. That is excellent.
RS 25086, consider a memorandum resolution readopting the guidelines and criteria for tax abatement. Wallace Mesher.
So this is the tax abatement guidelines and criteria. As you know, a tax abatement is an economic development tool that provides temporary relief from property taxes and encourages redevelopment of underutilized or distressed areas to create environment for growth and investment. Benefits of tax abatement include attracting private investments, stimulating job creation, improving property values in the city's long-term tax base, and enhancing quality of life through new private investment in areas that might not otherwise be redeveloped. In order to offer the tax abatement, the city is required to establish guidelines and criteria governing this economic development incentive, and the subject property must be in a reinvestment zone or enterprise zone. Tax code provides that tax abatement guidelines and criteria are effective for 2 years from the date of adoption. Since 1996, the city of Killeen has adopted tax abatement guidelines. The previous guidelines and criteria were adopted on October 18th, 2022, so they need to be readopted. The readoption of the guidelines and criteria for tax abatement does not limit the city council's discretion in determining whether to enter into a tax abatement, nor does it create any expectation of approval. So this is the current reinvestment and enterprise zones. So the enterprise zones are in blue, and the TERS is shown in the blue hatched. If approved, the residential reinvestment zone will allow tax abatement for residential facilities in a larger area of North Killeen than is currently available. We also have one active tax abatement agreement with First National Bank, which was approved in April of 2020 for 100% of the incremental real property tax for 10 years with several criteria. The first is that the minimum real property investment of $12.8 million with the construction of 47,000 square foot commercial building and the retention of 130 full-time jobs with a minimum salary of $66,982. In 2023, First National Bank completed the building valued at $18.4 million, and First National Bank has certified annually the number of employees and average salaries. Most recently, in 2025, they certified 130 employees with an average salary of just over $72,000 a year. So the proposed amendments to the tax abatement guidelines include adding the residential tax abatement in the reinvestment zone to include all residential typologies, that is single-family, two-family, and multifamily development. And the project must involve a minimum investment of at least 300% of the base tax value, or at least 50% for modernization, as I said earlier. So increasing the minimum investment for commercial facilities to be considered for tax abatement to 300% of the base year taxable value, or an overall investment of $5 million. And proposing to add a provision for commercial facilities that 50% of the jobs created must have a salary greater to or equal to 150% of the area median income, which is $53,073 per year. We are recommending that the City Council readopt the amended tax abatement guidelines and criteria for the next 2 years.
Thank you. I have a quick question.
Okay.
If this is passed by the council, how will the public, like businesses that may want to come to this area, developers, builders, whatever it might be, how will they know about this new incentive that we're offering from the city?
So the information is currently all available on our website. We can also work with communications to make sure that that information gets distributed so people can take advantage of it.
Yes, ma'am. Really big on communication.
Yes,
We
ma'am.
have the knowledge, but do the public have the same knowledge we have? I think that's very important. Thank you for that. Madam City Attorney.
I just wanted to add to our conversation a minute ago about the term, and it was mentioned that we have an agreement for 10 years. So under the tax code, the tax abatement agreement can be entered into for a period not to exceed 10 years, so anything up to 10 years.
Thank you for that. Anyone else? Okay.
My statement was just that.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, council, instead of taking a break, we're going to go straight into citizen comments. After citizen comments, we will take a break. But if you would like to get up to stretch your legs during citizen comments, I understand, but hopefully we can just all stay here and hear our citizens. With that being said, for anyone that's new here, you have 4 minutes to speak on agenda items. We'll start out with Mr. Marvin Keller. Keckler? Kecker. All right, sir, you have 4 minutes.
Good evening, council. First
Good
of all,
evening.
it's an honor to be here. It's been years since I've been here, but my main purpose, I've been watching a lot on TV, and I am glad with the job you're doing. You guys have done an outstanding job. We don't have to agree on everything, but you guys, everything that you do it for the better of this city. And I ask that you continue to keep doing the good work you're doing, no matter how people come at you, no matter how people harass you. Because you know when you can look in the mirror when you wake up every morning and say, I'm doing for the city. And we greatly appreciate you, the police department, the fire department, all the city workers. It takes unusual people
Sir,
to serve the city.
I apologize. Oh, okay, I was trying to see where you were going on a topic on the agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it, but I've been holding that for a long time. I had to get that out. Thank you.
Oh, okay, well, thank you. Okay, thank you. Mr. Sean Price? Good evening, sir. You have 4 minutes. I mean, good afternoon. You have 4 minutes.
City Council. So as usual, I got lots of questions, right? I like the endeavor on the last time that the mayor tried to answer a lot of the questions that I had asked the last time, so I appreciate the effort, right? It does mean a lot when the effort comes forward, and I see it, and I
Yes, sir.
appreciate that.
You're welcome.
So, and congratulations to the new member of the city council. And to Ms. Gonzalez, too. I think that's everybody, and of course, Ms. Cobb. So, as I'm going through, I'm looking at this, I had several questions. On RS 25079, who's going to maintain the signs or the buildings? Who's responsible? Is it the person that's got the sign up there, or is it going to be us, the city, right? That's my main question. Are we paying for the light bulbs? Are we, all that type of stuff? So the maintenance for the signs specifically. If they fly off, hit a car, smash a car, are we liable? That type of stuff. So just who's going to be responsible for that? And is that part of the contracts? As I come down, RS 25083, what effect does this have on other areas, right? So as we develop another district, right, are we sacrificing services from another district, right? Is there a sacrifice, developing this, are we sacrificing other services? Because we are limited in our services until we get the new EOC up and running. And we're already stretched out for our current, EMS as well. So that's my question. Are we stretching it even further by doing this, making is this a new district, or is this making one district larger? RS 25084, I'm looking for a justification for the additional $1 million, right? How much area does this cover? How many miles is this fitted in for the cost? So that's all I'm asking, because every mile is paid, right, for the $10 million that we paid for the current mileage on that road. So what is the extra $1 million is actually being attributed to? RS 2585. And I apologize, my notes are kind of chicken scratch scrabble, so I apologize. I even have a hard time reading my own notes here. Will this affect other companies as well, this zone? Or is it just attributed to one company? Not only that, how much of the chemicals that they have, right, as to what their hazard rating is, how much more will they be allowed to maintain in the area, right? And what is the threat assessment to the neighborhood if that should catch on fire, right? Are we going to catch that downwind? So, because this says that they can have more chemical storage in their area. So what's the current amount that they can store? And what does this allow them to increase to? So what are the limits based upon that? And does it extend to other businesses? That's just my question for that one. And then what is the actual cost benefit to the city, right? What are we paying and what's the benefit that we get from these adjustments, right, economically?
Thank you, sir.
And I think I got them all this time.
Michael Fornino.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. You have 4 minutes.
Upcoming Stage 4 water conservation. Of this, I can only say, well done. The planning and notification of this project should be a model of how things get done around here. Well done to Misters Reynolds and Zagers for the meticulous planning and notification prior to commencement of this project. Communications Director, it is my hope that Ms. Bethany can solve the mystery of the how and why the live stream council meetings run smoothly and without technical difficulty until and only when citizen comments begin. This glitch only seems to appear when I and certain other citizens begin to speak and is magically fixed after we have completed our remarks. Watercrest and similar projects. By now, it is clear to all who are paying attention that Watercrest Road, which I live near, and Bunny Trail were nothing more than a failed PR stunt to repair a former and recalled councilman's image. The rush to get Watercrest work started repaired neither his record nor the road. Nearly a year later, the road is an utter disaster. The city manager, who has supreme oversight on all things in the city such as this, has failed once again to take any accountability for its current condition and lack of progress. When will any of you on the council acknowledge his continued failures? With evidence staring us all in the face, and it's impossible to deny. As there is no progress nearly a year on, I would suggest that reverting the end state to remain as a 4-lane road as it was, as opposed to the planned 3-lane with soft center median. Any of us who live near Watercrest envision increased accidents, especially in the specter of head-on collisions with impatient drivers using the center median as a passing lane. Let us learn from the experiences on Rosewood Drive. The city manager's plan to mitigate speeding and accidents was to increase the speed limit, which only increased speeding and accidents, of a more spectacular level, I might add. Authority does not dictate reality. In A Man for All Seasons, St. Thomas More posits that some men think the world is round and others think it flat. It is a matter capable of question. If it is flat, will the king's command make it round? Or if it is round, will the king's command flatten it? His dictates on things and lack of That's where I'm going. His view of reality does not match up with what we're dealing with. On that, I will say, wake up and shake up. I and others are sick of paying for this kind of nonsense. I live right near it. I see it every day. That road is falling apart as we speak. We're doing our best to just maintain it. The weather and the traffic load, now doubled to the one side, is chewing that road up. I live there. I see it every single day. Traffic light at Robinette, good idea. I would suggest a traffic light at Cody Poe as well. That's going to slow things up, but to make it one lane each direction with a median right there, the only thing that's going to do is give world record response times to Station 7 because they're going to be right there at the scenes of the accident. I understand the need for a sidewalk, but I have heard rumblings in the past that there is a way to put a sidewalk on the north side of Watercrest in its previous condition of 4 lanes. Just adding that center lane with all the other planned things going on there, it's inviting trouble. There's already been accidents as it is right at the end of Watercrest and Willow Springs. There's one just the other day, car flipped over. These are things, I live there. I can vouch for that. So while we're at this tactical pause with the road, could we possibly re-examine keeping it a 4-lane road? Because right now, the 2 lanes is not supporting the weight and the traffic with just 1 lane each way. That's just a precursor of things to come.
James Seals. Good afternoon, sir. You have 4 minutes.
So I'd like to apologize to the city secretary team because I did not write down my agenda numbers on my request to speak forms, and apparently that was not a great move, so I apologize. So road construction updates. It's been about 2 months since we've talked about Featherline, and Featherline is already delayed about 12 months. So Featherline was supposed to start the beginning of 2027, and the packet that was submitted tonight for construction updates, Featherline will not start until the end of 2027. I stood up here numerous times about Featherline construction and the concerns of myself and citizens about Featherline construction and home development. And I stood here during a town hall, and I was assured by a city manager that that road would be done before homes were put in place. And that was on that timeline. And now it's already delayed another 12 months. So Featherline won't even be done until late 2028. And you're telling me that those homes will not be built by then. And I stood right there and I asked this question. And we were assured that no homes would be built before Featherline was done. And now you're already 12 months past due, and you haven't even started. I don't understand. All the other issues you're having with the roads, let me put it in perspective. How many times have you torn up Featherline? 0. That's a county road for the longest time. City has not dug up that road. You have no clue what you're going to find there. And I know that because you're tearing up the roads you built today, and you don't know what you're finding. You're finding water lines and sewer lines you didn't even know existed on the road you built, let alone Featherline, which you've never touched. So it's going to be delayed further. And we tried to tell you when you rezone that land what was going to happen. Right? But I was told experts, right? Experts. They can predict the future. They know that it's going to be done. And now it's not. So what's going to happen? Mr. Cosper, Mr. McLean, they're not going to stop. And I don't blame them. They're going to build. They've already been delayed. So what's going to happen now? How are you going to balance the building of homes and the rebuilding of a 2-lane road? Also, if Chaparral, by some happen chance, gets approved, you have Chaparral Road construction starting in 2028. How are people going to get home? So I want you to consider that. Please ask the tough questions in engineering. How did this happen? You haven't even started, and you're delayed 12 months. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sue Hallmark?
She wants to wait till public hearing.
Oh,
Thank you, I can't hear.
oh, no, ma'am, that's fine. I'm just trying to make sure I got a form for you. And I do, okay. Yes, ma'am. She don't want to do citizen. Heather McNeely?
I want to wait till.
No, okay. All right. Melissa Brown, you have 4 minutes. They don't want to speak, neither one of them. Did I not hear that correct? Okay. She got a form right
They
here.
said they're going to wait for public hearing.
Oh, this,
Can see why you're rushing. 3 weeks in a row having to be here. You want to actually take your time for the citizens, would you? Let's go ahead and start with the renaming of the Killeen Athletic Center and 4 of the athletic fields. For $25,000 a year, we get $20,000 of for 15 years. We are selling ourselves to the lowest bidder at this point. I guarantee you we could have got more money for that. But it comes from a contract that was approved by this council that wasn't read thoroughly enough to make sure there were checks in place, to make sure there were balances in place, because that is a ridiculously low amount of money for the amount of marketing press that they're going to get just by putting their name up there. I would reject this and ask the firm to go back and do this properly, get us what we deserve, because we don't deserve to be on discount. Okay. As far as Watercrest Road, how were these issues missed? I'm very confused about this. So either core samples weren't being done and checked before they started tearing that road up, or there was no engineering report with all of this information from the last time Watercrest was expanded to 4 lanes, or we just didn't pass that along to our engineer. But this never should have been missed before they started tearing that up. There are ways to make sure that that doesn't happen. And again, it's a half-assed work. Approved by the council that's now costing the citizens an extra $1.2 million, which, Mayor, you always talk about how Zephyr should have been a priority. It was a priority in 2021 when we passed the street maintenance bond. Zephyr was included in that. But you know why we haven't built Zephyr? Because all that money is going to Watercrest, to where we missed everything, messed up, had to renegotiate. And then we have the audacity to blame it on the construction team that isn't going to do things wrong and not have anything in writing saying if we do this extra work, we're definitely going to get paid for it. I wouldn't do that, especially after what happened with Stagecoach and the lawsuit involved in that. That's not a really great business move for anyone. I'm going to skip ahead and I'm going to talk about the tax abatement resolution. This is not re-adopting anything. This is adopting a revision. Tax abatement would have to apply to leased properties. Page 6 says that abatements can range from anywhere from less than or equal to 3 years or up to more than or equal to 10 years. So that should probably be corrected to no more than 10 years. Businesses should have a requirement to employ current Killeen citizens for at least 50% of the workforce that they're bringing in. If people need tax incentives to build housing, which is not likely based on the amount of already approved housing going on, then it is not likely unless we're going to bring in more NRP-style apartment complexes. But if property taxes are an issue for builders or investors, that's your fault. You set the tax rate. You approved the budget. If incentives are needed to bring housing here, then this council has done something wrong. But giving away that property tax, y'all want to come in and talk all the time about disabled veterans and how much it's hurting the city. But let's give more tax abatements to more housing. How will this affect the school district and the county? Are they going to be included in that abatement? And then you want to talk about, the fees, but you want to discuss them after citizen comments. So citizens, again, because of your structure, cannot come up and actually discuss the things that you're talking about because you don't have any discussion on it first. So how do we know if we're going to come up and say, yeah, we agree with you, or no, we disagree with you, or we think this should be changed or that should be changed? Y'all should be ashamed of yourself.
Mr. Carl Sherman. Did I miss anyone else? Sir, did you fill out a form? What is your name, sir? What is it? Will you look through those, because I don't see one.
Madam Mayor, I believe he signed up for a public hearing.
Oh, sir, it's not citizen comments. However, because you are new here, if you would like to, and I don't know legal, can I do, he just didn't know. Just wait till public comments? Public hearing? Okay. Council say wait. All right, sir, I apologize. But you will get to speak. Oh, no problem. All right, with that being said, we will take a break. For council members, the other two will join us shortly. Madam Secretary, are you ready? Oh, did you say yeah? I don't know.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
no
I was having
problem.
issues with my microphone.
Oh, the city attorney? Sorry, ma'am, I wait on you. I'm just moving along. All right, consent agenda.
MN 25010, RS 25078, RS 25079, RS 25080, RS 25081, RS 25082, RS 25083, RS 25084, and RS 25085.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the agenda.
Can I get a
Consent
second?
items.
It's not working.
A second.
All in favor, yes. All opposed, no.
You gotta raise it. It's still up.
You have to raise your hand. Sorry. It's not working.
Is it working?
No, sir. Can we raise our hands so we can move forward? Motion carries 4-0. Madam Secretary.
Public hearings, PH 25012. Hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance requested by Republic Engineering and Development Services on behalf of 5011 Cunningham Road, Colleen LLC, case number Z2504, to rezone approximately 22.91 acres out of the T. Cunningham Survey, abstract number 199, being lots 71 through 74 out of Llewellyn Estates, number 3, unrecorded subdivision, from A Agricultural District and R1 Single Family Residential District to Planned Unit Development, PUD, with SF2 Single Family Residential District and RT1 Residential Townhouse Single Family District uses. The subject property is locally addressed as 5011 Cunningham Road, Killeen, Texas, requires a 3/4 majority vote. The caption of the ordinance reads, "An ordinance amending the City of Killeen zoning ordinance by changing the zoning of approximately 22.91 acres out of the R. Cunningham Survey, abstract number 199, being lots 71 through 74 out of the Llewellyn Estates Number 3 unrecorded subdivision from A Agricultural District and R1 Single Family Residential District to Planned Unit Development PUD with SF2 Single Family Residential District and RT1 Residential Townhouse Single Family District, providing a savings clause, providing for the repeal of conflicting provisions, providing for an effective date. Wallace Mesher.
And I want to make a correction on the consent agenda. It was 5-0. I forgot Councilwoman Cobb, when I looked up, she had her hand up, so I apologize for that.
Can she vote on Zoom? Because I thought if it's not open to public, she can't.
Ma'am, you cannot just sit in the audience and just have your own conversation. So it's 5-0, correct? Madam Attorney, she can vote from Zoom.
She can, she just needs to be visually and audio available.
Yes, ma'am, she was on. I just looked up too late. Would you show her face one more time so everybody knows she's on Zoom? She's right there. Okay, thank you. Council, Mrs. Mesher went through the slides. Would you like for her to go back through the slides? Okay. With that being said, is the applicant here? If so, would you like to speak again?
Good evening.
Excuse me.
I think we may have answered most of the questions earlier. I just wanted to list out some of the conditions that we were open to make sure that everyone can hear them. This is what we proposed was the post-development stormwater runoff peak flow rates shall not be increased at any point of discharge for the 100-year storm frequency event, as well as the city-required 25-year storm frequency event. In addition to Love Spur being widened to emergency apparatus access road standards, the roadside ditches of Love Spur shall also be improved to control stormwater runoff to ensure no increased adverse inundation of any building or roadway surface. And number 3 was that the gated emergency access from the development to Love Spur shall be at a location that does not hinder the access or mobility of the residents along Love Spur. This gate shall be designed and constructed in a way to hinder pedestrian access from the development to the Love Spur right-of-way. So those were the 3 that we proposed. Like I said, we are open to alternative options for fencing around the perimeter. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Public hearing is open. Mr. Sean Price, you have 4 minutes, sir. And while he's coming, Mr. Seal, is this the item you want to speak on because you didn't put a number?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. No problem.
City Council, good evening again. So you've heard this from me 1,000 times because I don't like them. I think they're evil. But is this going to be an HOA? Right? Will it have the 8-foot maintained concrete wall on, divide it up, make it into a prison compound? My opinion of what these concrete walls are. I've been to Irving. They look ugly. They're just grossly nasty. Will this, if it's going to become an HOA, will it absorb any other houses into an HOA project? Will other houses be forced into it if outside? And then these detention ponds, right? Are they going to be sprayed for mosquitoes with a pesticide? And if so, what pesticide will they be using to mitigate the standing water after the rains and the runoff doesn't happen, right? Because I'm just curious with that, because that affects the lakes and creeks with pesticide and runoff, kind of destroys other things. So that's why it's a double-edged sword, in other words, right? kind of need it for the runoff, but then, it invites mosquito, and how we mitigate that and what do we use? So those are my questions for that. Otherwise, it's somebody's property, let him do what he got to do, right? All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Rogers? Debbie Rogers? Good evening, ma'am. You have 4 minutes.
Thank you, City Council. My name is Debbie Hallmark Rogers. I'm here regarding the rezoning of the property off of Cunningham. I'm here to speak on behalf of my aunt, Sue Hallmark, and her children, who are my last surviving relatives of my family. My aunt has lived on this property over 50 years. My uncle, Wendy Hallmark, who built and lived in this property and house on Love Spur until he passed. He built most of the donut hole area, including paving Love Spur. The road will encroach on her home. This will reduce and affect her privacy and her quality of life. Residents who have lived in Killeen all their lives, voted and have paid taxes here for many years. They have their rights to enjoy their property, and I'm asking for you to protect my aunt's privacy and home, and please vote no on rezoning this property. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sue Hallmark?
Oh, it's my turn.
It's your turn. She can't hear. It's not very loud in here for her. She wants to come.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
I have
ma'am.
lots of caretakers here.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, you've all heard me before, and I have the same concerns. Like she said, we've owned that property since 1974, yes. And we've lived there since 1978. I'm concerned about Love Spur. I'm concerned about the traffic on Cunningham. I'm concerned about the water retainment that they're talking about. And I'm also concerned about our water and the electric grid. And from what I can get, I do not do computer, I don't do Facebook, I don't do anything. But from what I can have read and can find out, 8,833 homes are being built right now in our area. That's not counting Temple, been to the river, Salado, and all these that all get their water from the same place. Now, I read today about the Water Conservatory, what they're doing, and that's great, but where are they going to get the water? That's my biggest question. Where is all the water and all the electricity coming from that's going to take care of all this development that's going on? That's about all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
No, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. Rick Davis? Good evening, sir. You have 4 minutes.
Madam Mayor, council members, my name is Rick Davis. I live at 5301 Cunningham Road, and I'm on the south side of this development on Cunningham Road. And since I've been there, my yard has started to kind of erode from the runoff from the top of the hill because my property isn't at the top of the hill. It's just a hair down. I get water coming through my yard and through over my garage, and it's a mess. And I don't see why they're so worried about building changing the zoning. Because you and I know that they're going to build something there. And I just hope that the council realizes that they can build single-family homes, and the taxes that are collected will be the year after a person buys those homes. And how much property tax are you going to charge this developer every year? Because in 2-3 years, those places are going to start getting run down, because I've lived in rental. I've been through this once before. And the only thing that's going to happen to that property is it's going to devalue everybody else's, and it's going to devalue itself. And the the developer, he's gone. He's got all the money in the world. And if he builds from this change, all he's doing is loading up his pocket with money. And he doesn't care about the people that live around this area. The people that live around this area are single home dwellings. And I think it should be just single homes. Don't change the zoning, because they're going to have to make up their mind if they're going to build single houses or go through this whole spiel again. And when I was at the meeting on the 13th, I had some questions that I asked. And it's like, where's the sewage going to go? Because on my side of Cunningham Road, we have a 60-degree grade, and everything comes down to the road, goes over the road, and goes right into the people's yard on Pate. And there's nothing stopping it. And sewage. Okay. And then, being where my house is, I have a whole row of cedar trees on my property line, and it would be on the south side of this development. And they couldn't tell me what they're going to do with these trees that block my yard, because some of it hangs over on that property. And it's disturbing to me, because I like my privacy. And I know once that area is developed, all we're going to hear is noise and racket. And I've been through enough. I 24 years in the Army, and I need quiet. And that's about all I got to say. I hope you guys realize that they can build without changing the zoning. They just want to make more money. And that's the bottom line. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Sir? Yes, sir. I don't want to mispronounce your name, so I'm going to wait till you get up here and pronounce it for me.
Harley's fine.
Harley? Okay. And how you pronounce your last name?
Aguilar. Aguilar is fine.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm here as a resident directly south of the proposed zoning change of the 5011 Cunningham Road. I'm here to express opposition of the zoning change. Last time, we had a lot of neighbors, adjacent neighbors to my house, that the fence is right south of this proposed development. A lot of them were able to attend that meeting because they received a notice on the mail. These right now, they were not aware. I'm testing a few of them. Hey, do you know about this? They didn't know. We showed up late because we didn't know ourselves until we got a message, so we were able to make it. So I'm speaking a little bit in a lot of their behalf. The previous vote against this rezoning was largely based on traffic concerns, which I did not hear was brought up this time. Those concerns have not gone away. In fact, they're only going to get worse. Those of us who live in the area already get stuck at the light of Cunningham and Stanch-Luder Loop for 2 light cycles during high traffic areas, high traffic times. Now we're adding even more traffic from the new development at the Thousand Oaks community of Stagecoach. Those guys will be using Cunningham and Onion Road to get out to the highway. They need to use those two roads. They can use Tremere, but nobody's going to do that big loop, okay? People need to go to Fort Hood, they need to go to Belton. They're going to use those two roads. Something that is already happening in that area is that drivers start cutting through our residential streets, Oak Valley Drive and Chance Drive, to avoid congestion, all right? Now this creates a safety concern for families and children in the area. Beyond traffic, my neighbors and I have serious concerns about privacy and property values. We chose this area for its low density, residential character. Packing 100 units, including townhomes, into this space feels like a decision made to maximize profit at the expense of those already living in the area. This development does not reflect the character or the capacity of the area. On behalf of myself and my neighbors, many of whom couldn't attend tonight, I vote against this zoning change. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Steve Overby. Good evening, sir. You have 4 minutes.
She's got some pictures. Steve Overby, Mayor, Council,
Hey,
thank
sir.
you for having us. I'm here in opposition to this rezoning that you want to do. I've lived out there for 42 years. You talk about the 100-year flood and the 20-year floods. 3 times since I've lived out there in 42 years, you've had to close down Onion Road because the water's been over the road 3 and 4 feet high. That's going to run down to this new subdivision that you want to put in. I live on Tremere Creek, and in a 2-inch rain, we get the rain, the water goes up 12 feet. We've got some videos, you'll probably see them later. You've maybe seen the videos of the flooding that we get back there. And you're not getting a true picture of what happens when the rain starts coming down. I've got a half-acre stock pond, and it can fill up overnight with a 2-inch rain. And the same thing happens going on Love Road, Love Spur, where the Hallmarks live. We get a lot of rain down there, and there's nothing to stop it, and it's just going to flood that area. I know he's got a high rise, he's going to go up to stop part of it, but he's got some acres that he's going to have flood problems with the people that are living there. And I'm just real concerned about the flooding. The other thing is that, we're the donut hole. 20 years ago, you annexed us in and promised us lots of things like septic, getting off septic, and none of it we've ever seen. The roads are still in terrible shape. Onion Road, like the gentleman was talking about, the increased traffic with the new subdivisions. Onion Road's falling apart. Cunningham's going to fall apart. And we're just not set up for the more houses that you want to put in the neighborhood. Once you can upgrade it, maybe we'll be ready for it. But right now, we're not. And the city can't support it. You're not doing what you promised us 20 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. James Steele. Good evening, sir. You have 4 minutes.
Yeah, a sheet. Okay. Get a sheet. A sheet. All right. So first and foremost, 50% of the property owners in the 200-foot boundary disapprove this. They signed a petition to oppose this. Summarizing the 2008 donut hole annexation, drainage problems that are a result of drainage infrastructure inadequacies will be included in the CIP. Problems identified in the newly annexed area, such as the 3 areas along Onion Road subject to flooding, data will be collected to rank and prioritize projects. So that's that highlighted piece that I gave you in that sheet of paper. You have over 200 acres of storm water flow that moves to this property because Onion Road CIPs were never done. They were never done. I did a public information request. There has been no drainage improvements on Onion Road since 2008. So the city, some council members are blaming people for buying homes that are near a flood area. In 2008, this was supposed to be fixed. It's not their fault. To compound matters, Gilbert Estates directs all of their north side street drainage directly into private property. So that's the bottom pictures. So when you tell citizens that the city does not approve anything that will do harm to their property, it's not true. That Gilbert Estates goes directly into that floodplain. So when you take this project and you add more floodwaters, it only compounds the issue. Furthermore, detention ponds are not retention ponds. There is a difference. Detention ponds temporarily hold water and then release it. So, have you seen the effects of detention pond flooding? It's worse than actual natural sheet flow. Yowl Ranch was built to the 100-year flood. Their detention pond was. When that flooded, there's pictures all over social media. The residents there were kayaking down the river that the detention pond flooding caused. Right? I'm not lying. Y'all know it. So to say that this will not affect these properties is not true. When that detention pond floods, even if they build it to the 100-year standard, it is worse than what's there today. As of last week, the sewer connections still have not been determined. There was concern during the P&Z, and it's still not resolved. The city has no idea how they're going to connect sewer to this project. And more than likely, they're going to go through somebody's property to do it. So you're going to tear up somebody's property to get there. If you do that, will you offer sewer tie-ins to all the surrounding properties? I don't think that's going to happen, especially for free, or using the septic tank elimination program that no longer exists. This is not consistent with the neighboring land. And I want to bring up one point, try real quickly. There is no missing middle housing in this city, okay? Missing middle housing is determined, the need is determined at 10%. The city of Killeen is at 19%. And you just approved more duplexes and townhomes within a mile of this project. So when you state there's a missing middle housing need, it's not true.
Thank you, sir.
Can I have 1 more minute, please?
Councilmember Alvarez.
Okay.
Councilman Solomon. Councilwoman Cobb. She'll come up. Everybody?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yes, sir. I had 4.
Thank you. So when we talk about consistency with neighboring land, just last point here, you know, when Mr. Purser asked for duplexes on Turkey Trot, the city staff said it was not consistent, even though there was duplexes right across the street on Tremere. And yet here, you're trying to take garden homes, which are 1,000 feet less space than a single-family home, and townhomes, and shove them in the middle of large rural estates. When you talk about residential mix, when you redid the comp plan, all agricultural or large rural estates was turned to residential mix. They all got converted. It's not like this was the point of that. This land was large rural estates, and it should stay that way. So again, to reiterate, please disapprove. Thank you.
You're welcome. Heather McNeely. Good evening. You have 4 minutes.
Just want to make sure y'all can see this. I am a little confused, just to start off with. I thought that council members, if they are on Zoom and they can vote, then residents are allowed to do public hearing
Ma'am,
via Zoom.
that's not even on the agenda.
I could have flown in, not flown in for this, so that is part of that. I flew in for this, and if I could have attended it via Zoom, I would have. So I just want to verify, is that a law or
Ma'am,
not?
that is not on the agenda. Please get to your item.
Good evening, council, mayor, and staff. I'll try to do this without too much emotion, but it's hard. This has been an ongoing issue for years, since the forced annexation. I may not have been here since the beginning, but I have been bringing this to your attention about the poor infrastructure and flooding since 2019. Yes, we may live in a floodplain per a 2008 map, but there are properties that are not on that flood zone map that you are utilizing. The photos and videos have been showing the flooding going on for the past years is well beyond the 100-year floodplain and doesn't include the areas that aren't even in flood zones at all. And just because some of those properties are in a 2008 flood zone doesn't give the city the right to flood us out and make it worse. I have asked for years to do not approve more building till those maps are updated. This is the same ask I had when the zoning of 5011 Cunningham came up in 2021 and was voted down by some of you sitting here today. Ms. Nash King, Sagara, and don't forget Ms. Cobb spoke out against it. That was only 3 years ago. Bring the facts. That's what I was told to do by District Woman. District 3, Donut Hole resident, Councilwoman Cobb. That's what she stated on Tuesday, is to bring the facts, not feelings. So fact, I am a resident of District 3 and of the Donut Hole. The FEMA flood zone maps are dated 2008, the same year the forced annexation on the Donut Hole. That forced annexation that had agreements about drainage, road, sewers, that the city has not held up that end of the agreement. And yet the staff, your experts, continue to use outdated maps. And I can't blame them. They're using the tools the city has given them. The city has given them outdated maps. How many of you use data from 2008 to make your daily decisions? Let's talk about those maps. Yes, our city manager stated that many cities use outdated maps, but those cities are not building at the rate we are. Per the FEMA flood website, flood zones designated may be established or revised when new or more accurate information becomes available because of a FEMA flooded restudy or because of community makes the information available. Did you hear that? The community makes the information available. Several factors influence the frequency of which flood maps may need to be updated, such as extent of new development. How much development have we had since 2008? I believe extensive development has occurred. Floodplain, yes, we live in a...
Ma'am, your time is up.
May I have another minute, please?
Councilmember Alvarez. Councilman Solomon. Sagara. Yes, you have 1 minute.
This is a concept plan.
Ma'am, okay, she got it set. All right. Start, ma'am, can we start back over? Because she had started before it got up there. All right.
This is a concept development of a rental complex at 5011 Cunningham. It's just that, a concept. If approved, they do not have to build what they show tonight. Just as in October 2017, the City Council, to include Ms. Nash King and Mr. Sagara, voted on Gilbert Estates for 8 large lots because the area was to be kept large estate-style lots. This was because of the known flooding and to keep the integrity of the area as rural per the pre-annex agreement. Then, just 5 months, March of 2008, P&Z or your expert staff approved 54 homes to go on what the council approved for 8 lots. The same thing can happen to this. This is a rental complex of 88 units, and they could put up potentially 160 homes tomorrow. I do also want to point out housing. There is only 17 homes currently
Thank you,
listed
ma'am.
with a half
Your
acre
time
or
is
20
up.
acres.
Melissa Brown, you have 4 minutes. Good evening.
It's not a distraction, so we're good. This is not unique except for it being 100% rental. Look at Rosewood PUD, has the same things, only it offers more amenities. It offers more housing variety. And Councilman Solomon, you should very well remember that promises made at community meetings are not always kept when it comes to PUDs. You know what happened to us. Platting, this is nothing more than an apartment complex with larger floor plans. And like was stated, there's no guarantee of the number of units, and staff can approve platting changes without notice to the residents that are around there. This is all platted as just one big open thing, and they can put whatever they want as far as their concept, as long as they meet the minimum requirements. In 2021, 4 out of 7 of you agreed that 22 acres of R1 didn't fit the character of the surrounding community. Excuse me. And then townhomes for this will be put up, that will be at least 2 stories, but up to 3 stories high. If R1 didn't fit the surrounding community, then how does higher density fit that? The abstract for Love Spur was revised in 2019 and then again in 2022 when the new surveys on 5011 Cunningham were done, leaving more of the easement and right-of-way from Miss Hallmark than 5011 Cunningham because it's measured from the center of the road. That was not built by anybody professional. It was built as a driveway instead of the center of the abstract. To make this a 30-foot road and potentially requiring 60 feet of turnarounds, you are taking land from Miss Hallmark and potentially 4022 Hope Drive. And especially with the addition of one drainage ditch that won't protect all of the affected properties. This is in a controlled growth zone, which should only be approved in areas with existing services. Roads, drainage, and sewage are either non-existing or insufficient for that area. Again, we will be providing sewer services to new developments while neglecting residents of the donut hole. It was stated that at least Ms. Hallmark would need to agree with the placement of the gate. She stands to lose part of her carport and maybe more. If you approve this, I hope you are ready to go ahead and approve eminent domain procedures as well. Love Spur is not even a county road. That is going to need a lot of fixing. And then Stagecoach will allegedly be improved, increasing traffic concerns. What we are missing and what is needed and what this should have been, what it was prior to the comp plan changing how the future land use map was established, is estate and AR1. We need large properties with area, with lands that cost money because we have people who have money who would live in Colleen if those options were available to them, instead of packing everything into a smaller area. This is unfair to the citizens who live there. I keep hearing, well, everybody has a right to their property and they have a right to do what they want. What about the people who already live there? Don't they have rights to their property? Don't they have rights to do what they wanted with their property, which is to live in a peaceful community, to have acreage, to not be surrounded by high volumes of traffic? Think about everyone who lives down Love Spur. Think about 2 o'clock in the morning when, emergency vehicles need to get into this complex. It's not even a subdivision, it's not a community, it's a complex full of houses. And they've got sirens blaring right in their houses when that has never been a thing before. I will add that 2 minutes of praising you wasn't on the agenda either. You had to ask the attorney if that was okay, but not when Ms. McNeely wanted to talk about why it was important to her that she should have been able to talk to you about this on Zoom. Ashamed.
Thank you so much for those kind words. Public hearing is closed. Mr. Zager. Oh. I'm used to it. Thank you, sir. Sir, I just have, I guess you heard all the discussion from the residents, and I want to ensure that council is crystal clear as we move forward, because we need a 6-to-1. Am I correct, Madam City Attorney, on this item? 6, we need 6 votes on this?
To pass this, you
Yes,
need
ma'am,
6 votes,
6.
supermajority.
There are some concerns. One of them that threw me off is the sewer line.
So in regard to sanitary sewer, and maybe there might be some confusion when people say sewer, whether it's drainage or it's sanitary sewer. For this project, that they're proposing, the sewer is available on Cunningham Road, so they will be connecting to the existing sewer line that is on that road.
I
So-
apologize for that
So
rudeness. Ms.
that-
Brown, that's your first warning from yelling from the back of the room, because you do not have the floor. When you were here, people respected you, no one said a word. Please give respect to Mr. Zager. That's your first warning.
So, and also water
I
line.
apologize for that.
No, that's quite all right, thank you. So water line is also available on Cunningham Road as well. Now, in regard to the drainage, which was discussed by both the developer's engineer, the property splits two ways. 3/4 of the property drains to Cunningham, which will tie into the existing storm system that is in the road. And then there is a third of that property which is going to flow to the west towards that, to the floodplain. They are proposing that detention to slow down the flows. I think it was mentioned, yes, it is a detention system, so it holds the water back, but it releases the flow at a controlled rate. So it should mimic what is out there today for flow rates for the 25-year storm, and what they're proposing is 100. But yeah, that's really the issue in regard to the utilities.
So will the city be taking over anybody's land to complete this project?
No, the cities, we are not doing any acquisitions at all. The proposed upgrade of the access road, which is Love Spur, it is a right-of-way done by the developer, is a minimum of 20 feet, which is out there. So they would have to have a 20-foot hard surface for emergency access, not 30 that was presented. But it is all in an existing right-of-way.
The other question is traffic coming there for Stagecoach going through, I guess they Cunningham and Chance Road.
So Cunningham is an arterial. It is meant to have a lot of traffic. It's 3 lanes, it's paved, and it has been improved to handle that traffic. Whether we have delays at intersections, those are things we have to look at individually at the intersections. There was a discussion at the intersection of Cunningham and Stan Schluter, where during certain times, usually during the school early morning peak hours, there may be a 2-cycle wait. That may be within that level of service D, which is per our standards. But those are things we have to analyze. We're currently looking for a traffic engineer to be the person to do that work, or we will consult it out to consultants right now to analyze those intersections as they start backing up and becoming an issue.
And I guess my last question, that everyone that did citizen comments was drainage and water. Will this development cause more problems in that area, in the area of drainage and a lot of overflow with water? I guess someone say like Yow Ranch, it had just flooded out. I don't know.
So in regard to Yow Ranch, the reason that the streets flood is because that is what our standards allow it to happen when it rains. We allow to have 12 inches of water in a gutter. So when you go that across the road, the whole road will be flooded during a really high storm. That is what is currently allowed in our drainage manual. So they're not the only subdivision that have flooded roads. They're pretty much everywhere in Killeen. In regard to runoff from this development, it is their engineer that is responsible to prove to us that there is not going to be any negative impact from leaving the site. That is a requirement that is in our manual. They are required to show that the pond can hold a 100-year storm, and that they have to provide an overflow, and they have to show us that there is no negative impacts to the neighboring properties as a result of that pond.
Okay, because I agree, I only can agree for one thing, if it's a lot of rain on my road, it will flood, and I didn't know that, I didn't know that. Oh, okay, any more questions before we move on?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Zager, the developer, the engineer mentioned about guarantee. He switched it to a 25 to a 100-year flood, how can he prove or guarantee that he's going to insert a 100-year retention pond?
So during their analysis, they will look at the entire area, the drainage basin they showed. They're going to look at their existing conditions and model that area with obviously software based on rainfall data, current rainfall data that we use to come up with a number of how much water is leaving that site. Then when they develop it, they're going to take into account the change in the surface, whether it be impervious surface, asphalt, roofs, compared to the grass areas. They then remodel that, and they'll see a different amount of water running off. That's what the detention pond is that they're going to make sure, based on their modeling of the pre-condition to that post-condition, that
Right.
water leaving the site will not be increased.
I'm familiar now with retention ponds. I have one right up 50 feet from me. But what I'm asking is that I think it's in paper that it's 25 right now.
Correct.
He just mentioned about 100-year-old.
They will show that. You can model set these models to whatever storm event it be, whether it be a 2-year storm, a 10-year, 25. Our standards are 25-year, so that storm that happens every once in 25 years or 4%, occurrence every year. And then they will also show us that number for the 100-year storm. So they can adjust their model and their outfall and their design to account for both storms, not just one. So when they look at controlling that runoff, they're going to set a runoff for a 25-year. They make sure that it's going to be modeled to do that, and they'll set another structure if it's a weir, another notch or something.
Right. I
that'll
guess what
control
I'm
that.
asking is this going to be on paper? Because I think right now it's just settled for 25 years, right?
Correct. It's a 25, but then they have to show us that that pond will hold the 100-year storm too. So that is a requirement that we have. We just make sure that it holds it, but that flow leaving it, it's close when you run it and you control, but it's not currently the same amount. But if they're guaranteeing that, they're going to make some adjustments to their design so they can guarantee that and demonstrate that to us.
Okay, thank you.
So, Councilman Solomon, I'm not sure if he answered your question. I think the question he's asking, he understands that it is 25 years now, but the gentleman made a statement that they're going to go to 100 years. And his question was, will that be in writing, that he changed it from 25 to 100 years?
Well, if you make it as a condition, as an approval, they'll be required to show that to us. And then, so when we
that's
do our
something when-
reviews,
If the council vote on it now, they have to put that in there.
they would have to do that and make an adjustment. Since this is a PUD, you would have to make that as a condition for
Okay.
that developer to meet that.
Okay. Yes, Councilman Solomon. Oh, no, I'll wait till you. Councilwoman Cobb?
That was so very important. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
That was so very important to hear the engineer as well as Mr. Zaders come back. We know that we're looking at a zoning issue, and I have spent sleepless nights trying to figure this out, calling people and understanding. But I truly believe that that engineer that stood there, made those conditions, and stated that he would stand by them, and now we're going to put it in writing, has really held my eyes and my thoughts open. I believe that no one is setting out to make properties or not correct properties if something's wrong. So I would like to ensure that the conditions that he has stated are in that contract. And to look at that, he said that there would be gated emergency room over by a gated gate on Love Spur. You know, when you buy land out in the agriculture district, you really just don't want to be around a lot of people and buildings and homes and townhouses. You just want the peace and quiet of a country living. I believe, and I'm really going to pray on this tonight, trusting in this engineer and the conditions that he's going to put in this contract, and the council following these contracts, and your District 3 representative going out checking to ensure that these things are done. I believe that it would be favorable.
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to say what, I believe y'all clarified what Councilmember Solomon was asking. Basically, if you want that condition, it had to be added to a motion. Mr. Zagers, the majority of subdivisions, the drainage, most of them will drain to a detention pond. And where does that detention pond normally drain to?
So when you look at the natural drainage course, where does the water naturally go today or that? Or is there an existing drainage system? So in this particular development, you have it split two ways. 3/4 of it goes to Cunningham, where there is an existing piping system with inlets. They will tie into that. The other side is pointing towards the natural drainage area, the entire area, which is towards that floodplain. So that is the natural drainage course of that area.
And that's what I was getting at. You know, every development across the country drains eventually to some natural water course, and then from there eventually to some water body. That's where we get our drinking water supply from. So I guess what is confusing to me is that there seems to be a posture of surprise that an area designated as a floodplain floods, which to me is almost like being surprised that a river has water in it. I mean, it literally is in the name, floodplain. So that's what's supposed to happen in a floodplain, is this FEMA's telling you these areas are designated to flood during these rain events. Is that true or not true?
That there is a percentage. They're modeled, old model, whether they're old, new, they are designating those areas as an area for flooding risk.
Yes, sir. And going to the comments about the 2008 flood maps, in your professional opinion as a civil engineer, if these maps were updated today, would it change the physical characteristics of what's currently on the ground because we redraw lines on a piece of paper?
So the flood map, the floodplain in this area is considered zone AE, which is an undetermined amount. They don't know what elevation that the floodplains are until a full study has been done. So these are approximate lines as of right now. If we do a study now in this whole area based on new hydraulic data, new rain curves that we have adopted in the state of Texas, those lines will change.
Correct. The lines on a piece of paper will change, but the physical ground, as you go out there and you look at it today, would it change because I changed the map?
No, the ground wouldn't. It would be based on elevations, and the limits of what the floodplain will be different.
Correct. But the ground itself would stay the same until man came in and physically altered it.
Man or nature.
Man or nature, right. Correct. So I did want to touch on that. And then this area that we're talking about, like you said, there's a small percentage of the development that actually drains to this floodplain. I just looked at the current flood maps here, and I don't see any homes that are in that current floodplain. So, you know, obviously, I was a certified floodplain manager when I worked for the city. I understand floodplains. Could I continue my time concurrently?
Sir, your time is up. Councilman Solomon, Councilwoman Cobb. Councilmember Alvarez want to continue to speak and use his time. Okay, you need to keep your mic on. Oh, that's 4. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, Killeen is a community that participates in the FIS program, meaning if there's homes that are flooded due to a floodplain, that they're eligible for grants through FEMA for that purpose. In this case, again, going off of what I see, there are no homes currently in that specific floodplain. So I guess the question, and this may be partially redundant, but the burden lies with the civil engineer, does it not?
Correct.
As a civil engineer yourself, your seal as a professional engineer is for lack of better metaphor or analogy, as a doctor's license. It's your permit to operate as an engineer. If you did not have that seal, you would not be a professional engineer. Your livelihood would not be there. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so as an engineer, private or public, if someone is putting their seal on this model, on these civil plans for this development, and let's say it was to fail and it doesn't perform to the model and the design that the civil engineer sealed, would his seal or could his seal be liable?
There is liability, certain liability, because of the stamp and the certification that an engineer puts on those plans.
Okay, and during your tenure here at the City of Killeen, have you seen or been witness to any civil engineers losing their seals or licenses because they sealed something that did not hold up to what their design was?
No, we have not been participating any of that sort of actions.
Okay. Lastly, I wanted to add that, again, this is a zoning case, so the basic question is whether or not this council agrees that the highest and best use for this property is residential use. Do you want commercial, industrial, or residential? Asking to keep it the same, I believe, my personal opinion, that it borders on communism, because we're dictating what someone can or can't do with their property. And yet we hear these conversations change when we talk about things like code enforcement, and some folks will come out and say, well, you shouldn't be telling these people what they can and can't do on their property. But when it comes to development, it's almost like we flip the script and, oh, well, now we should be telling them what they can and can't do with their property. So which one is it? I'm kind of confused, and it's frustrating. And I understand the concerns of the residents. I myself live in that area, so I understand, their concerns. But at the end of the day, what do you want to see there? That's the basic question of what we're here today to discuss. It's not drainage, it's not access, it's not transportation. Those are platting concerns. We're here to determine the highest and best use. Do we agree as a council that it is commercial, industrial, or residential? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Alvarez. Mr. Zagers, I understand, again, that we're plating issues versus zoning. I do understand that. There's some valid questions. Just out of curiosity, when it comes to checks and balances, so we talked about the engineer's responsibility as far as laying this out. Who verifies, or is there any type of verification that happens on the check and balancing of the engineer's report?
Correct. So the engineering department, we do have development engineers. I have another professional engineer that is licensed, well, two more than in our department, that we review these plans. So before we give a permit for construction, we do review the plans, we review the engineering's calculations, we verify what they're presenting meets the requirements of our standards and our codes, and then any other applicable codes that we have or any other conditions that may be on the development.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Mayor, I just want to say that was well explained by Ramon. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get a motion with the conditions of the 100 years? And there was some other items someone discussed. I guess Councilwoman Cobb said something about a gate. If someone remember all of that, can I get a motion? Councilmember Alvarez.
Mayor, I'd move to approve the request with the additional conditions that the detention pond be modeled to a 100-year storm event, that love spur ditches be improved, and that the location of the emergency access gate be negotiated with the adjacent property owners.
Thank you. Can I get a second to the motion?
I second the motion.
All in favor, yes. All opposed, no. Please click. Thank goodness. All in favor. Councilwoman Cobb, you have to stay on there.
I'm not doing anything.
We'll need to know Councilwoman Cobb's vote.
That's why I said she needs to come back. We need to know if your hand up or down.
It's up.
Okay, I can't see the votes. What do we have over there?
It was a tie, but Ms. Cobb voted yes, so
So,
it'll move
is it
forward.
4-3?
Give me just a moment.
I can't see.
It'll be 4-3.
Okay, well, it failed. It had to be 6-1.
What?
Okay, one more.
Give me just a moment, and I
Not
will
you,
work
Miss
on
B.
this.
Miss B, it came up. We're gonna have to do it where we can see it. Okay. Councilmember Alvarez made a motion, and it was seconded by Councilwoman Cobb. All in favor, yes. All opposed, no. And you can click now. It should be working.
Madam Mayor, can we take the vote by hand, please?
Okay. Councilwoman Cobb, you have to come back on.
I'm on.
Okay, all in favor, raise show of hand. If you are in favor of what Councilmember Ramon stated, please raise your hand. So how could it be 4 and you only got 3 hands up? Okay, so I'm assuming it's, oh my goodness. Councilwoman, okay, so that's 4. All opposed? Okay, so it's 4-3. So motion failed. All right.
They're not building.
So now, Ms. McNeely, we still in session.
I'm sorry, she got excited and
Ms.
said.
McNeely, you were clapping, we still in session. With that being said, council, I'm going to bring Mr. Garrett up. We're going to change the order. Mr. Ricky Garrett, Madam Secretary, we're bringing him up. Madam Secretary, whenever it's the slides up, are you ready? Whenever you're ready. Mr. Garrett, I apologize. I was intending to call you after citizen comments, and it slipped my mind. I apologize. Yes, sir. You ready? Mr. Reynolds.
PH 25023, hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance submitted by Mitchell and Associates, Inc. on behalf of Central Texas United Groups, Inc. and, nope.
It's DS-25-024. Upcoming stage and water conservation. Is that not it right there?
My apologies. The item we just reviewed was PH 25012. Are we moving items, are we moving the discussion up?
Yes, Mr. Garrett item. That's you, Mr. Reynolds. This is your items?
This is my item. Mr. Garrett is here for WCID.
Right.
Because it's WCID.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. You got the right slides up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So we'll continue with the public hearings after this.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. DS 25024, upcoming stage 4 water conservation. Jeffrey Reynolds.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor, Council, thank you for moving this up so we can get Mr. Garrett out of here. I want to give you a little quick update and a background about the upcoming Stage 4 conservation item that we have coming up. On May 7th of this year, Bell County Water Control Improvement District, known as WCID number 1, submitted a press release regarding 2 planned projects to improve reliability and enhance resiliency that are nearing completion and require a shutdown of the 48-inch water line to make the final connection. This repair will entail replacing approximately 5,000 feet of an existing 48-inch water line and the construction of a 3 million gallon concrete storage tank as depicted in the pictures below. This is a picture of the 48-inch water line that will be going back in the ground, so we do the replacement. We've had several breaks in the lines that's currently there, as the lines are very old and need to be replaced, so we're trying to prevent future interruptions. Why is this water conservation needed? Reduce water consumption by at least 30% during repairs, as the 48-inch water line that is being worked on delivers approximately 2/3 of the total water supply to the surrounding cities. Who's affected by this? The city of Killeen, Harker Heights, Corpus Cove, Fort Cavazos, Nolanville, 439 Water Supply Corporation. And just so you know, that 48-inch line is the main line that brings water into Pump Station 6, which is located at the corner of VMB and Fort Hood Street. That's where the water is supplied to Killeen, Fort Cavazos, and the city of Corpus Cove. But for Corpus Cove and Fort Cavazos, that is their only water line coming into the city of Killeen. City of Killeen have other water resources coming from the north and the south. When will this happen? Stage 4 will be implemented on May 27th through the 30th. That is the plan. Repair for this barring any weather interruptions. If lightning happens to happen during this thing, this repair, then they will of course have to stop during that time, but then they will resume immediately following the lightning. Residents are requested to begin mild conservation efforts on May 26th, which is on Memorial Day. We wanted to push this past Memorial Day so people can go out and enjoy the pools and do the things they want to do on Memorial Day, but the next day we're going to start this repair. What does Stage 4 conservation mean? No outside water use. All outside water uses are prohibited except for fighting fires and for watering animals. No car washes, residential or commercial. Use of water to wash motor vehicles, motorbikes, boats, trailers, etc. is prohibited. No construction use of water, meaning no use of water to wash down buildings, structures, or dust control. All of those items are prohibited during this 4-day period. No watering of the grass. No pool refilling, and splash pads will be closed. We have coordinated efforts with Fort Cavazos, Harker Heights, and Corpus Cove to ensure that we're all doing the same thing, to ensure that we do conserve at least 30%, reach that 30% water reduction or greater. This is imperative because if this thing go past 3 days, Corpus Cove and Fort Cavazos will be in dire straits if we don't conserve water on the front end of this. How will this help? If water usage from residents and businesses is reduced enough, a boil water advisory may not be necessary. If water usage depletes storage levels, WCID confirms that it will issue a mandatory boil order for public safety and health and safety, and that's to everybody that's coming off of WCID. Water saving practices for daily use. Run full loads of dishwashers and washing machines. Instead of just washing 2 or 3 plates in the dishwasher, please load the dishwasher before you do that. Turn off faucets while brushing teeth, shaving, doing dishes, or rinsing vegetables, and fixing leaking faucets. And I know these seem like minor things, but every minor thing makes a difference when you got 163,000 people in the city of Killeen, and not counting the people on Fort Cavazos and neighboring communities. As I stated before, this is really, our efforts are to make sure that we're in compliance, but also to make sure that Fort Cavazos and Corpus Cove are able to sustain water to their residents during this whole process. At the end of the day, we're all better together. We've been communicating with all entities involved with this and sharing our information. They've been sharing their information to ensure that we're ready to meet this and make this a successful repair for WCID. This is imperative that we do this. As I stated before, we'd rather have a planned break in the line than an emergency break where it just breaks and we haven't filled our tanks. We haven't prepared for this. So I've given you guys, the entire council, a little pamphlets, little booklets here. It kind of lays out it has this presentation in it, but it also has a letter that we're sending out to businesses and car washes and stuff to let them know that this is coming down. We're actually having the car washes, the hospitals and medical facilities sign for these letters as we're getting them, so that they're aware of what's going on. It's important that we do that. So as same with the HEB and all our big box stores, to make sure we get it out to them early enough so they can get ordering additional water, because people will be looking for additional bottled water and things of that nature. So we've done that work. So the operating plan just shows you what we've done prior to this and what we're doing throughout the process. But just ask everybody to adhere to it, make sure we're tracking. If we do find car washes or laundromats open, we will shut the water off at the meter. Hopefully we don't have a whole lot of citizens out there trying to water outside of this because it's going to be an issue. KSD has been notified. They will not be watering grass during this as well. I will confirm that with Mr. Adam Rich, the engineer over there. So we're trying to cover all bases to ensure that we can help our neighbors and help ourselves through this process. And I got Mr. Ricky Garrett and Mr. Steve Kanya, our water and sewer engineers here, and assistant city engineer, if you have any questions of us about this process.
Mrs. Wilson, thank you, Mr. Reynolds. If a resident is caught washing car or doing watering grass, is there a fine or no?
Holly, I'll kick that one to you if I can.
Or is our water conservation plan, so yes, there could be a violation that's issued.
I'm sorry?
If it's in violation of the Code of Ordinances and our water conservation plan, then a citation could be issued.
Okay, with that being said, Mr. Reynolds, I know we're putting this out. We're using Facebook, the newspaper.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said after Memorial Day, which is Monday.
Monday, yes,
Did
ma'am.
it go out in my monthly letter? I don't know.
We can verify that. I don't know that we were aware of this, but at the time that went out.
Oh, okay, because I didn't see it.
I know it's been on Facebook for a couple of weeks. It's been
Yes.
on all our social media. The newspaper has run it, as well as the local news media. Ms. Janelle put it out to everybody. It's been run several times by us, other cities, as well as WCID. We just wanted to update council here because some people who don't look at those media outlets or don't have social media, they do watch this council. So we want to make sure everybody's aware. So we do our part.
Communication is important.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. There's no questions. All right. So thank you. It's always good to see you, Mr. Garrett, and I apologize. Would you like to say something?
Yeah,
Oh,
if I
okay.
could, I just wanted to commend Mr. Reynolds and how much communication and collaboration has gone on, and it's a lot due to Mr. Reynolds being a good communicator, so it's much appreciated.
Yes, sir. I've been keeping an eye on him and ensuring that, no, that falls all under Mrs. Wilson and Mr. Cagle, Team Colleen. Thank you, thank you. We're going back to public hearing. And I apologize, Ms. B. I should have told you I was skipping.
That's all right. PH 25023, hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance submitted by Mitchell and Associates, Inc. on behalf of Central Texas United Groups, Inc. and J&U Properties, LLC, case number Z2509, to rezone approximately 5.6 acres out of the W.H. Cole Survey, abstract number 200, from AR Agricultural Single Family Residential District to B3 Local Business District. The subject properties are locally addressed as 10450 Tremere Road and 3350 Chaparral Road, Killeen, Texas. The caption of the ordinance reads, "An ordinance amending the City of Killeen zoning ordinance by changing the zoning of approximately 5.6 acres being part of property description from out of the W.H. Cole Survey, abstract number 200, from AR1 Agricultural Single Family Residential District to B3 Local Business District, providing a savings clause, providing for the repeal of conflicting provisions, providing for an effective date." Wallace Mesher.
Thank you. Council, Mrs. Mesher, she has gone through these slides. Would you like for her to go back through them? Okay. With that being said, is the applicant here? Yes, sir. Would you please state your name for the record?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Ace Renault with Mitchell and Associates. We represent the owner of this project. I think staff has outlined this property and outlined the area that this exists and the future use of this land. And I'm happy to answer any further questions that you might have regarding the issue.
Yes, sir. There are no questions from council.
Thank you.
We have to have Councilwoman Cobb to come back up. Public hearing is open.
Am I there?
Melissa
Can you-
Brown? Yes, ma'am. You have 4 minutes.
This this one, I'll agree with, this is just about zoning and proper use. The last one you voted on was actually the project because it was a planned unit development. This is about whether the general zoning or not is appropriate for that area, which I would say it's not. A couple things. One, we just talked about proper land use and what fits into the character of the surrounding area. Mostly rural, large lots, again, large properties, lots of land. We're getting ready, maybe eventually, to do work on Chaparral. Is it wise to put business that's going to bring in a lot of additional traffic right on Chaparral at a busy intersection anyway before those improvements happen? We're adding to the congestion, to the possible safety issues going on over there. I think this is better held either wait until after that's done and we can safely have that infrastructure because, again, controlled growth means making sure that proper infrastructure is available. Not just is there a road there, not just is there water or sewer, is it suited for what is going to be put in there? 5 acres of B3, that sounds like a strip mall, which means a lot of additional traffic. I would say on this one, no. I'm not saying that commercial wouldn't fit there in the future. I'm saying not right now. I don't think it's a good idea. And is it horrible to keep AR1 as some of our zoning? Again, there are people who will pay a couple $1 million to buy a large house on 5 acres of land, and then we get property tax from that. It draws people in also when you have a variety of housing types, and that is what we're missing. That is the zoning that we're missing. But to put business right there, right now, before those improvements happen, I think that we're just adding to the strain. Tremere Road is not designed to have heavy traffic. That's a county road with no curbs, no gutters, and it's got ditches that 18-wheelers get stuck in when it rains. I've got pictures of it if y'all want to see. And we all know how Chaparral is right now. For safety reasons, for the infrastructure, for the traffic, you had a young man with YAC come in and give a presentation earlier talking about how important it is before we worry about putting more stuff out there to make sure Chaparral gets fixed. If our youth can recognize it, I hope you can recognize it. Thank you. Oh, Price is
Councilmember Solomon. Oh, Mr., oh, no, I thought you wanted to talk. Okay, you don't. Mr. Price? Sean Price? Sean Price. Public hearing is closed. Councilmember Solomon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Make a motion that we approve PH 25-023.
Thank you. Councilmember Allen. All in favor, yes. All opposed, no. Thank you, Councilwoman Cobb. Madam Secretary.
7-0.
He won't show up over here. The motion carries. Whenever you're ready, Madam Secretary.
PH 25024, hold a public hearing and consider a city-initiated request, case number Z2510, to rezone 8 lots, including lots 11, 12, 39, and 40, Block 2, and lots 43 and 44, Block 3, out of the Gray Park addition and part of Lot 2 and all of Lot 3, Block 13, out of the McNair Park replat, from B5 Business District to R1 Single Family Residential District. The subject properties are locally addressed as 1004 and 1006 Stewart Street, 1003, 1004, 1005, and 1006 Alexander Street, and 1003 and 1005 Jackson Street, Killeen, Texas. The caption of the ordinance reads, "An ordinance amending the City of Killeen zoning ordinance by changing the zoning of lots 11, 12, 39, and 40, Block 3, and lots 43 and 44, Block 3, out of the Gray Park addition and part of Lot 2 and all of Lot 3, Block 13, out of the McNair Park replat from B5 Business District to R1 Single Family Residential District, providing a savings clause, providing for the repeal of conflicting provisions, providing for an effective date."
Thank you, Council. Mrs. Masher went through our slides. Would you like for her to go back through? Is the applicant here? That's us. Public hearing is open. Melissa Brown. You have 4 minutes. Public hearing closed. Councilmember Adams. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Solomon, I apologize.
Still from the previous one.
The motion,
Yes, make a motion that we approve PH dash 25025, 24, I'm sorry.
yes, sir. Councilmember Adams?
second.
Okay, council, when you vote, you need to click off, because that's why your name keep coming up and allow somebody else to click to make a motion. All in favor? All in favor, yes. All opposed, no. Madam Secretary, Councilwoman Cobb, did you hear the motion? Waiting on your vote. Will you raise your hand? Everybody raise your hand, please, for transparency, because I cannot see it. And so, okay, Madam Secretary, it passed 7-0.
Yes, ma'am.
Whenever you're ready.
PH 25025, hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance amending Chapter 31 of the Killeen Code of Ordinances, providing amendments to the requirements for the process and requirements for obtaining a conditional use permit. The caption of the ordinance reads, "An ordinance amending Chapter 31 of the City of Killeen Code of Ordinances, providing for conditional use permits for the sale or distribution of alcoholic beverages for on-premises consumption, providing for the repeal of conflicting provisions, providing for a severability clause, providing a savings clause, providing for an effective date."
Thank you, Council. Mrs. Mesher, I've already gone through the slides. Would you like for her to go back through them? All right. Public hearing is open. Melissa Brown, you have 4 minutes.
Is that I fully support this amendment to Chapter 31. There are times when projects come up. I will give the example of the nail salon that also has the bar included. Would have been perfect for a conditional use permit instead of changing an entire area of a strip mall to BC1. I don't see why we wouldn't include that as an available option for alcoholic beverage sales on site and consumption. As a conditional use permit. In fact, it makes the most sense to me in a lot of situations. We've got our downtown area. We've got several bars right now working under the premise of a conditional use permit that may or may not be valid right now, that are running bars. So we might as well make it so that they can legally do that, but also for the sake of the future and for planning, I think it makes most sense to say, yes, we like this project, we'll approve it for this, and then it reverts back to the underlying zoning. Thank you.
Oh. Closed public hearing. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Madam, I make a motion to approve PH 25-025.
Councilmember Adams.
Madam Mayor, I second.
All in favor, raise your hand, yes. Councilwoman, okay. It carries 7-0. Whenever you're ready, Madam Secretary, because we still got a long way to go.
PH 25026, hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance designating the residential reinvestment zone, an approximate 7,064-acre tract generally located on the northern edge of the city, from the border of Fort Cavazos to the north and west, City of Harker Heights city limits to the east, and Hallmark Avenue, Terrace Drive, and East Veterans Memorial to the south, The caption of the ordinance reads, "An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Killeen, Texas, designating an approximate 7,063.59 acre tract of land generally located on the northern edge of the city from the border of Fort Cavazos to the north and west, to City of Harker Heights city limits to the east, and Hallmark Avenue, Terrace Drive, and East Veterans Memorial to the south, establishing the boundaries thereof and other matters relating thereto, providing a severability clause, providing a savings clause, providing for the repeal of conflicting provisions, providing for an effective date."
Thank you. Public hearing is open. Melissa Brown, you have 4 minutes.
The last item about the North Killeen redevelopment zone. One, we've had that in place for 5 years now because we're just coming up on the new 5-year plan for it. It's always included certain incentives for businesses to come in. I'm going to go back to the fact that we shouldn't be giving tax deals and tax abatements to residential places. Unless they're going to come in and they're going to be exclusively low-income, 30% AMI, it doesn't really help anyone. And I honestly am sick of hearing from everybody, oh, well, we need it for the foot traffic to get a grocery store in North Killeen. Every single time a project comes up, that's what we're told. Station 42 was supposed to bring all the foot traffic that we needed to bring a grocery store to North Killeen. We got told that by adding the apartment complex Avanti, that was going to bring in foot traffic to help bring in a grocery store. What is the magic number? Has anybody pointed out a magic number for the number of rooftops, the amount of growth, the percentage of increased houses, the number of individuals living there, in order to bring a grocery store? Because if not, if there's no magic number, if it's just, well, we want to see growth, then I don't buy it. There are a lot of other reasons, and it's not because people go in and they shoplift, because that means you're saying pretty much everyone in North Killeen only shoplifts, the people in South Killeen don't. Nobody comes over from North Killeen now, they don't have a grocery store and shoplifts in the south side of the city, right? That's not why we don't have a grocery store there. That's not why the grocery stores left. That's not why they're not interested in coming there. Again, we go back to putting this as a housing redevelopment, and people need tax incentives in order to start building or doing infill or redeveloping, other than the other incentives we already have in the North Killeen redevelopment zone. They get permit fees waived. They don't have to meet the same setback requirements as everyone else. There are a lot of other incentives we've already put in there to get people to build. If it comes down to they need a tax incentive in order to build there, then the city is doing something wrong. If they're not willing to build because the amount of tax they're going to have to pay, and bear in mind, they're only going to have to worry about that if they plan on keeping ownership of it and then renting it out. Because if they build it and they sell it, they may have 1 year where they have to pay the improved taxes. Otherwise, the buyer of that home is going to pay it. So are we now giving tax abatements to people buying homes? Because that's what would be happening. Otherwise, we're going to say, okay, you can build it, you're going to get a tax abatement for the first year, and then it cuts off as soon as you sell it. That's not the way that works. Not if you're dealing with a home. I think this was not very clearly thought out, but I also think that we don't need to do that in order to bring people in to build housing. We've got plenty of that going on. If the taxes are an issue, this council needs to figure out a way to lower the taxes and lower that tax burden for existing residents and for future homeowners, for future property owners or landlords or whomever. But the answer isn't just to give away more taxes when we're already trying to figure out how we're going to find money for essential needs within the city.
Mayor, I move to approve PH 25-026.
We're not through discussing that.
Oh.
Mrs. Mesher, could you please come up? And I will call on you, Councilmember Sagara, when she finishes. I'll call on you to do the motion. Clarity.
Yes, ma'am.
There's a lot of things that's being said, and I do not want this to be the public to think that we're giving people incentives to tax a rebate for building a home. I don't want this program, which is a great program, to be taken out of context. So you heard a lot. Thank you for standing here. Can you clean up a lot of that, please?
Yes,
Thank you.
So the first thing I want to say is that the proposed reinvestment zone, all it's doing is making residential projects eligible for tax abatements where they're not currently eligible. It does not guarantee anything to anyone necessarily. It just makes them eligible. So each and every tax abatement agreement would have to come before the city council for approval on its own merits based on the nature of the project. So in terms of the issue that was raised of homeowners getting the tax abatement, the intent is not to give homeowners a tax abatement for the duration of the agreement. It's to establish an agreement with the developer that would last as long as the developer owns the property or until it's transferred.
Okay. And this will not raise the property taxes in that area?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Oh, Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Thank you for those questions, Madam. And just in general, I know that you said the word necessarily, so that now has given me pause about guaranteeing. So in light of some of the challenges we are facing with regards to property taxes, this would come to the council for
Each and every tax
each and
abatement would come
every single
before the
time.
council. Yes,
So in
ma'am.
the event something major were happening, we need to reevaluate. We do not have to approve that. It would come to council for
The policy
approval.
has a scoring matrix or a scoring metric that ranks a proposed project based on the number of points that it earns. And from there, staff would make a recommendation, but all of the abatements themselves would be approved by the city council.
And is it only tax abatements that this would, to the benefit of the reinvestment zone for the new developments? Is it just strictly tax?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
In terms of, I did want to address the number of dwelling units. In speaking to.
Can you say that again? I couldn't understand.
I said I did want to address the number of dwelling units that we're seeking. In the research that we've done in speaking to grocery retailers and grocers, the number that we've heard is 5,000. Is objectively what it would. That's the goal that we're trying to meet, is 5,000 new dwelling units in that area in order to attract a grocery store.
Yes, ma'am, that was going to be my
I
next
can't
question.
assure you that that's a magic number, that if we reach that, it will magically happen, but that's the goal.
Yes, ma'am, but the way I look at the north side, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And with that being said, we should invest in it. Regardless if that's I want a grocery store. Make no mistake. But even if we had a grocery store, we still should invest in the north side of town and build new homes. We should. And Assistant City Manager, did you want to say something?
Yeah, Wallace, if you would touch on this, I mean, this is not a program that's unique to Killeen. There's many communities that utilize this tool to help to spur development and good development in areas that are maybe experiencing blight or other issues. Can you speak a little bit to that?
Sure. Many cities, many cities have this type of tool in their toolbox, right? And that's all it is. It's a tool in the toolbox to help attract new investment in an area of town where we're trying to attract new investment. And it doesn't guarantee that if a new project comes in within this reinvestment zone that they will
be guaranteed this tax abatement. It's just, what we're doing, if approved tonight, this reinvestment zone will just make that project eligible for consideration.
Right, and it would be an incentive if they qualify.
That's right.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. So going back to, thank you so much for,
Yes,
for
ma'am.
working on this. Miss Kate, it's always a pleasure to see you. Kidso. Did I get that right? Close enough. Okay, I keep working, keep working. All right, going back to Councilmember Sagara for the motion.
Mayor, I make the motion to approve page 25-026.
Thank you, Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Second.
With a show of hands, since Councilwoman Cobb on Zoom, all in favor, yes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, motion carries 7-0. Madam Secretary, whenever you're ready.
RS 25086, consider a memorandum resolution readopting the guidelines and criteria for tax abatement.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Would you like to go back through the slides again?
I don't need to unless.
Oh, okay, you was up there, I thought you was happy. Yes, ma'am. Council, Mrs. Mesher has already gone through the slides. Would you like for her to go back through them? All right, can I get a motion? All right, Mayor Pro Tem Adams.
Madam Mayor, thanks. I move to approve RS 25-086.
Okay. Councilmember Solomon.
Second.
All in favor, show of hand, yes. All opposed, we'll get to you next. Councilman Solomon, 1, 2, 3, 4. Councilwoman, okay, 7-0. All right, council, as we get ready to go into our discussion items, it's going to be lengthy. And so if you would like to go in and out, you can, but we still need 4 people on the dais. Madam Secretary, whenever you're ready.
DS 25023, update regarding road construction projects.
Thank you. Mr. Zager, welcome back. I wish some residents were still here. This is so important. We got to get this on Facebook or some kind of outlet for them to have it, because this is, that they need to know.
We can talk to the communications about posting the slides and maybe put it on our Facebook page, or
Thank
at least
you.
on our webpage as well.
Thank you so much.
Okay, well, good evening, Mayor and fellow
Yes, sir.
council
Good
members.
evening. Welcome back.
This is our yearly update of our road projects. This is probably my 3rd one now. So here we are. So this is started with the street reconstruction projects that we did. We started with in 2022. That was all part of that certificate of obligation bond that was issued that year. That was tied to the street maintenance fee. The projects that were selected at that time were Gilmer Street, Watercrest, Bunny Trail, Willow Springs, and then Stagecoach. Additionally, we have other projects that we're working on are Rancier, Chaparral, and now Featherline and Mohawk. Those projects are not funded by that 2022 COB. And so what I'm going to do is going to go through every project. So it'll be a little lengthy. We'll start with Gilmer Street. So this was the project that was replacing the roadway in between East Veterans and Rancier Avenue. Totally replacing the road, adding sidewalks, landscaping, street trees, also some street lighting. That project is under construction. Pretty much they're finishing up half the road. In addition, we did a change order that it also included some water line and sewer replacements that we found. We also had to deal with a lot of services because they were all shallower than we expected. We didn't know until we actually put a shovel in the ground. So this week, let's see, the project is currently under construction north of 761. They are finalizing the west side of the road. You're going to start seeing some asphalt go down this week. And then what they will do is shift the construction to the east side. That is where the water lines get replaced. But we have a plan where they'll have multiple crews. They'll be working on the water line and then also the curb and gutter and the rest of the project. So that half, probably since we are We know what surprises we're going to find, so there shouldn't be any. We've already addressed them. That'll probably go a little quicker. That project is expected to be completed October of this year. Next project is Watercrest, and we already talked a little bit about that. We've got the contractor in, we've got the change order approved, so we're going to be moving on that. They are working currently on water line relocations where it conflicts with the storm drainage. They're working with their supplier on some issues they had with their storm drainage boxes that they supplied, getting that all corrected. We are also coordinating with the water contingency plan and the work that's going on with WCID to make sure that we're not going to be touching that water line during that week. So we're trying to get everything we can done this week and also allow for testing if any tie-ins we do. Then we'll be putting a pause on the water lines, getting things ready until we actually open the ground for the following week until all that stuff is done. That project, again, is scheduled to be complete around March of next year. Bunny Trail, that project is under construction. We are, I believe, finishing up the east side of the road. We'll be moving ourselves over to the west. They are currently at the intersection of Stan Schluter trying to deal with some drainage replacements, adding some storm pipes and an inlet to kind of cover some of the drainage and the issues that were there at the intersection where it was pooling a lot of water, flooding ever since that Walmart and CVS were built. We were having to deal with how to brace the traffic signal because we were getting the excavation a little too close, so we want to make sure it didn't fall over. So we have some blocks, contractors working on that. As soon as that pipe's in the ground, there'll be finishing paving, and they're going to shift that traffic over to the other side, and then working on the other half. We expect this project to be still on schedule and be done September of this year. Stagecoach, it is going. We are going to start construction this summer. We are currently finalizing the contract documents with the contractor to get him started this summer. They're going to be working on that phase 1, which is going to start in East Tremere and work its way over to W.S. Young. That will take about a year to complete. Willow Springs, we had a pause on the design. It was the designer that we had on Watercrest. We are actually removed that designer from the project, and we're going to be coordinating with another designer to finish those plans. It is kind of a result of some of the issues that we've had, but we feel, this project could be delayed since we're emphasizing construction on what we have now and then focusing on Stagecoach. This construction wouldn't happen until after Stagecoach is done. So we do have some leeway to finalize those designs and then start dealing with the right-of-way issues that we may have to do for sidewalks. And then we're going to resume that fall of this year. Rancier, now this is not one of the projects that was part of the bond. This is one that we're dealing with. We have a current slight amount from K-Tempo for sidewalk is about $5 million for what we consider to be a $50 million project. This is a project that is redeveloping that whole roadway, that corridor from 38th Street over to VMB or 195. That is the full length of what the city's portion of that roadway is. It is in conjunction of kind of that revitalization of the downtown. So we are going to be looking at wider sidewalks, more pedestrian facilities, coordinating with bike facilities. There is a lot of bikers that are up in that area, and we want to make sure that they're able to safely use the road. Improving the signals, make them into mast arms, landscaping. We wanted to make that a destination type corridor to help revitalize that whole area. We are currently under that 30% design. We expect those to be done the end of June of this year, July, and then we're going to proceed to the next step of 60%. We will be coming to council for the next design contract to continue that part on. We do have to start coordinating with TxDOT and all the utilities because we are also looking at undergrounding all those utilities. So those conversations have started. And then based on what happens in Austin this year is really going to dictate on what happens on this project. And then we also did apply for a grant. So we did go for a raise or build grant this year for a $25 million ask. $25 million, yeah, and then we're hoping to hear later this month or June to find out what the results this year is, and then if we're not successful, we're just going to continue asking, because we do feel this is a great project for that. Chaparral Road, this has been going on for a while, way before I was even here, but we're continuing. We're currently on the design. We're finalizing some of the TxDOT environmental clearances, dealing with historical, working with some neighbors to get that part done. Then we can continue to move towards right-of-way and with our design. We had money allocated with the current bond to continue the design. We are also working with an ILA with Harker Heights and Bell County to modify that, where Bell County wanted to shift their $3 million that they had from construction over to design. And what we're going to do is continue on with the funds we have to get that design. We're really emphasizing on designing the whole corridor rather than phases of construction, because there's no, and then get the design done so we're grant eligible, and helps strengthen our position for future grants as we try to find funding for this project. It's a $100 million project from beginning to end. So we did split it up to phase one, coordination with K-Tempo. It is on the current K-Tempo plan as a phase one, which is from Tremere to East Tremere, which is that middle portion by the school, Featherline, Turnbow Ranch, all that. That's also the realignment. So once it goes past the high school, they get it not down to East Tremere intersection. So that's the most expensive portion, but it's also the biggest change. So that's the emphasis to be the phase one of construction. But again, it's part of the design. And again, yes, we're working on with an ALA. This project, the soonest would be about 29 before you really start something like this, based on funding. We are really going to be aggressive to try to find funding for this one. Featherline, it is under design. It is on schedule. Prior to what was said, in January of this year, we did approve a professional service agreement with Kimley Horn to get that project started. They are well under their way in design. They've done the geotech analysis. They were out there doing drilling. We've done all the survey. We've done analysis of what we want the road to look like. And so we are really progressing on that design. We're also had conversations with the developer about right-of-way needs and what we're looking at, especially at the intersection of Malmaison. So that would be a requirement of their development if we ever see their plans and plats to get that right-of-way from them. And then we're looking at the right-of-way needs for all the other lots. We are, again, making this a 3-lane road, but we are designing it for an ultimate possibility of 5 lanes if there's eventually enough traffic to warrant that. We are not going to build the big 5-lane runway when we only need 3 lanes now, and also in the 20-year horizon that we're looking at. We are looking at an intersection improvement at Malmaison, and right now we are pushing for a roundabout because based on the studies that have been done already by our engineer, that is the best option between that and a signal. And then we are anticipating late of 27, and we've always looked at late of 27 to start construction on this. Mohawk was another project that was recently added, the 2025 bond. Same sort of thing. We are extending the project from Bunny Trail. The road is a new road from Bunny Trail to the Castle Gap Drive. It doesn't include a bridge, so there's also structural engineering. There's some coordination with the Corps of Engineers that we have to do. So there's a little bit more than just putting a road on the ground. So we got a little extra things that we get to deal with. That is right now we are coordinating with Pape Dawson to get a proposal, and we'll be coming to council soon with a design contract for that to move this project forward. And then we also will reanalyze the intersection with Bunny Trail to see if they warrant a signal with that proposed development that's on the other side. In regard to project funding, so this kind of shows the status of where these things are. So Gilmer, Watercrest, Bunny Trail, Stagecoach, and Willow Springs were all funded by that 2022 CO bond. They also are funded by the street fee. Gilmer, Watercrest, Bunny Trail are all fully funded. Stagecoach is funded for phase 1 and also for the design for phase 2 to get that out. And so we right now do not have enough money in the account for construction of phase 2, but we're going to, in the next few slides, to talk about that, what our plan is for how to move forward with that one. Willow Springs is design only funded. That'll then go into the hopper when the bank account and the street fee starts building up to eventually fund that one for construction. Chaparral Road, we're partially funded with design only. And then what we have with the ILA grant and a little bit of construction funds that are sitting there. I think we have 26 million now moved from K-Temple for that phase one that's sitting there for when we can get that portion of the project moving forward. Featherline Mohawk, we're the recently adopted past 2025 CO bonds, and those are both funded. This next slide kind of talks about the street fee. So in addition to the bond fee, the bond amounts, those other projects are funded by the street fees. And this is with the help of our accounting department, our finance department, brought in what our summary is right now with our street fee and what we're looking at, and then how we're proposing to spend the next, moving forward for the next couple years. So currently, at the end of 2024, our street maintenance fee had an account balance of $12,807,606. Their revenue budget for this year, for 25, was another $10,151,334. Now, the next line, that 25 budget of non-CIP expenses. So that is our maintenance department, that's the public works, that's our street overlay, the pressure pave that we recently adopted, as well as the bond repayment, so those payments that we have to do every year. And what that left, and then the next line, that $7,978,000, those are for the projects that we have underway, the Watercrest, including the change order. We had that calculated in this, as well as Gilmer and Bunny Trail and Stagecoach. So those are the projects we're moving forward with. And what that gives us right now, at the end of this fiscal year, we're approximately at $8,844,818. So that's not enough what we estimate to start to do the Stagecoach Phase 2. Besides, Phase 1's under construction. You don't really want to get the whole thing messed up in construction. So what we're proposing is to go to our next CIP project that was on that priority list, which is Zephyr. That is a really big project. That's the entire length of Zephyr. So I can't remember how many miles it was, but it is a long one, and it's also residential, and as it crosses over there. So we estimate that design to be $3.5 million for that whole road. So our proposal would be to use that available street fee to start doing that design for Zephyr, get that ready, we may look for grants, we may look for other possible funding sources, but we can get the design done and make sure we have it all squared away. But that leaves us with $5 million, a little over $5 million, sitting there in that street fee that we can bank until the following year, where we would then try to propose to use that for a Phase 2 construction of Stagecoach, because Phase 1 will be finishing up. We can immediately bid and start construction on Phase 2. So that's what this proposal is. What we were looking at was to start that design on Zephyr, finish the Willow Springs, and then also bank that for another year, so then we can then attack Phase 2 of Stagecoach, which with the amount we have, we'll get from W.S. Young all the way to 195, so that'll complete the whole reconstruction of Stagecoach. So that's what we're looking at, and that's kind of what we're proposing right now on what we want to do. And Zephyr is one of those items that are going through council with the budget budget proposals on the CIP. And with that, I'll answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I do have a question. Zephyr Road. I came on council in 2017 and was pushing for Zephyr Road. Correct me if I'm wrong, we just started discussion on Mohawk, correct?
Correct.
This year. So, yes, please. Because you already know where I'm going with this.
No, I believe Mohawk, it was something that was brought up by council last fall when we started talking about the proposal, and that's when it really became a project. Zephyr was on that list of reconstruction back in 2021 on the CIP list of that. I'm sure it's been under construction, but at least from what I've been associated with, that 2021, it was on that priority list. It was that next road that was right below the ones we selected. So Watercrest, Willow Springs.
No, council moved some roads. Council moved some roads around. And Zephyr just continues to move down and move down.
Yeah.
And so I'm looking at the CO bond, 2025, and I see Mohawk. So why that could not have been Zephyr?
Again, those are proposals from the council that made those projects.
But council can also change that, correct?
Not that since it's a bond, they're tied to that bond. those projects are the ones that we have to spend
Well,
that
I'm
bond
just
on.
hoping, and I won't be here over a year, but I'm just hoping that if Councilmember Solomon, I charge you, Zephyr has constantly been pushed down, pushed down, pushed down, as if the people over there don't exist and don't matter. And that is one of the oldest area in the city of Killeen. It's kind of like, to me, Rancier, just like, what happened? Nobody cares. This council should care. And it's not your fault, because you're right, this was a directive from council, because everything is getting taken care of on one side of the town. But the north side, no one seems to really care, and it really concerns me, but thank you.
Yeah, well, we'd love to start the design on it.
Yes,
So-
sir. It's not your fault. Thank you. Any more questions? Yes, sir.
You had mentioned that the Watercrest developer or engineer you were considering him for Willow Springs.
We had them both on there. Since it was a package deal when we hired them back in '22, or '21, I think it was December of '21, that we actually contracted. Since Watercrest and Willow Springs were tied together, they intersected, we decided to go with the consultant at the time. And it was a new consultant that the city's never used before. At that time, we were spreading the wealth, we were trying some new consultants. We just felt like with what we've gone through with Watercrest, through design, so far through construction, that we wanted to go to a different direction to finalize Willow Springs.
We're gonna come back to bid for another, for approval.
We will
for
go
that.
through, we'll have another design contract to finish that design. It will be coming to council, yes.
And the other question is, I think I've talked to you this before, are we allowed, I don't know if legally, but to put, are they construction bonds that where they have to meet the build timeframe, or otherwise we get money back?
We have approximately five years was the pushing to spend that bond. We're doing it.
Okay,
Between
whether-
Watercrest, Gilmer, Bunny Trail State, we've taken, we're dipping into the street fee now.
No.
We've already spent the bonds.
I mean, when we do our contracts, the builder of the road, they have to build it by a certain time,
They
otherwise.
do. So when we have a construction contract, when we go with the contractor, there's a certain amount of days that are tied to that contract. How the contractor starts from day one to whatever that date is up to them. We really cannot direct a contractor how to do the job. But in instance of Watercrest, when they leave the job, we start processing, we reach out, we do letters, we get involved to try to get them back or whatever we can do. The contractor did start back on Watercrest last week, but we still count those days. All the days that they weren't out there, we counted them.
Okay.
So there are also provisions of liquidated damages, so if they extend past that time, and if there were no other delays associated to weather or unforeseen circumstances, but they start meeting that, those are items that we have to then start talking to that contractor about, to, one, finish the job, but there is always that condition where we could charge those liquidated damages per day.
I'm glad you said that for the residents especially.
Mhm.
And I don't want to rush the road,
No.
but I know at a
wanna-
certain time when it just sits there.
It is
I
a
appreciate
fine
that.
line to keep the association and with the contractor. We want to be in a positive mode. We want to make sure they're progressing. We don't like confrontational. We don't want that type of environment. We want to work together. But we also have a commitment to the residents. We have to make sure these projects get done. They have to be on time, and we have that. Well, that is our number one commitment as a city, is to make sure that we're meeting those.
Thank you.
And my last question, back to Zephyr. I heard a statement tonight that the reason Zephyr was not funded is because of the change order for Watercrest. Did you hear that tonight?
No, that
Did
wasn't
you
the
hear that?
case.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So my other question, since we had that misunderstanding on Watercrest, and it's not the first time, I think a couple of years ago, the construction person, do we have people out there now that's going to keep an eye on Watercrest since we know what can happen?
So ironically, it was Watercrest where the contractor went bankrupt and they had to find and rebid a project. We're confident we're working with this contractor that we're going to keep them moving and keep them on project. There is actually no reason they can't. With the passing of the change order, all their arguments, all their concerns have been addressed. They need to be out there working, so.
All right. Thank you. That was really, really good. And just the communication, Councilmember Solomon, just the communication piece with the slides for me. Councilmember Solomon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On Featherline, it was mentioned in terms of the time zone that we were behind, but you indicated earlier that we are on schedule.
Correct. We are on schedule. We're not behind. We're at the time we exactly expect to be. We've always stated that construction, by the time we're bidding, should be the end of '27. That is what we've always presented, and that's reasonable for this project.
And on Zephyr Road, and you're right, Madam Mayor, we really need to highlight that as well. I don't know how we can do it, but I'd like to, in the future, really take a serious look at that and see how we can really push that on, if that's possible.
We can look at options. Like I say, it's a very long road. So maybe we get the design done, and it may be like we do the same way we did with Stagecoach, where we build a portion of it, as funds are available. I mean, the street fee, that account keeps filling every year. It's just a matter of, okay, we're going to bank it to a point where we can fund a project. We're always going to have projects. Just making sure that the council are setting that priority of those projects that we're going to do.
But you're saying Zephyr is in the design stage?
We want to do that. That's what we're proposing, is to start the design.
Gotcha.
So the money that we have currently in the street fee account at the end of this year, we want to then move forward with a design contract to do the design for the whole project.
We would like to see that too. I would like to see it. Thank you, sir.
Which is that $3,500,000 from street money.
Correct.
Okay, and, okay, that's a shocker right there. That woke me up quick. Councilmember Kendrick.
Yes, I would like, I know we had a citizen that mentioned that the redoing of the watercress, it was costing the citizens extra money, but I remember you saying it was already allotted.
Yeah.
Can I get you to make sure you put
Yes,
that in, that it didn't cost the citizens
We
any
had a
more money?
plan. The project, when we went out to bid, our estimate was a lot more than what we got for construction. We held some money aside, put it in a contingency account to address some possible change order that might occur, and, we had a gut feeling doing this, so the change order we just recently approved, we had that set aside already. So it's not delaying anything, it didn't go any delays to Stagecoach, it was something we already anticipated.
And my second question, and it's dealing with Bunny Trail. You say that completion is supposed to be September. That's just that part of the road?
The whole road.
The
whole thing, everything that's under construction now down to the school that they're working on. They're working on the east half right now. They will finish that up as soon as they get that drainage portion done. Then they're going to flip over to the west half and get that all done. And then, that'll finish this project.
Okay, thank you.
And actually, as a note, the next phase, the portion that's south of the Bunny Trail all the way to Clear Creek, that is going to be part of the overlay project in the future year.
Did you say Bunny Trail be completed this year in September?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Good job. All right, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
All right, now we're moving on. We have two more items. Ms. Tanglein, I know she happy. All right, Madam Secretary, this is going to be long. Staff, you all can come up if you like.
DS 25025, discuss proposed fiscal year 2026 fee schedule.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening.
ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. This discussion item is for the fiscal year 2026 proposed budget fee increases. Just to have some background, the city charter requires public hearing for any fee increases. The financial governance policy requires all fees to be included in the fee schedule, except for the following rates or fees that are set by ordinance as approved by City Council. And those are the water and sewer, solid waste, drainage, and street maintenance fees. This is the fee schedule process. We start this process on November all the way to January. We're right here in May right now doing the first discussion. As you can see here in our budget calendar, we have a discussion today on May 20. We're going to have another discussion on June 3rd. And finally, we're going to bring it back on June 17 for the public hearing. For the 2026 proposed fee review, November 2024 to March 2025, like I mentioned, is when we conduct a comprehensive fee review with each department, and we compare fees to those of peer cities. On March 31st of 2025, we publish and post proposed fees on the city's website, and we distributed press release and news alert. The open comment period is from April 1st to April 30th, and we received no comments.
Ma'am, I apologize. From the whole month of April, we have no comments on the budget from residents.
That's correct.
Oh, wow. Okay, I apologize. Continue.
Yes. Now we're going to do this a little bit different before. Every department is going to come up forward and present their slides with their fees. Aviation is the first one.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, Assistant City Manager. Before you, we only have two changes. We have a few digital TV monitors that we place ads with throughout the airport. And prior, we used to charge for each separate television on the different ads. And so what we're doing this year is our goal is to combine all three TVs into just one advertisement fee. And so you can see the change. Our benchmark average is $417. And we're proposing a fee of $350 for an advertisement for the month if someone wants to advertise in the airport. Their ad will display on all three of our TV monitors throughout the airport. So instead of charging for each separate TV, which can be a little confusing to the potential advertisee, we just streamline that process for the digital advertisement. And then moving on, I think all of you have been to the airport before, but we have some of those nice cushy seats that have the display ads in the center of them. And before, the ads were for each side of that display. And so our proposal is to just, if a person decides to advertise for that display, it's for all three sides, which makes better sense. And so with that being the case, the current fee is $35. We're proposing that goes to $75, which is a $40 change in fee. Pending any questions for the aviation, those are the only changes we have for our fee assessments.
I have one for your TV ads.
Yes, ma'am.
How many ads can you get on one television?
Unlimited.
Oh, wow.
So what we do is when a person decides to go ahead and advertise using the digital ads, that ad runs for approximately 5 to 10 seconds, then it goes to the next ad, then it goes to the next ad. And then it just repeats on a cycle. And then if an advertisee decides to say, hey, this month, say they have a 12-month advertisement lease with us and they want to change it from month to month, they just give us the updated slide and it takes us all of about 5 seconds to make that change and it's automatically being displayed.
Wow. Great job. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, next. Do we say next? Oh, just say next. Okay. Okay, I just do that. Yes, ma'am. Welcome back.
Thank you. Okay, we have a couple of new fees that we're proposing for development services. The first is a pre-development meeting. This is a meeting where if you're proposing a large-scale development and you're requesting to sit down with staff to get feedback on a project, or if you're asking for multiple departments to be in one room at the same time, this is something that a lot of cities request a fee for or charge a fee for. So we are proposing a $75 fee for that to be in line with the benchmark average. We're also proposing a PUD amendment application. We've had a couple of instances where somebody has done a PUD and then wants to come back and amend a certain aspect of that. We're proposing to actually reduce that fee. Currently, PUD amendments are processed at the same rate as a regular zoning change, or would be processed at the same rate as a regular PUD. So we would change that and to keep it in line with the same price as a regular zoning change, which is half of what a PUD application costs. We're also proposing new commercial site plan review fees. This would be a fee for if an applicant wants to develop a commercial site, typically, most other cities require a commercial site plan review process that's separate from the building permit process. Currently, the site plan is a part of the building permit process, so we're proposing to separate that out, make that its own standalone process. There's 3 tiers that we're proposing. The first is 1 to 10 acres at $1,000, 5 to 15 acres, 5 to 15 acres at $2,000, and greater than 15 acres at $2,500. Lastly, we're proposing an amendment, a preliminary plat amendment fee. So similar to the concept with the PUDs, we've had several applicants with large developments that have approved preliminary plats that have wanted to come in and amend those or change a street layout or change the number of lots. They have to go all the way back through the preliminary plat approval process, and that fee currently is $500 plus $25 a lot. In this case, we're proposing to half that for an amendment to a preliminary plat. As far as fee increases, we are proposing to increase the base fee for a building inspection and permit from $95 to $100. As you can see here, the benchmark average is $143, so we're proposing a $5 increase in line with the benchmark. Also proposing to increase the fee for a jurisdictional boundary adjustment from $500 to $750. You can see the benchmark average is $2,419. So that's any time that you are requesting either an annexation, a disannexation, petition for release from the ETJ. That would be covered under the jurisdictional boundary adjustment application. We're proposing to increase the fee for a zoning verification letter from $40 to $50 in line with the benchmark average. Conditional use permits, we're proposing to raise the fee from $500 to $750. So currently the structure for zoning applications is that it's $500 for a conditional use permit or a regular zoning and $1,000 for a PUD. The proposed $750 would split the difference between a PUD and a regular zoning, since there is more staff time involved in processing a CUP application. And then with regard to the plats, currently the fee for requesting a zoning map is $20, and plats are also typically 24 by 36. So we're proposing to change that from $10 to $20 to match the other items that we print that are the same size. Yes, that's all of the changes for development services. Do you have any questions for me? The benchmark averages are from the benchmark cities. So every department benchmarks the same list of cities. Oh, off the top of my head, it's, Judith, help me out. Abilene, Waco, Round Rock, Georgetown, Belton. There are about 12 cities, as I recall. Both cities that are close in proximity and cities that are similar in size across the
That's
state.
where I was going. And my next question with the pre-development meeting. I know,
Yes,
because
ma'am.
y'all take up a lot of time. So say I want a developer wanted me to come to a meeting with him or her. Would that person have to pay to meet with you?
Depend on the scope of the meeting. Typically, we have developers that come in and they're requesting a pre-development meeting for a planned development for a proposed development that requires input from multiple departments. So if it's something that requires the fire marshal to be present and the city engineer, and development services, and getting all of those people in the same room at the same time, that's typically something that someone would pay for that type of meeting.
And my last question, Your benchmark average told me that you compared it to other similar cities our size and around us. And I noticed some of those fees are like from, I guess, 500 to 700. And I'm just asking a question. You know, we get a lot of pushback for fees. Other than the benchmark average, what is another reason you looked at this and say, and staff time is important because I've seen that sometimes it can go 2 and 3 hours, and I understand you don't pay them just to be in meetings every day. They got to work. But what else can you say could justify those prices, the rise of the prices for fees?
With regard to all of them?
All
or
of them.
Most of what we looked at is the benchmark average. So what we look at is, are we in line with the benchmarks, or are we an outlier in that our fees are significantly lower than what other cities are charging? And a lot of times when you look at the benchmark averages, you'll see that the benchmark average might be skewed by one city that has a fee that's astronomically higher than anybody else. So we take that into consideration as well. So in some cases where you see that the benchmark average is much higher than what we're proposing, it's sometimes because there's one city that's an outlier that skews that average. So we look at those factors as well. But in terms of which fees we're proposing to increase, it's based off of the research that we did with the benchmark averages primarily.
Excuse me, that's important, the research, and other cities have this. Okay, that's important. All right. With that being said, thank you. Oh, you have some more.
Okay.
I had a question.
No, it's not your time. Whoever's trying to talk, I haven't recognized you. Councilwoman Gonzalez was before Adams. I don't know how that switched, but I go with you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. And I'm glad the slide is there. You mentioned that these were, the commercial site plan review proposed fees were pulled out from something else. Is there a reduction in those other fees? And that goes back to what the mayor said, these questions are going to be, so we paying that and then still paying the same amount for the previous. That's a hard sell.
Yes, sir. So to answer your question, it's a new fee. It's listed as a new fee because it is proposed as a new fee in order to allow staff to review the site plan before we receive the building permits. There's a lot of staff time that goes into reviewing a site plan that involves planning, solid waste looks at it for things like trash receptacles and dumpsters and that sort of thing. Engineering reviews it for drainage. Planning looks at it for things like parking and screening and fences and landscaping. Currently, that process is all part of the building permit process. And so what we're proposing is an additional step in the process with the intent that it would expedite the building permit on the back end.
Okay, but the building permitting process, what was the fee for that? If you can remember.
I don't recall off the top of my head, I apologize.
So that was a certain amount,
Yep.
and then we pulled something that was expected to be in there.
It's an additional fee,
And
yes, sir.
then charged, but you had an expected service on the one fee, now we're charging separate. Is there a reduction on the other side?
Not proposed currently.
Okay, and because my also concern is, I know I want us to stay competitive, also to make us the place to be to come to want to do business. But if I don't,
And you can see here that what I will say is most cities, I've never worked for a city that didn't have a commercial site plan
Okay.
review process. Nearly every city I can think of has a
Yeah.
commercial site plan review process. I think we're an outlier in that we don't have one. And then with regard to the fee itself, you can see that what we're proposing is significantly lower than the benchmark average.
I saw that, and at the same time, I don't want us to be too cheap, but and be competitive at the same time. I just, as we talk about this, we're able to explain.
And the other thing I would say is that over time, as we've added more standards and more requirements to our code for things like screening, for things like dumpster enclosures and architectural standards and landscaping. As we've added all of those things to our code, it's additional things that staff has to review for with every permit that comes in.
That's the answer, that's what I was looking for.
And so there is a time associated with that for the review of those things, and so this is a way to recoup those
So we
costs.
gave y'all an unfunded task.
That's right, that's right. This
Thanks.
council did. That's really good. And to answer your question, the commercial site plan review, we didn't charge them anything. Most of the things she put up there, we've been doing it free.
Thanks.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mesher. Just a quick question. So regarding the changes, especially when it's time for the new fees, proposed fees, that are things that we've not charged before, will you also be then creating clear and concise verbiage for these plans? So with regards to the pre-development meetings, am I understanding that you're saying that it's only when there's multiple departments present? So, most attorneys will do free consultation. So for example, we had a gentleman who was looking at a particular project, wanted to know if this would work on this land. He comes in. That's a basic one, didn't require departments. That would be no fee. And then,
So what I'll say is that I meet with applicants for projects every day that aren't what I would term a pre-development meeting.
Okay.
So I have meetings and phone calls, as does everybody in development services. Building inspections, same thing, meets and discusses with people, with citizens and developers all the time. The distinction here is we have what we call a commercial plans review meeting, or it used to be called a commercial plans review meeting. It's now a pre-development meeting. That is a standing, recurring meeting that happens on Wednesdays at 2 p.m. that includes the fire marshal, the city engineer, often somebody from solid waste. There are multiple city departments that participate in this standing meeting. And so what we typically do is if there's an applicant that comes to us and says, I have an idea for a project, we'll have that meeting anytime, anywhere, with someone. And if the scope of the project, or if there are particular questions or unique circumstances about a project that we say, hey, we really think that you would benefit from a pre-development meeting, then we will encourage that person or that developer to schedule a pre-development meeting to take advantage of all the resources from various departments at one time.
sure, but the option for general consult does not go away.
Is always there.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mayor. I had some of the same concerns as Mr. Adams on our commercial side, but I wanted to ask on the acreage, if I have 8 acres of commercial acres, which do I pay, the 1,000 or the 2,000?
Notice that.
If you have 8 acres.
I have 8
you pay
acres of commercial.
Oh, I'm sorry. I see what you're saying. I think that's a typo on the presentation.
Yeah, and I think it should be, because of the same thing, you got to separate that. So if you look on and it's not a lot, but if I have 10 acres,
I think it's 1 to 5, and then 5 to 15 was the intent.
well, I think it should be more than 5, because if you have 5, which one? So even on the subdivision, if I have, it says 1 to 10, 10 to 50. So if I have 10, can I just pick one? So you got to kind of
The intent is for there to be 3 tiers and for it to be clear which one is which, so.
Yeah, and I'm looking on the
My recollection is that the intent was 1 to 5 is the first tier, and then 5 to 15 is the second tier, and then
Well,
15.
my point is, you got to have some kind of separation between the two, even when you fix them, because you can't do 1 to 10 and then 10 to 50. You got to say 1 to 10 and then either 10.1 or 11, because,
I understand.
yeah.
Typically, when we've done these in the ordinance, what we'll do is it'll say 1 to less than 10, or 1 to less than 5.
That's all.
Yeah, it is. The intent is 1 to 5, and then 5.1, or theoretically, it's 1 to 4.99, and then 5 to 14.99. Does that answer?
The bottom line is, we heard you say it, but we wanted you to say it again. That's all, for clarity.
You want me to restate it?
Oh, no, ma'am, you did it.
Okay.
No, ma'am, that's.
Engineering?
Okay, so we are proposing no new fees, but we're looking at increases on all ours. As the previous conversation we just had, I can see that on ours as well, so we have to make a little clarification on those three categories. So the intent is that 1 to 10 acres, greater than 10 acres to 50, and then greater than 50, so in this instance. If you recall, 2 years ago is when we had a long discussion in regard to our fees, when we implemented new fees for review fees for our subdivision construction plans. This is the amount of effort that our staff makes to review those plans, do the drainage reviews, the TIAs, anything related to a new subdivision for those plans. Current fee is currently for $1,000 in that first category, 2625, and that was all based on decisions that we made 2 years ago. We proposed more, we ended up with less. We did an analysis, we proposed to council that it was also not only based on our benchmark average, but we also looked at our staff time, the time it took us to do that, and our hours and amount of effort and how much we actually pay our staff. So that was part of the analysis that was presented to council at that time. We ended up cutting those fees down a little bit with the premise that we would come to council later to do incremental increases later on to try to help recoup some of the costs that the city has on all these reviews. I think currently we are probably recouping about 20% of our costs. So we are trying to not be aggressive with the type of the fees, but we're going to do an incremental increase to help recoup some more of those costs that we have on our staff to do these reviews. This first fee is in regard to the subdivision construction plan review, and it was an increase of $750, $375, and $750, corresponding to each groups. The next fee is in regard to the inspections of our subdivisions. Wait a second, let's see. Okay, so these are the inspections. So this is our inspectors, and this is another item that we had a long discussion 2 years ago about. So we looked at our benchmark. There is an anomaly in the second group. Waco has an exorbitant amount of fees and inspection fees associated to there, so it's that outlier. It's that one that we didn't take into account when we were looking at our current fee and our proposed fee. So again, a couple years ago, we did look at our staff. So the amount of time it takes our staff to go out to all those job sites, they visit them every day. There's the hours, there's the vehicles, there's the gas, those are the equipment that they have to do and we have to replace. Those were all taken into account when we were looking at those fees 2 years ago. And again, we're looking to do an incremental amount to help recoup some of those costs. So the subdivision inspections, those are our staff going out there. The right-of-way inspection, that is everything that's in a right-of-way. Those are the driveways, those are the sidewalks. Everyone building in the city of Killeen, if they front a road, they're going to be required to do sidewalks. They're going to required to be doing driveways. The one thing that we have corrected with our driveways is there used to be 2 inspections, one between engineering, the other between building. We were getting some confusion. We helped correct that. Now engineering looks at the entire driveway. And then the right-of-way permit itself, for them to do water line connections, driveways, sidewalks, all that stuff. Small increment change for $65 to get it more in line with that benchmark average for both those. The next fee is our traffic impact analysis. Unfortunately, we're the only ones in this area that really has a traffic impact analysis requirement. So this is strictly based on the time of hours and an effort that it takes us to review these things, or if we have to hire a consultant to do that review for us. So the worksheets, those are something that we have to do with all those subdivisions. We have to review with the traffic counts, what they're proposing. to make sure that those forms, and actually, we end up filling out a lot of those forms for those developers because we are getting very incomplete ones, so we have to take a little effort to complete it and fill it out for them. And then we get to that whole, and a review of the traffic analysis. We don't get very many. It has to be those bigger developments, but there is a lot of review on those, and it goes back and forth. There's usually 2 or 3 reviews with those, and there's a lot of meetings and a lot of discussions with those consultants on generating and creating those traffic analysis. And then the last one is when we have to hire a consultant, we'll let them do that for us. And so, again, we're doing a small increment change in related to the whole fee. And then the last one is the land disturbance permit. Now, this is what a lot of people call a clear and grade. This is the permit to go out, clear the site, put the erosion control, get things ready for that subdivision. So this is a smaller amount of effort. We have to look at those erosion control, the SWIPs that was discussed earlier today, make sure that they have it, they have their permit, their TCQ, and then what the limits are as it relates to that development and the plat. So it's a little bit of review, but it is that first permit to get someone out in the site, the contractor on site to help start clearing the grass, the shrubs, but then putting those erosion controls. And again, this is a small increment change based on benchmark, but also looking at the effort it takes us to review those. And I believe that is all for engineering. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Assistant City Manager as well. Okay, Fire Department new fees. First of all, I do want to take some time to thank you for your grace earlier. Team member Jeff Reynolds did a knockdown, standout job, and I just hope you don't give him the Fire Department uniform and think he's going to be a good replacement for me. Needed to give you a little laugh today. All right, new fees for the Fire Department. We're only proposing one new fee this year, electrical vehicle fires. This is a surcharge for any electrical vehicle fire that we respond to. It's an emerging threat, and we are learning more and more each day about these vehicle fires. There are blankets that are available because the current tactic right now is not to put water on these incidents. We put the water on the incident, it now goes into the drainage, we now become the spiller, and the spiller has to pay for the cleanup of any soil. So the current tactic is to purchase blankets, cover it, try to smother it, and let it sit, or let it burn. Move it out of the right-of-way if we can while it burns, but our last tactic is putting water on it. Additionally, recent research has shown that any firefighters that were within 15 feet of that fire, their bunker gear is contaminated beyond repair and has to be disposed of and replaced. And each set of bunker gear is upwards of $3,000. We're not sure that this is the right fee at this time, because we haven't experienced many electric vehicle fires, but we want to be prepared for it. We will continue to compile data over the years, and if we find out that this isn't enough for us to charge to the insurance company through our billing ordinance for the fire billing ordinance that we have in place, then we will come back and adjust it.
Chief, before you move on, with that $4,000, if I own an electric car and I have car insurance, would my insurance, if you know anything about this, my personal insurance, would it cover that $4,000?
What we are finding is about 50% of insurance policies issued to drivers that we respond to within our jurisdiction have a coverage that handles this charge, which is the Fire Department emergency response. The other 50% do not.
Because, Chief, that's a steep price for a vehicle that has a blow up or catch on fire, whatever the case might be with electric car. It's not like the person planned that. That's deep. They just don't plan something like this.
And in some cases, what we do is we let the insurance company subrogate, because sometimes if there is some sort of a failure of the vehicle that's covered under warranty, then the car manufacturer is approached for the recovery of those fees as well. So it could come under subrogation with the insurance company as well if it's not covered under their individual policy, if it's found to be something that was a manufacturer defect. But if it's found to be the owner defect, they made an alteration to the system that was found to cause that fire, that would be a different story. And then in that case, that bill would then go to the driver.
So there is an option here,
There are options, yes.
and that would be clear with the fees and everything.
Yes, again, it's emerging and new, so we're going to broach this topic as best we can without knowing everything that we are able to know about these electric vehicle fires. But they are a hazard to the environment. By all means, if we have a fire, we have to approach it the right way, and the amount of time that we spend out there, we've got to recover those costs in some way, shape, or form, so we're going to start with the insurance companies.
Right, I don't have a problem with covering the cost, but I do have a problem with someone that cannot afford $4,000 for an incident that happened and they had no control over it. That's my only concern. Councilmember Adams.
Thanks.
I mean, Mayor Pro Tem, sorry.
I think lithium is, you don't typically put water on lithium. Well, yes, that's your expertise, and that doesn't address this. But I just doing some research, looking at in a previous life, if folks on base that issue, looking at other cities. I don't want to compare us with New York, LA, what places where you have an inundation of the vehicles, because have you looked at those, will we use those outside of Texas as a benchmark?
We may in the future.
Okay.
There's very few of our benchmarks that are even charging this fee currently.
Right.
We just know that we want to get ahead of this game and make sure that if we suffer a significant monetary loss of especially our PPE and our equipment, that's the most important piece. Yeah. The cost of a blanket is about $1,700, and it's a one-time use. So we put that blanket on there, and then it's disposed of. It can't be used again. Right. So we just want to be able to recover the equipment that we're going to use to put that next fire out is really what this is.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, with regards to our fire department fee increases, a couple of increases being proposed. Our EMTB and Fire Academy tuitions. Our current fees do not include the cost of the CPR course that's taken, textbooks, and shirts that are in there. What we have found, especially with our veterans who are working under the GI Bill, they only cover the tuition. And so the extra cost of books, which are increasing every year, to the tune of about $500 per set of books, and they are a one-time use, these books. It used to be you could take books, they're used, sell them to somebody else as a used book. That's not possible anymore. Every book comes with a code that's unique to the book, and that student has to do all this work online. We got some feedback from our academy students who are utilizing the VA bill that if we roll these into the cost of tuition, the VA bill will cover it. So we found it was a little bit easier. We just have an all-encompassing tuition. So this increase includes the cost of books and T-shirts and anything like that. So anybody who has a tuition that's being covered by either a scholarship, the GI Bill, anything like that, they don't have any out-of-pocket costs. So the current fee for EMTB is $750. The change would be $450 with the new proposed fee of $1,200. For the Fire Academy is a $200 increase, moving from $3,500 to $3,700. Our next fee increases fall in line with ambulance fees. We're unique in the fact that we are considered a medical provider. It's a little bit different than any other department in the city, and we bill insurance, health insurance, and Medicare and Medicaid. Medicaid, Center for Medicaid Services, allows us to have an annual increase of our fees that their insurance will pay, and that fee for this year was, I believe, 2.9%. So we just take CMS's approved fee increase, and we roll that into our annual fee increase to be consistent with other medical providers in the area. So that, and I forgot what the exact percentage is, I apologize. But all these increases were based on the CMS percentage for approved fee increases for reimbursement by a medical provider. So a basic advanced life support 1, that's where a citizen or a patient only needs a couple of, an IV and maybe some medications. That would increase from $885 to $911, 26% increase. An ALS2, that's the more critical patient that receives multiple medications, a couple of IVs, CPR, things like that. That increase would be from $1,010 to $1,040. And then the basic life support for inside city limits would increase by $22, and that is somebody who needs just basic care, treatment, assessment, some minor medications. That would increase by $22 to $772. increases along the lines of items that we charge for as well that are approved by CMS. Mileage, current mileage rate is $17. We're proposing a 50-cent increase to $17.50 per mile. Oxygen is the one item that Medicaid and CMS allows us to bill for separately outside of all the other things that we do, and that would increase by $3 from $105 to $108. And then our standing time. So that is standby time typically for special events, football games, any events that go on, like the rodeo. If it wasn't a city-sponsored event, they require an ambulance to stand by, and we typically don't allow private ambulance services to come into town if we can handle that request. So that would be a $112, and the benchmark average is $112.50. We're looking to increase just by $3, again, to be consistent with that CMS increase of 2.9%. And then treat no transport. That's a patient that doesn't need to go to the hospital. We do provide an assessment or a service, and that increase would be by $7, going from $236 to $243. And I'm here for any questions.
I do have a follow-up question. The electric cars on fire. Chief, you said it cost $1,700 for the blanket.
That's correct.
So couldn't that be, and you also stated we don't have that many electric cars.
Not yet. We have not experienced it like
I can't predict
others.
the future, I'm talking about now, because I'm trying to see it's the 4,000 for the future or now. Why don't you add those $1,700 blankets to your budget? And the city, we just buy 5.
Again, we can do that, but if the insurance company is willing to pay us and reimburse us for it, we
Oh, I
want to
see.
have a mechanism to get it from the insurance company.
Okay,
So
I
it
see.
would be budgeted, but we want to utilize any mechanism we can to recover those expenses
I
for
see
things
what
that are
you're
covered
doing.
by the insurance.
Okay, all right, I probably missed that part. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
You have another question?
On the list of advanced services, you had a line on there about basic within city limits. Do we charge a fee for outside of city limits?
Outside of city limits has an additional charge. I don't have that fee with me because there was no change to it.
Okay.
I believe the additional charge is $950
Oh.
for outside of city limits ambulance calls.
Okay, thanks. Wow, make sure I'm in the city. Thanks.
And that's if we respond outside of city limits. If somebody gets into a car accident on a city street, we don't charge that fee.
Okay, well, let my way inside city limits.
Thank you, Chief.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Next.
All right, council, I'm going to go ahead and cover the golf course fees, but I also have Chris Osborne here, who's our golf course operations director at Stone Tree Golf Course. If you have any specific questions or hard ones, kick them to him, please. This pass holder fee for residents, this is for junior summer membership. This is more of an amended fee. So we used to have an annual membership cost for our junior players, but we have an existing agreement with KISD and some of the other schools that allows their golfers to golf during the school year at the golf course. So what we're finding is there's really just a gap in the summer for those students that want to play over the summer and maintain that skill set. So we just created this summer fee at $400. I don't have the clicker up here, I'm sorry, y'all. And there's a resident and non-resident rate. All right. Make that a little easier on my eyes. Okay, so you're going to notice a number of fee increases for a lot of our fees at the golf course. As you're aware, we issued the CO bond of $3 million for the golf course earlier this year. And as previously indicated, the golf course will be covering the debt service payments for, or the full cost of that CO through golf course revenue. And so some of these increases are specifically to make sure that we can cover that cost. So the green fees for weekdays for 9 holes, we've increased that $1.50 to $18. The 18 hole, we increased that $2.50 to $32.50. Senior 65 and older, we increased that $2 for $24 for a total of $24. For the junior golfers 18 and younger, that weekday fee is increasing $1.50 for a total of $16.50. Our twilight hours will increase $2 for a charge of $22.50, and our super twilight hours
are increasing $1.50 for a total of $18.50. Or I'm sorry, there we go. Okay. And then the green fee weekday with a golf cart rental included is increasing $2.50 for a total of $30.50. 18 hole increase of $4 for a total of $50. Seniors 65 and older will increase $3.50 for a total of $41.50. For twilight hours, that's an increase of $3 for a total of $35. And for super twilight, that's an increase of $2.50 for a total of $30.50. All right, and green fee for the weekend, 9 holes is increasing $2 for a total of $28. 18 holes will increase $3 for a total of $43. The senior 65 and up will increase $3 for a total of $37. The juniors 18 and under will increase $2 for a total of $20. The twilight fee will increase $3 for the total of $30, and the super twilight rate will increase $2 for a total of $23.50. And then the green fee weekend with a cart will for 9 holes will increase $2.50 at a total of $40.50. An 18 hole will be increasing $4.50 for a total of $60.50. The senior rate would be $4.50 increase for a total of $54.50. The twilight hours is increasing $4.50 for a total of $42.50, and the super twilight hours will increase $3 for a total of $36. All right, and then these are for our annual memberships that allow somebody to golf as much as they want over at Stone Tree Golf Course. So that annual membership fee for active duty military will increase $90 from $1,185 to $1,275 for the year. A pass holder who is a resident, an adult, will increase $125, moving their membership from $1,500 to $1,625 for the entire year. An additional family member can be added to that plan at an increase of $75, and so that's going from $650 to $725 to add a family member to the existing plan. And then the senior membership will increase $90, going from $1,185 to $1,275. We do have a non-resident rate for memberships at the golf course. That is going from $1,700 to $1,850, an increase of $150 for the year. An additional family member can be added to that plan. And it used to be $700, or it's currently $750, and we're proposing an increase to $825. The senior rate would increase $110, going from $1,390 to $1,500 for the year. All right, and then these are the cart fees. So we are proposing an increase for 18 holes of $1.50, going to a total of $17.50. For 9 holes or twilight hours, we're increasing $1 for a total of $12.50. The cart fee for residents, we do offer cart storage if somebody owns a private cart and wants to store it at the golf course. That cart storage fee, we're proposing an increase of $75 for a total of $625. Personal cart usage is increasing $75, going from $650 to $725. And then to use a golf cart for through Stone Tree, that annual cost will go from $1,100 to $1,200, increasing $100. And those are annual rates.
Thank you. Next.
That's still me. Sorry, Mayor. All right. And then we also have the cart storage fees for non-residents. So we will... a non-resident can store their golf cart at Stone Tree for $625 a year. It's an increase of $75. That personal storage is going from $650 to $725. And then for the Stone Tree golf cart usage, for that annual usage, it would go from $1,100 to $1,350, so an increase of $100 for the year. And this should be the last fee. We recently installed an automatic range ball machine, and so this is probably our highest percentage increase that we're proposing this year. And we are going from $5 for a small bucket of golf balls for the range to $8, an increase of $3. And then you can get a large bucket of range balls for $15, and it's an increase of $5. Just kidding. Okay. We also have a range pass holder option. So you get unlimited range balls. It's currently $550, and it's going to $625. If you're a non-resident, you can have that pass for unlimited range ball usage. It's currently $850, and it will go up to $925. All right. Is that the last one? All right.
The pass is for how long?
For a year. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That was good. A lot. Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. The only thing was caught on page 25, the Stone Tree cart usage was 1,100, increased by 100.
There we go. Perfect. Thank you.
The Stone Tree cart usage, annual current fee is 1,100, proposed fee 1,350, the change of $100.
Oh, it's
So
150
just flag
instead
that.
of
Yes,
100.
ma'am. Yeah,
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Adams.
Oh my God, she said one of the things, but go to the next one, I forgot what I said.
Councilmember Segar.
Thank you, Mayor. We had a fantastic event Friday, but my question is, how do we price the events? You know, so if you have a golf event out there going on,
Chris is our tournament expert, so we'll call him up.
Thank you, sir. Typically, we take the daily rate for that day.
Okay.
And that is the price that is charged per person for the event.
got it.
And then if they want to add food or beverage tickets or anything like that,
Yeah.
we can add on additional.
No, I don't want to jeopardize it, so don't think I'm trying to increase
No,
it.
sir.
I want to keep it as low because we have some fantastic events, but I was just curious on how you did that because, we got out of residents, non-residents and residents and all that, so.
Right,
I was
we just do a daily fee, the
Yeah.
resident rate, and that's what we charge for an event that day.
No, that's good. Thank you, appreciate it. I was just curious.
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you get your question?
I know you kind of touched on it. When we changed the fees before, you brought them, because there was discussion about people not using, but I'd be curious, I don't want to do a motion of direction or anything, but can we get the impact of the fee increases later? If you guys can remember that.
Absolutely.
Because I'd be curious if people stop using it because of the fees. I'm hoping not.
Happy to get that out.
Thanks.
Okay. And Saturday, when I was there with the youth, thank you for what you do with youth. It was an organization, Inspired Design, and she brought all of those youths out there, and they was learning how to play golf. I mean, I really enjoyed myself. But I'm going back to that. The person that teaches golf, the
Yes, ma'am.
instructor, do they get a certain fee?
They get paid an hourly rate or a lesson rate based off 30 minutes or an hour lesson. If he is doing a group-style lesson, he makes a group price. So the price per person actually goes down, but it's a group rate.
Right, but I didn't notice an increase on here.
That is his own personal
okay,
fees.
okay.
That is totally separate from any fees that we charge.
Okay.
For
Thank
me.
you.
You're very welcome.
All right, that's it. That's all, sir.
Thank you very
Next.
much.
Oh, thank you for all you do. Thank you.
Good evening. Oh, okay.
I was just waiting for your permission to start.
I apologize. That's what we were talking about, directions. When you come up, the next person just come up. And thank
Okay.
you, Miss Tiffany, you always there. I can give you that much. And I love that about you and Mr. Reynolds. Y'all make sure we dress right dress. And our city attorney. Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
apologize.
No.
We're just trying to discuss how we're going to do it.
Okay. So what we have for the Civic and, or Convention and Civic Center are new fees. We don't have any fee increases this year. The summary is we have 2 sets of custom packages. The Gobo light is the light that you put a little silhouette on it that says something like Happy Sweet 16 or congratulations. So what we are wanting to offer is a package for the projector and the plates that go on that Gobo for $400. Next, we have a room rental restoration fee. This is a new fee that we're proposing, which would be 3% of whatever the rental cost is of a particular room. And that 3% would be used to develop a fund to supplement our hotel tax, which fluctuates from year to year. There's been a lot of good things going on as far as updates to the K3C. And this is just something that we could have to supplement some of those short years or to go in and subsidize some of the fundings that we have for some of those larger costs. We get a lot of events that are not necessarily generating hotel tax, which is fine because the place stays booked and busy often. But we just want to make sure that we have a way to have another way of resourcing revenue for the venue to support things like roofing, windows, chairs, equipment, other things like that. Oops. So the military ball package is to, again, be competitive, offer a package. Any customer that doesn't want the Gobo Light package or the military package, they are still able to come in and purchase the rooms or lease the rooms a la carte if they so choose. There is a savings with doing a military package. It's about $155 for the package without the kitchen and $130 for the package with the kitchen. So it's just another option to offer to potential clients.
Miss Tiffany, thank you. Can you give us an example what is in the whole package for one of them?
Yes.
Thank you.
So package A, ballroom C with the kitchen, uplighting set of 2, 24 by 24 dance floor, 8 by 24 stage, podium with a mic, 1 set of backdrop and lights, 2 red carpets, 2 stanchions, 75 mirrors, not 75 mayors, 75 table stands, chairs and tables, video projector setup, and 2 easels.
And which one was that?
That is the package without the kitchen.
Okay.
For
Oh, thank you.
$23.18.
So we just know it get better as it goes up?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
All right.
Next. Welcome back, Mr. Murphy.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening.
Good evening,
So,
sir.
Parks and Rec proposing several new fees to increase with the demand. This is for some sports camps offering, baseball, softball, soccer, football, basketball, as we strive to get youth more quality skill and more opportunities to develop their skill set outside of competition. This is a way that we can offset costs to be able to offer those additional summer camps. In the past, the fee was $0. We proposed a fee of $50 for each one of the camps. We're also getting a lot of requests for tournament admissions to be able to do tournaments and sponsor tournaments. So we were looking for a daily admission rate of $3. In the past, we hadn't done it, but we're planning for the future and growth and those opportunities. So we would like to charge $3 for adults 17 and older and $2 for youth 5 to 16 and free for 4 and under. All right. With the cemetery, there's a reprocessing fee. What we found is that in the past, the plots are already sold out, the cemetery is sold, but the transfer of the plots from one owner to the next or the reclassification has been something that we've done in-house over the course of the last few years without a fee. It requires significant staff time to do that, to track down pass holders, family members for new sellers. So we were proposing a fee of $50. And then the restoration fee for plot is for like any kind of decorative work, concrete work. That also requires a wealth of staff time outside of traditional maintaining of it. So we were proposing a fee of $22. Okay. And continue with our new fees, we're looking at our parks and public playgrounds, our basketball court rentals for 2 hours. Again, historically in the past, we have not had a fee. We are proposing a fee of $50. This is for like upkeep and maintenance, and we're getting a lot of demand to host outdoor tournaments as well. So having a way to balance that out and have priority sets is with this fee structure. Another new fee would be disc golf course rental. Again, typically it's open to play, but we're getting a lot of requests to produce tournaments, sponsor tournaments, as well as having a rental for it. So we're looking at a fee of $400 for a disc golf rental. New in the way of event activities is a mother-son Nerf Wars. Of course, we have the daddy-daughter dance. We wanted to give mothers and sons an equal chance to bond, so we are hoping this will grow up. It's a fee of $50 per couple, that is mother, son, and for $20 for each additional son. With respect to the recreation facilities, the new fees continue, is basketball court rentals. Looking forward to the oncoming of Rosa Harford. Typically, there hadn't been a fee, but we're proposing with the FRC and Rosa Harford of $250 per court. That allows the rent of each individual court as a full court if you wanted to do an event for like an employer or a team building opportunity, or individuals who wanted to come together as a group. With respect to the Family Recreation Center at Lions Club Park, we're looking at a rental fee of the aerobics room for $60 an hour for every 2 hours, and the meeting room of $50 per 2 hours, and the multi-purpose room for $50 for 2-hour increments. And the reason why is we're getting a lot of demand. We're getting a high usage and requests to be able to access these spaces in addition to the level of programming we have going on. So now it's time to introduce a fee structure that makes it equitable across the board. At the Senior Center Lions Club, again, this is due to demand. We're now looking at an increase of offering a fee for arts and crafts room rental of $70, the billiards room for $50, and for the Giving Thanks dinner, a per registration fee of $15. In addition to that Giving Thanks rental, the reason why we wanted to charge a fee for the Giving Thanks celebration is because we've had a lot of requests from our seniors to be able to bring additional family members. This is a time of giving thanks, and we don't want to necessarily disqualify that, but we also have to offset the cost of having those extra additional bodies who may not be of the active adult age, and this is a way that we can accommodate.
So do seniors eat free?
There's a small fee for seniors. I think it's
Okay.
like $7, but this would encourage them being able to bring a family
This is
member.
an additional family member.
Yes. As we look to fee increases, with our aquatics unit, the lifeguard certification course, we saw a current fee of $200. We're raising it by 25. That goes in cross with our American Red Cross, increasing the fees. That is a direct line cross increase to the participant in that program. Swim lessons, we've seen a $5 uptick. We're getting an increased demand for swim lessons. The $5 uptick is to be able to, again, offer more lessons, more times. That takes away from the open swim times that we're able to offer citizens, but we want water safety. So again, that's an offset. Water aerobics, increased demand. A beautiful problem to have is we're getting more people to come out and having that viable time at the pool, so we had to increase that fee by $5 as well, from $40 to $45. The FAC membership for family members, we saw a $10 increase here for a family of 2 adults and 2 children, from 50 to 60. And then the LBD pool maintenance, we saw an additional daily admission increase from $3 to $4, a dollar increase. Pool admittance for youth 4 to 16 and seniors 55 plus saw an additional fee increase from $3 to $3 from $2, which is a dollar increase. An additional family member for a Long Beach branch pool pass will now be proposed to be $25, a $5 increase from $20. Again, the uptick in demand and usage, plus the Long Beach pool will have some additional amenities that enhance the quality of experience there. Same with the pool pass, the adults 17 to 54, you saw a $5 increase. Families up to 6 saw a $20 increase from $120 to $140. The youth or seniors pool pass saw a $5 increase from 35 to 40, and the pool rental rates saw an increase from $125 to $200 to $75 increase based on the level of demand. Our athletic leagues, as we did our benchmarking, we saw that across the state of Texas as well as across the country, there's an uptick because we are having more requests to do all types of adult athletic leagues, youth athletic leagues, and the costs are rising with officials and having quality officials. We propose to change our current fee from $275 to $300. In adult flag football, it would go from $200 to $300. That's a $100 increase. Baseball and softball field deposits would go from $200 to $250. That is the upkeep and maintenance. We're having staff out there to make sure it's cleaned up, ready, and playable condition when it's rented. And the public parks trails will go from $100 to $150. Again, that is to offset the cost of routine maintenance and upkeep when we have people rent those trails. Whew. Deep breath. In the realms of increased costs, the Adopt a Tree program would see the current fee increase by $25 to $425. The parade entry fee would increase from $25 to $50. The basketball court rentals for the outdoor court, recreation facility courts for an individual would increase from $40 to $50 for a half court. The full court would increase from $60 to $90, which is a $30 increase. Again, we have a lot of requests and we're trying to balance the demand, so these fee increases will make it, as citizens decide, a priority.
Yes, sir. What's the parade entry?
The parade entry was
To get
$25.
into the parade?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we'll increase that. Okay, my concern is this. I don't have a problem with the fees because a lot of people utilize our facilities. But my concern is, do we still have that agreement with KISD for our youth football, basketball teams? Do we still have some room for them to come in and out of the facility?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That was only my concern. Okay, thank you for that.
The dual memberships at the Family Recreation Center in Rosa Hartford, Recreation City saw an increase of from $160 as the current fee to $200. With the Rosa Hartford coming online, there will be additional amenities and opportunities, so this will create a unique experience for our citizens. Yes.
My question had to do with the lifeguard instructor. You had mentioned lifeguarding.
Yes.
Because I think if you do lifeguard instructor at 200 or below the benchmark, you might be selling us, because I'm an IT and I charge more than $250 to teach.
Actually, it went to $225. The $25 increase was the reflection of what the American Red Cross increased the
Right.
rate on us.
For the instructor?
Yes, sir.
Because that takes, the reason why I asked is because, and are they allowed to take the certificate when they pay the fee, or?
The way it's presently structured, anyone who goes through the course has a service too, because we hire them first as our lifeguards. At the end of our season, aquatic season, they are able to walk away with their certifications.
And that's where we might be mixing it, because, yeah, so the LGI
Yes.
is the instructor that you want to charge, and
Yeah.
what about the lifeguards?
Same with the lifeguard.
So you're gonna charge?
Yes.
So that, you see what I'm saying?
I get it.
You got a fee where you can add more lifeguards, you're charging the same as the regular lifeguard.
Yes.
So that, you might want to go back and look at that, where
we will.
because we need lifeguard instructors, so we don't want them to walk away with the.
Yes, sir. We will definitely revisit that.
Yeah, because they shouldn't be the same, definitely should not be the same price.
Okay. When we originally looked at this, like I said, we were just with American Red Cross fees increased, we were just directly a correlation passing those on.
Yeah, so I think that fee is the lifeguard fee and not the LGI. So I won't, thanks.
Thank you, sir. All right. Again, with our dual memberships to the Family Recreation Center in Rosa Hartford, the adult monthly membership increased by $5 from $20 to $25. The family annual membership increased from $460 to $540. That was an $80 increase. Basically, that is to cover the upkeep of our routine maintenance of fitness equipment and the replacement of it. We were looking at ways as things age out to be able to have a steady income stream to be able to replace things in a timely manner. The family monthly saw an increase of $5 from $45 to $50, and the youth annual saw an increase of $15 from $100 to $115. The youth monthly saw an increase of $5 from $15 to $20. And additional reservation.
That's not
Oh.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Maybe I missed it. When did we start charging a fee to go inside of Rosa Herford Center?
The plan is, ma'am, when it comes back online, those fees will be added because for parity across the board. The dual membership fee.
Can we, we back there. So if I walk inside, I'm just looking off because I won't be on this council after a year. So I'm trying to see how much I gotta pay. So when I walk out, just come there, I have to pay just to walk in the door? Maybe I'm missing something.
Ms. Murphy, is there a daily rate as well, or just a membership rate?
We didn't increase the daily rates. The daily rates stay the same. And presently, daily admission to the FRC, as envisioned for when Rosa Harford comes back online, is $5. Now, that does not qualify for our seniors. That does not touch
Mr. Murphy, don't
our
try to throw me on the bus about that senior stuff.
No, ma'am. I'm just giving you. I'm giving you the overall breakdown of what our fees are. Our seniors have free access, and with the new multi-generational center that Rosa Harford will be, we are looking at that plan. But they still will have free access. But we do charge a daily rate of $5 for admission to use the FRC, and we envision having the same rate for adults or for daily access.
Okay, because when we had the Rosa Herford, it was free to the public. So my only concern, I gotta be honest, if I don't have money, and especially we have no program set up for anybody that may be, I don't like to say this, but low income or anything of that nature, that center was built, taxpayer money, for the north side of Killeen and the seniors that's over there. I understand you may get in free. You're not gonna say me, but you may get in free. But my concern is the youth, if they don't have money, where will they go?
I can assure you this, ma'am, we will not turn away any youth who come seeking solace in a recreation or community center, but we are working on a strategy to address that. As we look at to open operations, there are still things that we are addressing because our hard, fast open date is fast approaching, and we want to be able to address those. But again, it was the parity in fees when we looked at this fee schedule.
I can understand what you're saying, and Mr. Murphy, my whole problem with this goes back. We have never charged a fee there. And that is the mindset of the people that live in that area, because we never charged a fee at Rosa Herford. Now, I can understand somebody want to go in there and play basketball. I say a fee, but just to come inside, there has to be, they could come through the door. There has to be some area where they can go read or something. I just find that would be a hardship.
I mean, when
That's
there's
just, the council gonna make the decision on that.
I think I get what you're saying. Typically to the FRC, if somebody wants to come in and sit in the reception area, we're not charging for sitting in the reception area. It is access to the amenities and abilities to be able to go out throughout and work out this, that, and the third. I'm here at the direction of the will of the council, so we will go back and definitely revisit that. But again, we had to develop some strategy.
I just don't feel like a child, especially our youth, and we say we care about our youth, and we say we need to find programs for our youth in the summer. And I know you're gonna come up with a strategy. You have your reason behind this. But I just don't want it to be put out in public. If you don't have fees to come in, then you cannot come. I feel better if you already got a program put up in place before we vote on these fees for people that may not be financial stable or able to come. That's my only concern about that area.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all. I'm gonna leave it there. With that being said, Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Just a quick question. There was a restoration fee at the cemetery. It was like $22. Who pays that?
That would be for individual families as they look at their plots of decorations, like I said,
So they pay
upkeep.
up front for that fee?
As they see a need. If they come out and visit and see that it needs an additional care, they can
Gotcha.
come in.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Sir? Anybody else?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. On that $5 monthly fee, sir, I guess we could have some type of waiver, discretion. And this is a monthly fee. This is not a daily fee, correct?
You talk about the youth membership? The youth monthly is actually increasing by $5 from 15 to 20 as it's charged currently at the FRC.
I see.
Yes.
And so you don't have in mind, you're just working on that as far as
We're working
for
on a
those who are not able to?
Yes, sir. We're working on the policy and the strategy for that.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to clarify kind of what the mayor was touching on, and I think I heard you say it, but I wanted to double check. You said the fee is to use the facility, but if I want to come in and just wander around, I don't want to use anything. I just want to wander around and look at this beautiful building. You're not gonna have somebody at the door. A gate man charging a fee, right?
No, sir.
Okay.
Like I said, to be able to come in and access the building will be free for the public. Again, when we did this without having opening or any historical perspective, we were looking at parity across the board. So again, looking at an opportunity to have someone who maybe can't afford is something that we will have to revisit.
Yes, sir. Understood. Thank you.
Mr. Murphy, if I understood you correctly, since I'm trying to be corrected, you said it's going to be like the Lions Club Park. When I go to Lions Club Park, I don't get past that desk. I can go sit over there in that area, but if I don't have my card and swipe it, which I do have, or if I don't pay, I don't go past that. So are you saying that the community center at Rosa Herford is going to be different, where I can just go and just walk anywhere I want to and without paying a fee?
Madam Mayor, in the annals of security and knowing who has access to our building, that's why we have a pass system at the FRC, and that's why we will have a pass system at Rosa Hartford.
So it's the same system?
It's the same system.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is anybody who comes to Lions Club Park and wants to tour the facility, walk around, they can check in at the desk, of course, because we have to know who's in our facilities, but they are given access and carte blanche to walk around at their leisure or have an escort to explain to them just how the system works and the amenities that come in case they're considering.
A membership?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, I want to clarify that. They can come in if they want a tour to become a member, but you just can't come in there and just stand around and chit-chat, because somebody escorted me when I first joined. I just want to clarify, it is going to be the same way we have it at Lions Club Park. Councilmember Kendrick.
There we go. Okay, I'm the guy that loves to talk about the kids.
Yes, sir.
That's one of my pet peeves. We cannot do that. Just in my experience from being here, the rec center is sometimes a place where a lot of these kids will go to release that energy that they have to play basketball and what have you. When we start saying we're going to charge the youth just to come in, I understand you got to know who's in the building, but I think we can find a system, even if we have to find a way of issuing an ID card where they scan it and we still know who's in the building. But I cannot my heart cannot let me say we need to charge these kids.
Yes.
And we got to find a better way, because this is what our citizens are asking for, somewhere for the kids to go to play basketball, to do other things. I know inside of the rec center you have arts and crafts and a whole lot of things, but with a good conscience, I cannot say that's a good thing to do. We got to figure out another way.
And Mr. Murphy, my other question is, do we have basketball courts outside at Rosa Herford, or will we? Can it be possible if they cannot afford to come in? Because I understand why you're doing it. Could there possibly be some activities outside free?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So they won't be rejected?
No.
They just can go do the activities outside? Okay.
Yes.
Assistant City Manager.
Yeah, we can absolutely look into some programs if council wants staff to do that. We can see what some other cities are doing, what other communities have available to offer some waiver of memberships or something similar. And so we'll certainly look at that.
Thank you, Bo. Thank you. Next, thank you, Mrs. Wilson.
Okay, I'm presenting the slides for Mr. Reynolds for Public Works Solid Waste new fees. We have a container relocation fee for $10. The container relocation fee ensures the safe and efficient collections of waste by regulating proper container placement on service days. Obstructions such as proximity to vehicles or low-hanging wires can hinder servicing and lead to safety risks, equipment damage, or delays. This fee acts as a deterrent, promoting compliance with placement guidelines to maintain service quality and scheduling. For the commercial rates, the rise in operational costs from 22% growth in dumpster services over the 5 years necessitate a fee adjustment for extra pickups and reloads, increased waste volumes, and trips for the transfer station drive these costs, ensuring financial stability and continued service quality. As you can see here, we have a commercial rates for the extra pickups, calling services, depending of the size of the container. And the changes right here, $677 for the extra pickups calling services, $1013 for the extra pickups customer reload on site, and 53 cents for the extra pickups calling services with a 6 cubicle yard, and $425 for the calling service extra pickups for the A1. Oof. For the additional residential rates, the automated container reload for excess garbage and plastic bag not to exceed 2 reloads. The automated container reload fee is designed to regulate the time and effort required to service residential containers. This fee helps address costs related to reloading, such as equipment damage, environmental risks, and operational inefficiencies. That fee, current fee is $770. Well, it went to $10 and increased to $30. The overload container, the overload fee is increasing to address costs associated with overloaded containers, including equipment damage, safety risks, and operational efficiencies. That went also from $770 to $10 and increased to $230. And the locking bar device installation fee is being adjusted to cover the full cost of the device. The monthly fee will remain in place to cover repairs and replacements, as residents are not charged for a new device if it's damaged. For the transfer station rates, these fees are being increased to address rising operational costs associated with waste disposal and transportation driven by growing waste volumes, increased vehicle traffic, and higher transportation expenses. The disposal fee is current fee is $61.60, an increase of $18.40 is proposed to $80. The disposal fee minimum for 100 pounds is a proposed fee $4, an increase of 92 cents. The non-residential disposal fee is proposed fee is $137.60, a change to $39.04. And the non-resident disposal fee minimum, current fee is $4.93. The proposed fee is $6.88, a change of $1.95. That's Public Works. Oh, thank you.
I got a question. I forgot this is not your subject. Let me ask.
Yes, ma'am.
No, ma'am, I'm just messing with you. I forgot. That's why you said, oh, thank you.
Utility collections, yeah, Mr. Reynolds, he had to present a fire item, so he was too tired after that. He couldn't handle it, so he had to leave. Utility collections, we have a new fee for utility collections proposed, and this is for broken metal boxes. The broken angle stop, broken lock fee, and broken meter box are all related to the water meter box, which contains a lock, an angle stop, and a meter. We have restructured the way we charge for damages to the meter box for the better clarity. If damage is found in a broken meter box, photos will be taken and assessed to determine which tier the damage falls under. We have 3 tiers, one with a broken meter box, non-AMI, and that will be $75. The broken meter box with AMI damage, that will be $300, and the broken meter box with AMI temporary will be $400. This is a change of $400, so we will make that change for next, correct that error for next presentation. That's all for the utility collections. This presentation highlights all proposed fee increases and new fees for fiscal year 2026. It does not include administrative updates such as changes to fee titles, structure, or format, nor does it reflect deleted fees. For a comprehensive list of all changes, including these details, please refer to the fiscal year 2026 proposed fee schedule, which includes reference notes for each department. The full document is available on the city's website. We will bring this item again next council meeting for further discussions. I will be happy to answer any other questions you may have.
I just have one more question. I know you stated that between the whole month of April, no residents gave comments on the fees.
Yes, ma'am.
And you just stated that you're going to bring this back to council. Will you give the residents another opportunity if they want to give feedback?
Definitely, we can. We still have the fee schedule online, and I believe the email address is in there. If we have any emails, Bonnie, do we have the email address still available online? Thank you. The email address is in the fee schedule itself, so if anyone can want to do any comments, they can email us, and then we will bring it back next meeting.
Okay, you know, I'm big on communication. Is it possible you can put that on Facebook?
Yes, ma'am,
Yes,
we
ma'am.
can. Yes, ma'am, we can.
Any kind of way we can send it out there, because I find it very hard. Because the day that you bring it to us, we're going to have a line full of people coming on fees. So
Yes, ma'am.
evidently, they missed it, didn't see it. Thank you for putting it out there, but maybe we need to try Facebook or another way to make sure the residents get their input about the fee increase, and then you'll be prepared when you bring it back to us.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you,
Definitely.
but there's a question from Councilmember Solomon.
Yes, sir.
In addition to what you said, Madam Mayor, in reference to communication, do we advertise in the local newspapers?
We did a new press release. We did a new press release. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
DS 25026, discuss and consider biennial citizen survey questions.
Thank you so much, Council. This is our last item. Thank you, staff, for your patience and waiting and to present to us. Mrs. Wilson.
Yes, ma'am. So I know I'm standing between you all and the door, so I'll run through this relatively quickly. In 2023, we did a citizen survey through a company called the ETC Institute. They're a national leader in market research. And we committed to doing this survey every 2 years. And so we are bringing this item back to council for input on questions. Now, the recommendation from this company is to keep the survey questions relatively similar. So we do have some apples to apples comparisons. But if we do want to make adjustments, or if there's questions council really wants to see in there, tonight is your opportunity to provide us with that feedback. And so I don't have the clicker up here if someone wants to drive for me. Thank you. All right, and so March 2023 was the last time the City of Killeen conducted the biennial citizen survey. And this survey helps the city to assess input from community members as council makes decisions on services and ensures priorities are aligned with the needs and desires of the resident. The survey consists of 33 questions, and all responses are anonymous. It's about a 6-page survey. The results of the 2023 survey were presented to the City Council on June 13th of 2023.
529 residents completed the prior survey. 78% were satisfied or neutral with the overall quality of life. In summary, the highest investment priorities the citizens indicated based on the survey results were street maintenance, police services, and code enforcement. I'm going to review just a kind of summary of the survey questions that were included. The entire survey was also included in your packet. We asked residents in that prior survey about their quality of life satisfaction in the city of Killeen, rating their level of satisfaction in major categories of city services, asking for their level of satisfaction with the value of city services, with work the city of Killeen has completed, the public safety services, parks and recreation services, and their experience at the Killeen Regional Airport. We also asked about major, minor, or areas that aren't of a concern in your neighborhood. This includes things like, is high grass an issue, solid waste matters, if there's stray dogs in the neighborhood. Again, you'll kind of see that outline a little bit more in the packet in that survey. We also asked what their contact was with the City of Killeen employee over the last year to help us kind of rate customer service experience. Same thing with the asking about which facilities or services they've utilized. We want to gauge our customer service experience for our visitors. We also asked about the effectiveness of code enforcement, city development, asked for their input on potential future funding and what they would be supportive of. What initiatives as part of the downtown revitalization program they wanted to prioritize. And then we also wanted to know what sources they use to gather their information about city events and business going on with the city. Additionally, we asked if they feel that as a community, Killeen has improved, stayed the same, or worsened. We asked where they access the internet. Do they do that at home, at a library, at a city facility? And then we asked some questions about the respondent. How long have they lived in Killeen, and some responder household information. How many people live in their household, what their age is, their gender, items like that. And so what we're asking for tonight is some recommendations from the council. If you want to keep the same questions for this new survey for continuity, if you'd like to add additional questions or remove or replace questions that are included.
Councilmember Segar.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is, how did we get those respondents?
So responses were sent via mail, email, and gathered through phone calls.
So it was just randomly?
Yes.
How many did we send?
Ooh, I'll have to find out how many exactly we sent, but they didn't stop until they got over 500, and that would be their goal this time as well. And they send it out and then follow up 7 to 10 days after that initial contact.
Okay.
So following up on Councilmember Segar, are they going to send it to the same people they sent it to last year?
ETC Institute will coordinate the survey going out to the residents and collecting that data. And so they will pick random addresses. They will send that information out. The resident will be required to verify their address. And then they'll also make sure that we're not duplicating individual survey results by looking for duplicate addresses, looking for information that doesn't come back as expected.
So are they going to send it to the same people they sent it to last year? Or are we going to do a different group?
It's an anonymous survey, and so, I mean, with 165,000 residents, it's possible some people may get duplicates, but I highly doubt it.
That's what my concern is, because you said it where I was going. If we got 160,000 people, we shouldn't be sending it to the same 500 or 700 or 800.
Yes, ma'am, understood. But it's done at random, and so it's possible maybe one or two people.
I can get another one. I got one last year.
Okay, it's possible.
Of course, I'm going to say good things about the city.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I noticed you said they went phone, mail, and email.
Yes, sir.
I think we should try to use more technology also, since everybody got the cell phone, like the apps yeah. And then one of the questions I think was a grouping of questions related to how we use our technology for community engagement or what have you. Like I see Click Fix It, since we started using that Because I'd be curious how many, we had, 2,000 something cases in the last couple of years, but folks aren't using it. So if it's not being used, maybe that we ask them a question about it, whether they know about it, or anything related to tech that's technology-based.
Okay, we can ask the company for some input on
Okay.
questions that they found of value in other communities they've worked with.
Thanks.
And to piggyback off of Adams, why we just can't use Facebook, put the survey on there, and allow all the residents that want to, and I know, there's got to be some kind of, I know there's a system, because when I try to vote on different things online, and especially with my sorority, once I put my stuff in there, I can't go back and vote again. So why don't we get our bang for the buck instead of, 800 people we're doing? I just find it hard, if I may be getting that same survey this year, how productive that is and really finding out how people feel about Killeen. How do we reach more? I don't want to raise our price or anything with the contract. No, I don't want to do that. But I'm like Riacos on this one. I don't know, I know you didn't mean this, but I'm going there. Why we just can't put that same link there and just let people give input on it? If we have 160,000 people.
I'm happy to ask ETC Institute. They do this on a regular basis. They have a formula. And so we'll ask them about social media outreach and where that's been successful, where there's challenges, and how we can maybe mitigate some of that.
I don't think only using 800 people and a possibility I might get it again will really show how people really feel about Killeen. If it's just randomly and I'm going to get it again. Or the same people, okay, we keep those 500, we keep the ones that we know answered us, okay, but then we'll add a new group. I don't know how effective that is. And I don't know how they do it from a research analytical perspective, so I don't know. Mr. Councilmember Kendrick.
My question was on that too. I think everyone gets a water bill or even the electric bill, and there's a way of getting all of those phone numbers and sending it out. I think we'll get more responses that way. It may cost the city some more money, but I would rather, if we got over 150, 60,000 people, I would rather have 10,000 responses where that's a good percentage to where we can see how the citizens really are thinking.
Yes, and it's meant to be a representative sample, but I'm happy to go back to the company and get some quotes to reach out to more people.
Right, and I'm not saying the way you're doing it is wrong, but I just think the number, we have to throw out our net further. I think we just not, and I may be wrong, he may not be able to do it, but whatever he.
I'm sure they could, it will just cost. And so I'm happy to bring back some proposals.
Raising that price now. Okay, yes, ma'am.
That's
Yes,
how they
ma'am.
charge.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we'll work on that.
Okay.
Okay, I don't know if it's the same people that, or you want to speak? Okay.
I did. I don't want to be.
This new.
I don't want to belabor the point, but I do think.
No. I know. I didn't. You already spoken. I want to make sure you clicked again.
I did.
Oh, good.
So I don't want to
Okay.
belabor the point, but I guess what the mayor was saying, a Survey Monkey sent out via Code Red, like, what is there a difference where we could reach more people? Would it be more cost effective to be able to reach more people in-house? We create the Survey Monkey. It's very inexpensive and affordable. We use our Code Red system to get it out to all of our constituents who've already registered for the system. We're going to touch more people that way instantly at at limited cost. So something else to kind of think about. I'd like to know what the difference is between the two.
You bet.
Piggyback on that. Now, I don't know if we can do it or not. I know you want it to be random. We don't know who it is. But can they take that data, what Councilwoman Gonzalez said, once people put in their information, could we just hire them to collect it and come up with the numbers? I know you'll say staff will have to do it, but if we can use them to do that part, if we use our own method of collecting it.
I can certainly find out.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Solomon.
Mrs. Wilson, isn't this a polling like they do nation polling?
Yes, sir.
And like they do anything on television, they have a polling and they come up with 10% of Americans.
Oh.
That's how they come up with it. It's not that, you need a whole lot of people. They know how to do this, I believe. They do it all the time. And so it's a poll, which I'm understanding, is that correct? Then I wanted to know, I wanted to ask about the last year we did it, or 2023, I believe, right? What was the results? I mean, it was fairly good, wasn't it?
Yes, so if we can go back a few slides, I can show you kind of the highlights of the feedback. And then I additionally sent the full survey results and the report to City Council, and it's available on our city website as well. But the highest investment priorities that came back were for street maintenance, police services, and code enforcement. But the full results of that survey were included in that presentation that's available online at that June 13th meeting. So he will go through in that presentation, you'll notice our consultant will go through every question and what the response was. There's also a report that was provided that shows the citizen response to every single question, to each of those 33.
So 78% were satisfied or neutral with overall quality of life.
Yes, sir.
That's good. And so it's a result of 529 residents. Even if you get 1,000, it would still come out with a percentage, right? 78%, you know.
Yeah, they talk about a plus or minus a confidence rate, and so that's something that is provided in that previous presentation as well. Let me see, because I think I have that in front of me. It's a margin of error of plus or minus 4.36%, and it's a confidence level of 95% for that representative sample.
Thank you.
So Councilmember Solomon, you brought it home. It could be a combination. Keep the way you're doing it, but also do it the free way. And we put a survey on there and let the monkey, who is that monkey?
Survey Monkey.
Okay, survey. So we keep the way you do them randomly, because you're right, Councilmember Solomon. But also, I like Councilwoman Gonzalez, where all we got to do is get the Survey Monkey, and we can just put that on our Facebook or somewhere and let people just put out random, the same questions that we used last year, correct? Unless they got copyright, we can't do that. But you can talk to them and just do it your way, randomly, but also allow other people to give their input. And I guess you'll be surprised from randomly doing it and just anybody giving their input. And I know it's going to be probably on our Facebook page lately, it's a lot of negative stuff. Don't have anything to do with anything but negative. But still, I still think they should have a say. But keep your way too, which we pay for. And then the other way, just come up with something, put it up there. That's just.
Yeah, my only question with that would be if for whatever reason those results vary drastically, which ones do you go with?
Well, we already know with Facebook what we're experiencing now. People just attack. We can say we won an award, and everybody talking about things that does not have anything to do with the award. Attack us from the way we look, the way we talk, the way we dress, where we live. So you're right. I'm gonna leave Facebook there. I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna leave. No, she right on that one. That's a hot mess. Okay, you're right. We'll talk
We'll
offline.
absolutely explore some various options. I'll go back to the company and see if they have suggestions for how to increase that reach.
That's all we want.
Yes, ma'am.
Increase reach. Councilmember Sagara.
Thank you, Mayor. And as Mr. Solomon said, this is a statistic, and they can do 50,000 people, and I'm pretty sure they'll come up with the same results. Years ago, we as a council took a survey, and guess what our top three were? Exactly what that says right there. So they'll get 50,000. I can tell you what the top three will be right there. So I think it's not a matter of us knowing what's important to our citizens. I think it's more of a matter of, do they think we're moving in the right direction? And I think that's a better question. I don't know if you can survey the same people, that's fine. But from 2 or 3 years ago, do they see an improvement in our street mains? Do they see improvement? Because that lets us know, are we doing the right thing? Are we keeping up with growth? I think that's a more important factor, because no matter how many people, you're going to get the same answer, close to that. Streets, we know that, we're politicians, we go out there, safety, crime, under police service, and code enforcement. So it doesn't matter which way you look at it, that's always going to be the top three. We could have done the survey with 7 council members, which we did, and like I say, we came up with the same exact answers. But I'd be more interested to see how they feel as how we're doing, how we're moving. Our streets getting better. We got a maintenance fee. We've been going out there. Are they seeing that? Are they seeing the effects of our police department? Are they seeing code enforcement get cleaned up? And I think that's more important than just finding out what they need, because we already know what their needs are. Thank you.
I just want to piggyback on that. My quality of life concern may not be yours. Everyone concerned about the streets, the maintenance of streets, because, it's right in our face. How can you not miss that? I'm really big on beautification. That's why you get a lot of emails from me about things I see. And our first responder, yes, as we grow, especially this summer, our police department, they're going to get so many phone calls. Kids going to be outside playing with the basketball all time tonight. They're going to have their music up. They're going to have parties, summer party. So, of course, those are concerns. But that's not everybody's concern. And I don't want us to ever make a statement that it doesn't matter what the residents say, because that's not true. It was proven here tonight. You do listen to your residents and what they have to say. It doesn't matter what this council wants, because we work for them. And I still stand on keep it your way, but if you have other ways to get more people involved to get a comment, there's nothing wrong with that. But we'll keep your way, and that's what we'll go by when we get our response back.
Yes, ma'am.
With that being said, Councilmember Solomon, can you do a motion to adjourn?
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we would adjourn.
Councilmember Alvarez? All in favor?
Aye.
Meeting adjourned.